Well, for one, I forgot to put up the starting soon text. We don't need to worry about that part. But secondly, that took 8.5 minutes. Dang it. It took a little bit longer than normal because I accidentally overfilled my teacup. And then there was a mess and I had to clean it up. But now I have tea, most important. That's the only thing that matters. I have tea now! We're good. All is well when I have tea. And now I place honey upon the tea. Today's tea is Earl Grey black tea. Filled to the very brim of the cup. Maybe a little bit too much. So the plan for today is to do Kazuha's story quest because the next interlude chapter of the Archon quest says that I have to. That's it. That's the only reason. But on the plane, the purple shadow, go to backup plane. You plan on traveling your backup plane on your journey. Nice and simple. Glad we have so much context. I also have some rest and I probably need to condense that. Hold on. No. Hello. Expedition. No. Resin. Condense. Do I have any? Oh, I already have 3. Bam. And now I have 5. Okay. Now... Here. We're going! Hold on. Okay. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I sorted it out. Let me double check. Make sure it's actually working. Yeah, okay, good. Nyom.
早く雨宿りしましょう。じゃないと頭にキノコが入るわよ。オイラたち、稲妻に来てもうだいぶ時間が経ったと思う。
It's been a while since we first set foot in Inazuma.
今まで
So many things have happened since then. There have been many memorable events.
それに
Yeah, we've definitely made some progress on our journey. So, where should we go today? Wait a moment. Huh? Oh, what's up? Stranger danger. Be careful. Huh? What the heck is that for? Wow. Doesn't want to talk, huh? Alright, let's convince him to calm down a little here, Ichi. I'm working on it. Please. Oh! Okay.
So you don't have a vision after all. Seems like I've mistaken you for someone else.
At the very least, you should make sure you got the right person before you go attacking them. No, wait.
探してるのが
Even when you've caught the right person, you shouldn't go attacking them out of the blue. That's dangerous.
Have you ever met someone by the name of Kaedehara Kazuha? He carries a sword just like you. I've also heard that he possesses an animal vision.
Why are you looking for him?
That's none of your business. Never mind. You don't look like you know anything anyway. I'm wasting my time.
You're wasting our time too.
あいつ
What the heck is this guy's problem? They're coming around here waving that weird sword in our faces. Didn't even apologize. Seems like a real nutcase.
あんなやつに
Well, one thing's for sure. No way are we telling him anything about Kazuha. Very smart. I mean, couldn't agree more, yeah.
だろ
Right? That Paimon has a feeling, though, that even if this guy gets to challenge Kazuha to a duel, he won't be able to beat him.
でも万が一に備えて
Also, hello unknown, hi, welcome back. I'm here.
つけろって
I mean, I started a couple hours later than I did yesterday, but I'm here. I got distracted by Olympus Company because there was a new update, and they released a new mirror dungeon, and I really wanted to play the new mirror dungeon. And then I realized, oh wait, it's pretty late. I should probably start streaming by now. I need to do Kazuha's quest, and now here I am, and I'm doing Kazuha's quest. But Kazuha's not here. He's not real. And I have my tea ready to go. I feel like my voice sounds a little different than it was yesterday. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's because I haven't said anything all day today. My voice isn't warmed up yet. We're getting there. I'm sure it'll come to me in a minute. I actually can watch your stream late at night. Yes! Let's go! You get to experience the joy that is Kazuha. Anyway, just to be on the safe side, we should go find Kazuha right away and tell him to watch us back. Actually, I have a hunch.
ん
Oh?
なんだ
What kind of hunch? I think this guy may have a special connection to Kazuha.
因縁
A special connection?
カ
You
ズハ
mean
と知り合い
beyond already knowing each other? Can't say for sure, but I feel like their fighting styles are kind of similar.
確かにそうかもしれないけど
Yeah, maybe a little.
でも
But then again, most people look pretty much the same once they start fighting.
それだけ
So
じゃ
that doesn't really
カズハ
prove
と
anything.
思うぞとりあえずカズハ
Anyway, there's no time to lose. Let's go tell Kazuha so he won't get into any danger.
最近
Paimon heard that the Crux fleet is stocking up in the Rito at the moment. Let's look for him there. Strange and friendless road. It has been forever since I've been to Inazuma. The map looks so unfamiliar. Yo. Kazuha, are you here? I don't see you. Excuse me, where's he at?
こんにちは
Hey, hello! And do you know where Kazuha is?
なんだ
You're looking for a Kazuha too, huh? I guess he must have done something impressive after all.
本当にすごいことをし
Well, we took the small vessels in Rito on the routine supply run. Only this time, as soon as we entered the harbor, we ran into a huge crowd of Inazumans, all of them wanting to know about Kazuha.
以前の謎
If it's because of that battle on Nazuchi Beach, Captain Beidou had a great run there too. But I don't see her getting this kind of attention.
船体の中でのカズハ
Kazuha keeps to himself most of the time. In fact, there are times when he doesn't even listen to the captain, but she just laughs it off.
え
Huh?
カズハが
So,
何をやったの
you
か
still don't know what he did?
少しは聞いて
I've heard bits and pieces. There's something about him blocking the Raiden Shogun's Muso no Hitotachi.
それってすごいの
Is it really as big a deal as everyone is making it out to be?
You could compare it to the technique Beidou used to strike down Aishan.
Really?
わかりやすいぜ
Wow, when you put it like that, it all makes sense.
だからあんなに人気なの
In that case, his newfound stardom is well deserved.
あいつはさっき
He was called away earlier by some people from the Tenryou Commission. They said they had something important to discuss with him.
最初は
I thought they'd come to arrest him at first. Turns out they couldn't have been friendlier to him. Seems like they really respect the guy.
少し前だったら
Just a little while ago, this would have been completely unimaginable. Shogunate probably wants to show some goodwill. After all, the riding Shogun's mindset has changed. Thank you. I guess I'll go pay a visit to the Tenryou Commission.
Alright then. I'll just stay here and carry on trying to fend off the crowd.
Aren't I also part of the crowd? Why are you not fending me off? What makes me different? Oh. I get special protagonist privileges. I guess. Where am I going? I don't know where I'm going. I'm following the sparkles. Door. Are you in here? Oh, there you are. Hello. Finally.
Oh? It's you, Yorichi. Greetings. We were just discussing the repealing of the Vision Hunt Decree. Since you're here, you're very welcome to listen in on the conversation. We invited Mr. Kadehara here to extend a gesture of goodwill on behalf of the Shogunate. Your hard work has secured for us the agreeable state of affairs that we now enjoy. Also, I've been granted the chance to correct my clan's past mistakes, and for that I'm deeply grateful.
I'm struggling to read already.
The Almighty Shogun has issued a large array of directives aimed at resolving, or at least easing, the tensions that have built up over the years. The Tri-Commission has made the recommendation to use this opportunity to restore the honor to the Kaedehara name. Regarding the history of the Kaedehara clan, I trust that you already are somewhat informed?
I forgot.
In short, there once was a group of select bladesmiths who served the Shogun directly, responsible for upholding and further developing the traditional blade forging arts of the Almighty Shogun. The Kaedehara clan belonged to this class. But there came a time when some of these bladesmiths revolted and fled to Snezhnaya. Both the Kaedehara and Kamisato clans were held accountable for the lax oversight, and entered a period of great turmoil. We later learned that the whole misadventure had been secretly orchestrated by the Vtuber, or attributing all the blame to the Kamisato and Kaedehara clans, was neither proper nor just. Considering Mr. Kaedehara has once more made an outstanding contribution to Inazuma, the Almighty Shogun believes that he should not only be rewarded for his achievements, but also receive recompense for the excessive punishment borne by his clan in the past. In the interest of preventing further harassment of the bladesmith clans by the Vtuber, we chose not to publicly release the findings of our investigations into these matters. We trust you can understand why this was necessary. This is a true honor. I'm delighted to be in a position to receive the goodwill of the Almighty Shogun, and the Shogunate at large. However, would I be correct to assume that this magnanimous gesture does not come without some strings attached? I can assure you that nothing could be further from the truth. We seek only to correct a past injustice. With the Kaedehara clan's reputation and occupation restored, the Kaedeharas will be bladesmiths once more, and your wanderings will finally come to an end. You'll be able to lead a safe and prosperous life in Inazuma City with the Almighty Shogun's blessing, and the full support of the Shogunate. I've grown accustomed to life among the elements. I fear I would no longer feel at home behind the tall walls of a stately abode. Yet my ancestors did indeed take great pride in the name of Kaedehara and the art of blade making, for which it stood. I do have a responsibility to restore their honor. I sense some hesitation in your words. Should you accept this offer, I imagine many of the malicious rumors currently circulating through the populace will disappear.
Malicious rumors? All we heard on the way here was so much praise that we almost wondered whether there's another Kaedehara Kazuha in town.
Well, to some, the Muso no Hitotachi is something that can never be defeated. They cannot accept the idea that Mr. Kaedehara really parried the Shogunate's strike. Also, eyewitnesses saw him using the power of an Electro in addition to that of Animo. As a result, the falsehood of that Kaedehara Kazuha was using a delusion began to spread.
What? But that doesn't make any sense. Using a delusion turns you old and frail, and Kazuha still looks fine.
That is correct. However, to some people, the idea of a single person wielding two elements at once is a more inconceivable notion still. This is just one of many similar rumors. I am very uncomfortable with being the subject of public discussion, no matter whether it brings suspicion or stardom my way. But perhaps if the shogunate is willing to publicly support me, this situation will blow over more quickly. This is precisely why I'd encourage you to give our offer some more serious thought. It stands to benefit all of us. Please allow me some time to consider. In fact, let us put this discussion on hold for the moment. Well then, what brings the two of you here?
Yikes! We nearly forgot about the most important thing. You and Paimon recount the attack on the outskirts and... I can't read. I feel like I'm half asleep right now. I'm struggling to read.
Why would such a dangerous individual be looking for me?
Could it be someone you trained with under the same master?
No? This puzzles me as much as it does you. My fighting forms were taught to me by my family, based on techniques originally developed for blade testing. We undergo rigorous training to standardize every motion the blade is put through, so that each can be fairly assessed for quality. Over time, these techniques came to form something of a Kaidehara sword art, focused on blade testing, but with a full repertoire of combat forms. Those forms are quite different from the more practical ones typically used by samurai in battle, so it's hard to imagine that the similarity you speak of was a coincidence alone.
All the more reason to watch her back. This guy was a serious nutcase.
Indeed. He sounds highly aggressive. Anyone he targets is at risk of serious injury, or worse. In that case, I'll send some men out immediately to search for him. Thank you. I must say, I'm now very curious about this matter, and I'll also need some time to consider your offer. I'll first join the traveler in investigating the one who attacked her, then give you a conclusive answer upon my return. Very well. And please stay safe. Come on, let's go and track down your aggressor.
The detective agency knows the most about what goes on in town. Let's see what Ryuji has to say. Is it going to be ridiculously expensive again? Is she going to extort me again? I've never liked information brokers. Why do I gotta pay money? Wait, you're a different person. What do you want? You're not who I was thinking. Hey there! We'd like to ask you a quick question. Do you know if anyone around here has been looking for him? For Kaidehara Kazuha, I mean?
Oh, so this is the renowned Mr. Kaidehara. I've heard a lot about you. It is an honor to finally meet you today. You are too kind. We're currently investigating an assault and would appreciate any help you could offer. Oh? You were targeted in an assault? Let me think. I can't seem to recall anything of immediate interest. Mr. Kaidehara is currently the talk of the town, so there are always a lot of people looking for him. To be honest with you, our detective agency has recently been receiving many inquiries from people wishing to obtain Mr. Kaidehara's personal information.
Top 5 in Tetris 99? I don't remember the last time I played Tetris 99, but I think the highest I got was probably in the top 20. I was really bad at the game.
Some of them were offering us millions of mora just to gather the information they want. If they were more legitimate commissions, Sango would have snapped them up in an instant.
Millions of mora? Oh, wait, even at that price, you probably still shouldn't.
Please accept my thanks for looking after my privacy. Of course. No matter what, we only take on legitimate cases. We don't make our money by revealing details of other people's day-to-day life just for the sake of it. Sorry, I got a little off topic. But what I'm really trying to say is, it doesn't surprise me that a complete stranger is looking for Mr. Kaidehara. But I wouldn't know where to begin if we want to connect this with an assault. Then let's put that connection aside for now. Have there been any other attacks or similar incidents recently that stand out as particularly unusual? The Tenryou Commission had very few leads. I thought you might have some information from different sources.
確かに
It's true that the commissioners aren't clued up about every little thing that goes on in the streets, but typically it's only the most trivial events that manage to escape their attention.
At least you're in the top 20s, you should be proud. But then, every other streamer or YouTuber who was playing Tetris 99 at the time, because it first released and it was really popular, they were all easily getting into the top 10s. I couldn't even get close. Most of the time I was lucky to get past 50. I'm really bad at Tetris. I think I'm really bad at a lot of games that are similar to Tetris as well, like Suica game. I don't know how the heck people play Suica game. I've tried it like a dozen times, but I've never made a single actual melon. How? Well, that's considered close. Maybe we should give it a try again. But I don't even like Battle Royale games. If I want to play Tetris, then I'm just gonna play regular Tetris. I don't want to play a version of Tetris where there's a random chance that the entire bottom half of the board is going to be covered up in gray and I'll instantly lose. Completely out of my control. I hate losing in Tetris 99 due to something that I had no control over. Something that was completely not my fault. I wasn't playing the game wrong. I was just way too slow and everybody else was way faster. Not fun.
It's true that the commissioners aren't clued up about every little thing that goes on out in the streets, but typically it's only the most trivial events that manage to escape their attention. If anyone had been out there attacking people, that would be assault, in which case the Tenryou Commission would absolutely get involved.
That does make sense. Uh-oh. Well, looks like the trail's already run cold.
I still find it difficult to believe that whoever attacked you hasn't been causing any trouble elsewhere. Few people possess your prowess in battle, so unless you were the first person he targeted, someone is certain to have been hurt by now.
It was also not easy for me to fight him off. I only got him to half HP.
I am well aware of your talents. There's no need to be humble around me. In fact, I'm quite relieved that you were the one he targeted. It would cause me great grief to see someone become critically injured or lose their life because of me. For the poor victim, this would be a completely senseless crime.
Don't worry, we'll find him.
It seems you're every bit the selfless hero they make you out to be, Mr. Kaidehara. Surely the same concern for your fellow man is what drove you to fearlessly raise your blade against the almighty Shogun. You flatter me. Truth be told, I don't know quite what came over me in that moment. You're much too humble. Don't worry, I completely understand your concerns. I'll try my best to gather whatever leads I can for you. Oh, actually, there was one strange incident over the last few days. It doesn't involve an attack, though. Let me tell you about it just in case. Sure. During times like this, the more information we have, the better. Alright then. Recently, 2 people went missing from the city at around the same time. One of them is a pretty well-known collector, surnamed Nagato. The other, Amenoma Yuya, is a samurai from the Amenoma clan.
Amenoma. Now there's a familiar name.
Right. Yuya is the nephew of Amenoma Togo, the owner of Amenoma Smithy. That's almost a tongue twister. Amenoma. An enemy. Amenoma. 2 grown men going missing at the time. Their cases are likely connected, but I don't know much of the way of details. I recall this because Amenoma Yuya was also an accomplished martial artist who is skilled with the blade. Perhaps he's the one you're looking for. Understood. Though it seems highly unlikely to me, I neither know this man, nor do I have any idea why he may wish to attack me.
Let's consider this a favor for Ryuji. We'll investigate both incidents at the same time. Sure, it can't hurt. We never know if we might find out along the way. What the Amenoma?
Thank you, Ryuji. We'll start by making some inquiries at the Amanoma smithy.
はい
Sounds good. All the best with your investigation. I'll get moving shortly myself.
The smithy is literally right here. Hello. Oh, hey, you're already here. Perfect.
Oh, if it isn't Kaidehara Kazuha. What brings you here today?
Huh? You two know each other?
Yes, the Kaidehara and Amanoma clans were both members of the Raiden Gokaden. Historically, there have always been deep links between the two clans. After I returned to Inazuma, I visited Mr. Amanoma to pay my respects.
Raiden Gokaden?
Yeah, let me quickly explain. The Raiden Gokaden was the collective term for the 5 most acclaimed bladesmith arts in Inazuma. The techniques of blade making were personally bequeathed to the Raiden Gokaden by the Almighty Shogun, and over time further honed and enhanced by the most talented craftsmen. Unfortunately, a series of events led to the gradual decline of many clans in the bladesmithing trade. Today, only the Amanoma clan has kept its art alive.
I definitely said this a couple times, but your voice acting as Boaz is really good. I think that's just because I have a ridiculously large vocal range. So, even for this
the super low boy voices, I'm somehow able to go all the way down there. It's perfect for characters like Mersault in Limbus Company.
But I also want to practice more feminine, higher cutesy voices. I want to get better at doing those. I gotta practice somehow. Which, although it doesn't really help when I'm doing Kazuha's character quest, because now I'm just gonna be doing Kazuha's voice a lot more.
Unfortunately, a series of events led to the gradual decline of many clans in the bladesmithing trade. Today, only the Amanoma clan has kept its art alive.
So sad.
It is a great pity indeed. In the old days, we each had our specialties, and just as iron sharpens iron, so too did we learn much from each other. As an example, the Amanoma art strives to emulate the abiding patience and determination of water as it turns stone to sand. There's nothing mystical to our work. There's only practice, day in and day out, until both body and mind have memorized the craft, turning each motion of every technique into an intrinsic part of the bladesmith's life. As for the art of the Akadahara clan, I believe it's called the Ishin art. That's right. Ishin art strives for complete harmony between blade and mind from the moment the forging begins. For only a blade thus forged can capture and convey its maker's thoughts and feelings, and eventually become an extension of its wielder's will. Indeed. Most samurai choose their blades, but the Ishin blade chooses its owner. You are, without a doubt, the most worthy wielder of the Ishin blade. It gladdens my heart to see that although the Kaidehara clan has fallen on hard times, its ideals and virtues are alive and well. You overestimate me. My actions are guided by my own personal sentiments, not by any noble aspirations on behalf of my clan. But let's get back to the topic. The purpose of our visit today is to gather some information on your missing nephew. We hope to assist with the investigation. It may turn out that this case is connected to another we are pursuing. Ah, yes, my nephew. I reported the case to the Tenryu Commission, but I haven't heard anything back so far. He didn't say a word before he left, which is very unlike him. I'm still completely at a loss as to what to make of it. But I've done what I can so far. Worrying is futile. All I can do now is wait for the news from the Tenryu Commission.
We heard that there was a collector involved in the disappearance too. Do you know anything about that?
Yes. On the morning that Yuya went missing, he gave me a very cryptic look and said that he was going to give me a great gift.
Paimon and Togo talking to each other back and forth is two very different voices. They're completely opposite ends of the spectrum. One of them is the highest voice I can possibly do, and one of them is the lowest voice I can possibly do. This is a really weird conversation.
I believe he went to collect the item from Mr. Nagato after that. The next thing I heard was that a fire had broken out at the warehouse, and neither of them came back.
A fire?
Yes. Strange, isn't it? I wonder what could have caused it. Unfortunately, there was very little evidence left behind, so nobody knows what really happened.
Huh. Do you have any thoughts on what Yuya may have wanted to give you?
If I had to guess, it might have been some kind of rare weapon. Otherwise, there would have been no reason for him to get my hopes up. He has never been particularly interested in blade forging, but has always had a fondness for blade testing, and can sense even the most minute differences in blade quality. He is extraordinarily talented in martial arts, particularly when it comes to the art of the sword.
Truth be told, we have some information that you may find to be objectionable. The person we are looking for, he attacked this friend of mine. Based on the evidence we've gathered so far, only Yuya seems to match the suspect's profile.
What? No, absolutely impossible. Yuya's not that kind of person. He is humble and kind. Even his training is done with the goal of calming his mind. He's never gotten into a fight before.
That's so.
Yes. If there's one thing I can say for certain, it's that Yuya would never draw his blade without a very good reason. But with that said, it's equally out of character for him to just disappear with neither farewell nor fair warning.
Has he been possessed?
I also cannot know what course of action he might be capable of if coerced, or otherwise compelled by circumstances unbeknownst to me.
Like I said, possessed.
Anyway, should you find him, please let me know as soon as possible.
Don't worry, you have our word.
From the sound of that, Paimon doesn't think Yuya was the one who attacked us as well. We still need to get the info from the Nagato family.
Yeah, it sounds as if something happened when the two men met each other. Let's pay a visit to the Nagato household.
Teleport. Meow. Oi. Excuse me. I have questions. You have answers. Give them. Oh. I'm very sorry, but we cannot afford to pay what we owe right now. My husband has gone missing, and I'm still trying to find him.
No, you misunderstand us. We're here to help with the investigation. We'd like to ask you some questions about Mr. Nagato's disappearance, if we may.
Ah, I see. I thought the debt collectors had come to visit again. I'm sorry I have to see him in this dreadful state. Has some new information come out? Do you know where he's gone?
I'm afraid we don't have any new information at the moment. We're still trying to find out as much as we can to inform our search. With this in mind, could we perhaps ask you some questions about your family's current situation?
For example, Paimon's struggling to understand why a collector would be strapped for Mora. That's a long story. Ever since I've known him, he's been an avid collector of all sorts of things. He'd always get so animated when he was showing them to me. I knew nothing about the items myself, but seeing how enthusiastic and excited they made him, I was happy to believe that they were just extremely important to him. Everything was fine when we first got married, but as time went by, things changed for the worse. Uh-oh, what happened? He lost his sense of restraint. He started buying more and more things and even resorted to borrowing money just so he could pay for them. Our expenses really spiraled out of control when he started getting interested in weapons. It was awful. There were days when he'd spend hours down at the warehouse admiring his weapons, even as debt collectors were descending upon our house. He wouldn't sell them, wouldn't even touch them, just sat there staring at them like he was in a trance. I'm happy he has a hobby, and I'm willing to support him, but making ends meet has to come first. I've tried talking to him about it so many times, but he never listens. On the last day that I saw him, I gave him an ultimatum. Instead, if he refused to sell his collectibles and pay off his debts, I would divorce him and take the children with me. Ah.
And that led to an argument.
Actually, it didn't. Generally, he's a quiet man who likes to go with the flow. On most things, he leaves the decision-making up to me. You must understand, I never would have dreamed of threatening him with divorce if the debts hadn't pushed our family to the brink. After I said those words, he froze and was silent for a long time. When he finally spoke, he awkwardly mumbled that he would pick out a few items to sell. His voice was so meek and pitiful that I felt an urge to take everything back. But then what? If I didn't draw the line, what would happen to our family? You did the right thing. It's important to set boundaries. Had I not indulged in his bad habits, we would not have found ourselves in such a predicament. And I also don't know if he had actually come to his senses, or if he was simply angry with me. The next thing I heard was that our warehouse had caught fire, and both he and the buyer had gone missing.
I see. I understand. Amenoma Yuya came to purchase a weapon from Mr. Nagato. During the sale, a fire broke out of the warehouse, and both men disappeared.
At first, I assumed they must have gotten into an argument over the price. But my husband has never been one to negotiate. He never even haggles when he is out buying groceries, so it's hard to imagine him getting into a fierce argument. Maybe he was feeling the pressure from the debts? I don't know. He just disappeared after the warehouse burned down. Perhaps he's too afraid to come home now that all of his collectibles have been lost in the fire, and he's got no way to pay off our debts. Even though I'm still a little mad at him, we're a family, and I want us to face our family's crisis together. As long as he's willing to turn over a new leaf, I know we can work things out.
Please don't get upset. There could be more to the situation than meets the eye. If collecting things is a habit that Mr. Nagato has had his whole life, it is quite unusual for this habit to change so drastically over a short period. But the information we gathered from the other side suggests that Amenoma Yuya is also a mild-mannered man who would not be likely to start an argument. The situation is getting a little confusing.
A little confusing. More like completely mystifying.
Let's try a change of scenery and see if we can piece together what we've learned. Rest assured, we'll notify you if we find anything.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to come home. Oh? Someone in Puyo Tetris rage quit and didn't even let me finish my perfect plan to send them garbage. Well, yeah. If they knew that they were already about to lose, why would they wait for it to happen? That's a really common thing in a lot of PvP video games. That's why I don't play them.
Based on the information we've gathered so far, I can only surmise that the sales meeting between the two men was somehow the catalyst for their disappearance. The fire at the warehouse likely played a part in how the situation unfolded, though its exact role is a mystery. Do you have any thoughts?
Well, Paimon was thinking that maybe someone accidentally knocked over an oil lamp and, No, never mind. Paimon's paintings to rest for a while. Over to you. I know just as much as you, Paimon. I can't think of anything better. We're still missing crucial information.
Right. I very much agree with you. It seems highly likely that we're missing a piece of the puzzle. Working off what we know so far, there are too many things that don't add up. The chances are that there are still some clues left for us to discover. One fact that I keep coming back to is that Amenoma Yuya is polite and well-mannered, while Mr. Nagato is introverted and passive. Neither seems like the type of person who is inclined towards initiating conflict. Mr. Nagato, being heavily in debt, is also the only one of them with a potential motive to disappear after the fire. The more I ponder it, the more puzzling it becomes. Just what could have happened there?
This also doesn't seem connected to the case of the attacker.
Right. Although the time frame seems to broadly match, no other details that we've learned seem to link the two events together. Amanoma Yuya lacks a key distinguishing feature of the attacker, namely that he is principally a practitioner of the blade testing techniques of the Amanoma art, not those of the combat-oriented Ishin art.
Darn. We thought we could get two birds with one stone here, but at this rate it's starting to look like a wild goose chase.
Let's keep going, since we've come this far. If we can solve this case, both Mr. Amanoma and Mrs. Nagato will be able to get some closure.
Okay, but where should we go now?
Let's head out of the city and check out the warehouse. There's still a chance we may be able to find some shreds of evidence.
Also, you have more things for me. Yes, you do. Thank you. I'm taking the mine now. And you.
Wait. I hear something ominous in the wind.
Oh, this must be another one of those sounds that only you can hear. As sketchy as that whole thing seems, you did put it to good use when we were chasing down that vision thief at Beo's tournament, so... I knew we could count on you. Why not just keep fighting? They're all on their side of the board. I barely had a bunch of pieces on the board. I don't know. I don't play Puyo Puyo Tetris. I don't know how this works. Maybe they didn't actually rage quit. Maybe they just quit because something came up and they had to go take care of it. Maybe their parents called for them and they had to go do chores. I don't know. Did they say anything in some kind of chat, like complaining? How do you know they rage quit? There could have been lots of other reasons for why they quit.
Now I'm picking up a strong scent in addition to the sound. It's right around here somewhere.
But there's nothing here.
It's gone now, but I can still sense the direction it left in. It felt very much like that ancient presence in Inazuma, the remnants of the Tatarigami.
Tatarigami.
Indeed. But this unexpected spring of inauspicious energy may prove to be of benefit to our investigation. We should remain vigilant and approach slowly.
Ah, so it's an underground warehouse.
The force is definitely coming from down below. The source of the Tatarigami energy has long since left this place, but the residue it left behind still hasn't dissipated completely. Judging from the concentration, I would have to conclude that the Tatarigami source resided here for a very long time.
Mrs. Nagito said that her husband used to hang around the warehouse by himself a lot.
It could well be that he was already under the influence of Tatarigami energy at that time.
Surely someone would have noticed.
From what I've been told, Tatarigami does not turn all people whom it preys on into violent monsters. But most will develop a stubborn streak upon being exposed to the Tatarigami's unfulfilled will. Their interests become fanatical obsessions.
This whole thing sounds incredibly similar to the whole ghost hunting thing that happened during the not the Shansholoville, the Fistral Garden quest in Honkai Star Rail. One with
Mr. Nagato had an interest in collecting to begin with. The influence of Tatarigami could explain why he became an obsessive hoarder, amassing more and more possessions even as he put himself in grave debt.
So what should we do now? Go down and take a look?
Step back. I'll open the door and take a look inside.
That's dangerous.
If we don't open this door, we can move no closer to the truth. You needn't worry. Both of us have faced far greater dangers than this. Relatively speaking, the risk here is trivial.
Oh, what's down there?
埋もれていて
Everything's buried in debris. I can't see anything.
火事によって
It looks like the fire caused a cave-in, reducing the entire warehouse to rubble.
Something was just a scare. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. That was too scary. Paimon was so sure that the warehouse boogeyman was about to jump out at us. I mean, if the fire caused the entire underground warehouse to collapse in on itself, then and at the same time the two people who were in the warehouse disappeared, doesn't that just mean that they're most likely buried underneath it? I don't know if they're missing or buried and probably dead. How's anybody able to search the rubble to know that there's no bodies in there? Made one missed drop and then spammed hard drop just to end the match fast, along with closing the software. Oh, okay, but still, like I said, they probably needed to leave. They probably needed to go. They didn't have time to play through the whole match. Like maybe they queued up for a match and they waited for however long the queue is, and then once it started, they got something else came up that was completely unrelated to the game, like their parents calling for them, or they needed to go help somebody who they live with. So they had to hurry up and end the match as fast as they could. So they did that. That was too scary. Paimon was so sure that the warehouse boogeyman was about to jump out at us.
All we can do now is keep searching in the direction that the Tatarigami's energy source left this place. Two ordinary humans entangled with the Tatarigami. I fear much misfortune has already befallen them.
Let's hurry. We cannot afford to delay any longer.
Yes, let's go. If nothing else, it's vital that we find out where the Tatarigami energy is coming from. Quiet your mind and focus on what you sense around you. Perhaps you too will perceive its ominous presence in the wind.
Is that your way of telling me that I have to hold down my middle mouse button for some reason? Really? I'm going.
From this point, the trail appears to split into two. The main source of the Tatarigami energy continued on into the distance, but a small portion remained here, and it seems to be dissipating slowly.
2 parts. So that corresponds to Mr. Nagato and Aminoma Yuya?
Quite possibly. Let's search the area.
Oh, look at all those hilichurls. They're acting really strangely.
Something seems to be drawing their attention. Let's take a closer look.
I'm drawing their attention now. Okay. Oh. I did it.
It's...
Oh, look at this red stuff. What is it?
By the looks of it, a letter written on a piece of torn clothing. The ink is bone dry. It must have been written quite some time ago. Well, let's take a look.
Oh, words. Red dyed fabric. I'm Nagato. I was wounded by Aminoma Yuya. He took my most precious blade. I chased him but could not catch him. I laid down here to rest on account of my exhaustion. I thought that I might croak right here. My stomach kept on bleeding, but it seems that some strange power has sustained me. Why did he steal that blade? I was going to sell it to him. He even burned my warehouse down. It hurts. It hurts. But for some reason I can't fall unconscious, so all I can do is distract from the pain and write. To distract from the pain is right. What'll happen to Sachiko, Yuichi, and Yuji? I'm sorry to them, I really am. Only now do I realize how stuck in my ways I was, how blind to my obsession. I must have been cursed. I collected all those strange and bizarre things, but they won me not one iota of happiness or warmth. Put all of it together, and it still wouldn't have been worth a single word from her mouth. Thank you. I'm sorry for letting you down, Sachiko.
According to this letter, a conflict arose between Amenoma Yuya because Amenoma Yuya wanted to seize a blade belonging to Mr. Nagato. Yuya started the fire that destroyed the warehouse and wounded Mr. Nagato in the fight. Mr. Nagato kept chase as long as he could, eventually stopping here to write this letter when his strength gave out.
So, where is he?
He was not only mortally wounded, but also under the heavy influence of Tatarigami. Add to that the fact that its aura seems to have attracted a horde of monsters, and I'm afraid he may no longer be with us. Whatever traces there may have been of his fate after this point, they've since been disturbed by the Hillagrills. There's nothing more for us to find here.
Let's ask the Tenryu Commission to do a thorough search later.
Yes. Right now we need to uncover some more important truths. If Amenoma Yuya is attacking other people indiscriminately, then the longer we take to find him, the more people risk meeting the same tragic end.
Right, so let's get moving. How did it come to this?
I wouldn't be surprised if he too fell prey to the influence of the Tatarigami. For a practitioner of the martial arts, the easiest desire to inflame would be the pursuit of further power and skill. All the clues that at first seemed disparate and disconnected, it seemed that we now know that the thread that runs... I'm struggling to speak, help me. I need tea. Tea, save me. All the clues that first seemed disparate and disconnected. It seems that now we know the thread that runs between them. I have a hypothesis that, if it's correct, not only explains the series of events leading to the two men's disappearance, but also zeroes in on the attacker's identity.
Oh wait, you figured it out? So, these two cases are connected after all.
I believe so. But it's something of an outlandish idea. I'll only be able to confirm my suspicions once we've met him in person. On with the search. We must stay vigilant. At any point now, we may find ourselves in danger.
Well, we're going... Whoosh. No. Take me away. I'm here.
He seems to have stayed here for a long time.
Why here? Is there anything special about this place?
I'm not sure, but on closer examination, I sense that the aura may have lingered here at several different points in time. Show yourself. It's no use hiding anymore. Harumph. Kaedehara Kazuha. It's you at last.
Ah, so it is the same guy who was from before. What's your problem, huh? What could you possibly have against Kazuha?
Indeed, there should be no enmity between us. If it is Amenoma Yuya that stands before us. But what if instead of facing Amenoma Yuya, we were in fact facing the blade in his hand?
The very glowy and evil-looking blade. The blade. Now that you mention it, it is giving off a strange light. Whoa, surely you don't mean... are you serious?
Tatarigami energy often lodges itself within physical objects, then works to subtly affect any living organisms in its vicinity. The blade has resided in Mr. Nagato's whereabouts for many years, affecting his state of mind, and more recently using the sail as a means to affect, or rather, as a means to occupy Amanoma Yuya's body. You're sharper than I thought. You've already deduced the truth of this matter. Many, many years ago, I was forged by a famed bladesmith of the Ishin tradition. I was his pride and joy. In me, he placed all his hopes and dreams. As a descendant of the Kaedehara clan, you should be able to guess our greatest regret. I presume it has something to do with the Raiden Gokaden. Indeed. At that point in time, he failed to live up to the Raiden Shogun's expectations. In the end, all he could do was flee the nation by sea, on a ship bound for Snezhnaya. He was a bladesmith of great renown, a master of his craft. There was nothing that he could not accomplish. All he needed was more time and a little faith. And sure enough, in the end, he achieved what he had set out to do. All of his life work, his wisdom, his skill, it accumulated in his creation of me. He not only bestowed upon me the greatest strength, but also endowed me with a consciousness of my own. In her conceit, the Raiden Shogun lost not only a single most perfect blade in the entire world, but also an irreplaceable achievement in the art of blade forging.
So, swords can become conscious and control people?
The people of the time in which I was born never believed I had the kind of power. They saw me as a mere blade, a sharp and well-crafted one, but in all other aspects an ordinary weapon. But that gave me the opportunity to take action. After the death of my creator, I decided to leave Snezhnaya and began my long quest to return to the distant land of Inazuma, moving from one person to the next. I controlled the minds of countless hosts along the way, each bringing me one step closer to my ancestral home. I seek but one thing, to face the full force of the Raiden Shogun's blade, and prove my power, the might of Ishin art. So, Amanoma Yuya was not your first victim. Tell me, what happens to those you've possessed when you've finished using them? My hosts? Who cares what happens to them? They're but tools that serve my mission. When they got tired or injured, or unusable, I hoped to use the next one in line. All I needed them for was to take me back to Inazuma.
You're awful.
After I returned to Inazuma, I decided to bide my time in Nagato's warehouse, until Amanoma Yuya handed himself over to me on a silver platter. At long last, I'm approaching my journey's destination. By Amanoma Yuya's body, I have found you, and by your hand, I shall defeat the Raiden Shogun. Kaedehara Kazuha, you stood against the Raiden Shogun's Muso no Hitotachi. There can be no other to serve as my host for what is to come. Now, give your body over to me.
But what if I beat you up instead? Ow. Burst. Ow, ow. Burst. No. Enemy Kazuha. Mom. Melt. Wow. How's the water? Boom. Ta-da! Easy.
Do not stand in my way, or I'll strike you down too.
Your buff's fooling no one. You've lost.
Lost? I can never lose. It is this body that has reached its limit, nothing more. Even if you defeat me here, the one who falls will not be me, but this man. He is but a puppet that can be replaced. I can take a new vessel at will.
Then we'll smash you to pieces.
The end result is the same. I'll end this wretch's life before you can lift a finger. And even if I were to lose my physical form, it is but a small setback. My consciousness shall endure. By any means necessary and any medium available, I shall return and fulfill my destiny.
Your fighting style, it is indeed the forms of Ishin art. But from your movements I sense only hatred and arrogance, as well as a thinly veiled mania and despair.
Really? You can tell all that just from his moves?
As I mentioned before, the forms of Ishin art convey the user's thoughts and feelings. Since the blade is currently possessing Amanoma Yuya's body, its movements express the innermost thoughts of the blade. If you ask me, the mania is probably due to your desperate, single-minded ambition. You believe I am your only hope.
Are you trying to claim that I'm helpless without you? On his deathbed, he passed to me all of the Ishin art's secrets. The little that you know barely scratches the surface. In that regard, why would I ever need your help?
Because all of that is in the past. I've been wondering why you've not caused more trouble in all the years that you've been in Inazuma. If you are indeed a cursed blade that can possess its owner. Now that I've seen now that I'm seen inside your mind, everything finally makes sense. You weren't biding your time. You were trapped. After all the time that's passed, you've grown weak to the point that you're now unable to acquire a new host without making physical contact.
Oh, that's right. Paimon remembers now. Mr. Nagato had a bad habit of well, not a bad habit. Mr. Nagato had a habit of never touching his collectibles.
Only when Mr. Nagato witnessed his wife's distress and decided to sell his collectibles did you finally have an opportunity to reach out to the Amanoma Yuya and make your escape.
What of it?
Well, that brings me to my second point. There's a despair in you that's so strong it threatens to overwhelm you. You were determined to fulfill your maker's ambition, whatever the cost. But this ambition is too grand, and too heavy for you to bear. Each step you've taken has come at a great cost. I think you realized your limitations long ago. The more you clenched your teeth and pressed forward, the greater your fear of losing everything you had achieved grew, and the more you wished to run from the truth. But the way I see it, what began as an ambition has long since become a delusional fantasy.
What would you know about any of this? I'm just one step away from achieving my goal.
You returned to Inazuma to prove the unparalleled brilliance of Ishin art. But to make this arduous journey, you committed countless atrocities and showed a blatant disregard for human life. Even if you were to sever that divine light, is this truly the outcome that your maker would have desired?
You...
Sure, you inherited the secrets of Ishin art, but even as you made your journey to honor this legacy, you treated the ones who wielded you as mere tools to do your bidding. How could you possibly unleash the full potential of Ishin art when you act in perfect discordance with the principles of harmony between the blade and its bearer?
Silence, you blabbering fool. I must achieve my goal. This was his life's dream, the very purpose for which I was brought into being. I'll concede that you are most perceptive. You see my predicament clearly, but you also underestimate my resolve.
And you should face reality.
Easy for you to say. Facing reality offers me nothing. I have no need of anything that would stand in my way. Not hesitation, not self-reflection, and certainly not your so-called reality. It is pointless to argue further. Descendant of the Kaidahara clan, if you wish to save this man, then offer me your body in exchange.
How stubbornly you stick to your wayward path. I do not believe for a second that you can challenge the almighty Shogun in your current state. So let us make a bet, and I'll put your strength to the test.
What? Surely you're not planning to agree to his demands.
Very well. Then find yourself some enemies with whom you wish to cross blades. A taste of my power will more than convince you. Once we have dealt with them, we shall proceed to Tenshukaku.
And as for your end of As for your end of the bargain, if you lose, you must release Eminoma Yuya from your control.
I accept.
そんなのダメだカズハ。
Don't do this, Kazuha! This is a risky strategy. You're dealing with a cursed blade that can possess people.
これはユウヤ殿を救う
This is the only way to save Eminoma Yuya. If we don't do this, he'll forever be the blade's puppet. The cursed blade's strength is currently very weak, and I sense he's hesitating. This suggests his heart is still not completely devoid of honor. The power of the Tatarigami lies in intensifying existing obsessions. This is the reason Mr. Nagato and Aminoya Yuya fell prey to it. Since I don't have any similar kinds of obsessions, I should be able to put up some resistance for a while.
But even so...
Even if things take a turn for the worse, I still have you both here with me. We have a chance here to save an innocent victim. I'm willing to accept the risks entailed.
Alright, fine. It's not like I can stop you.
Your disdain for me betrays your woeful ignorance. I agree to this bet because there are things I wish to learn too. Now take me in your hand.
So, how do you feel? Are you feeling possessed? Kazuha!
I'm okay. I felt a little dizzy at first, but only for a moment. It's alright. So far, this is what I was expecting.
Something feels off. Let me know immediately.
I will. Thank you.
これからどうす
Well, what should we do next? Have you got a plan, Kazuha?
We find some enemies. Although this blade has endured much turmoil, it probably hasn't experienced many real fights. If a blade built for Ishin art cannot enter a state of harmony between blade and its bearer, it cannot unleash its true power. If he wants to avoid reality, then we need to fight until he has no choice but to face it. He shouldn't last long in an intense combat situation.
そういえば
Oh, wait a minute. Paimon remembers hearing about something from the Adventurers Guild.
前に
Since the Takatsuka clan abandoned that secret base, it's been held by Ronin ever since. That should fit the bill.
Alright. Please lead the way.
ユウヤはどう
Oh, what about Anomoya Yuya? Oh, what should we do with him?
The blade says he'll let Anamoya Yuya trail us silently. Although he hasn't regained his own consciousness yet, he's not in any immediate danger.
本当に大
Are we sure this is a good idea?
までの道
It's a pretty treacherous
険
journey.
しいけど
Okay,
気
fine.
をつけていこう
Just be
ぜ
careful. Here we go. Where do I teleport? Here? Here? This way. Meow. Meow. I'm here now. Occupy the hold. Oh, it's a dungeon. And of course, it recommends bringing an animal. I don't have any good animal characters. I guess Turpos is good enough.
力になれるように
Just don't look at her weapon and don't look at her artifacts. And also her town levels, I think. Don't look at any of her stats.
Leave everything on this journey to me.
Oh, never mind, I'm just playing as Kazuha. Nobody else exists. We're getting there. Oh, hello. Can y'all group up? Perfect. Oh, I did it. Yay.
体の様子はどうだ？
How are you feeling? Are you okay?
問題ないでござるよ。
I'm alright. The blade is performing largely as expected.
この刀は
Having gone so long without proper use and maintenance, it's become very difficult to use.
こやつはまだ
Though he's making every effort to persevere, I do not think he can last much longer.
ふむ
まだ何か気になる
Something else on your mind?
不思議なこと
How strange.
こやつに
Rather than trying to control me, he's instead trying to match my fighting rhythm.
引き続き
Let's keep going.
進むでご
Oh, treasure. Hello. I've come here to beat you all up.
マイそこだとふっふっよっしはっふっほれ風よとはっせいほれとはっよっそれやはっ
Hello. Mercy.
風の雲の行くごとはっはっやはりダメだここまでやはり
Ta-da! Oh, something is up with the blade. What's going on? It's grown dimmer?
こやつの力が
I can sense that his strength is slowly fading away.
What is this glowing orb?
What
What does it mean?
The blade is becoming more and more difficult for me to wield. He cannot hold out for much longer. If he keeps persisting, he'll likely break apart at any moment.
そうだっ
But
たらいい
what would that do to Anamoya Yuya?
I'll be careful with it. He also says he does not have any plans to give up easily. He's still trying to achieve his goal.
Oh, birdie.
敵だ気をつけろ
Oh god, ambush! Why can I not swirl the fire? Why you no swirl? Oh, but I can swirl that fire specifically. Fine, I see how it is. I'm sensing some bias.
借りなく時風よ
Ta-da!
大丈夫か
Are you okay? It looked like you were really struggling the entire fight.
だけど
Yes. It looks like he's reached his limit.
もう限界のようで
光がまた
The machine's grown a bit dimmer again. It doesn't look anywhere near as impressive as it did at the start.
なってるな
おそらくこれで
Perhaps this time we'll finally have a chance to see his true
見られる
form.
やもしれぬ
本当の
True form? What are you talking about? Huh? What the?
本当に
Is this the same blade as before?
なのか
It looks like a piece of junk.
ボロボロだなんて
The wear and tear is severe.
お主の状態では
If you choose to continue in the state you're in, you wouldn't even be able to beat a
このままだと
samurai and kairagi, much less the almighty shogun. Maybe you truly did wield the power to rival the shogun's light when first forged. But the long journey from Snezhnaya back to Inazuma has left you battered and broken. It barely needs stating anymore. Your ambition is a flight of fancy.
ただの独りよがりなものであった
Will he listen to you? Though the truth is right there in front of him?
賭けをするときに言った
I finally figured out why it is that you
それ
agreed
が
to.
ようやく
Buh.
分かったでござるよ
I finally figured out why it was that you agreed to my bet.
お主は拙
You
者
wanted
と
to reach a
共に
state of harmony with me.
入り
For perhaps then you'd still be able to wield commendable power.
ただ残念
But regrettably, we are nothing alike. I'll never understand your obstinacy and cruelty, nor could I empathize with the one who made you. The only one who truly understood you had already passed away by the time you were born.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Oops.
There they are! Take them down!
Ah! Where do they keep coming from? You shouldn't fight with this blade anymore.
そうだな
Yeah, we can have this time.
Don't worry, I'll use my own blade.
それに
It's just more of the same.
単なる敵の位置だ
Okay, never mind, we're not helping. Kazuha solo. Wow.
よっはっ風よそこだほれせい行こう前にふっはっやっふっはっ
Ta-da!
やっぱり使い
You've had way better with your own sword.
You are a true Kaedehara, in flesh and in spirit. Though we fought briefly together, you have seen me for who I really am. No one knew anything of my story throughout my travels, nor did I tell it to anyone. You are the first person to know the truth. I thought that if I could achieve Ishin harmony with you, perhaps there would still be a ray of hope for me. But in this too, you have failed. Indeed. No matter how hard I tried, I could not attain that perfect harmony that your personal blade does with you. Too much time has passed. My physical state is poor, and without proper maintenance, I can only disguise my true appearance behind an outer sheen. Yours is the blade that took on the Musou no Hitotachi, and what a magnificent blade it is. Perhaps I shall never reach that level of glory. Actually, this is just a generic blade that I picked up during my travels in Liyue. What? Forging and maintenance are both important for a blade, but they're not everything. This blade has traveled the land with me for many years, and we have formed a close bond during that time. Plus, in the moment that I most needed it, I received aid from another power. Skill, blade, determination, and desire. All these must be aligned in the practice of Ishin art. There's something else I must tell you. Though your maker may not have been aware, your ability to possess your own consciousness derived from the power of the Tatarigami. Tatarigami is a malevolence from the ancient past. It is the source of your mania and savagery. Though you tried to cooperate with me while I was wielding you, the part of you driven by Tatarigami was constantly trying to seize control of my body. I sensed it, but I couldn't change it. It's an integral part of my consciousness. I resisted its temptations because I wanted to save Anamoya Yuya, but I do not know whether you yourself have any intention of trying to fight it. I feel a great sense of regret for you, since you embarked on a journey bound for a destination you were destined never to reach. The moment you embarked on this journey, you lost the only person who could have ever unleashed your true potential, and yet there was no way for you to turn your back on this ambition. You've known this for a long time. It is the true source of your despair. He gave me everything. My life, my form, my consciousness, my purpose. How could I possibly deny him his wish? I said to him, "Don't worry. From here on, I shall forge your legacy, not destiny." Gah. How could I go back on my word? I believe our bet is now settled. I have nothing further to say.
Where are you going, Kazuha?
He now has neither the ability nor the motivation to cause further harm. Let's give him some time to reflect on things.
Okay, bye-bye.
When I touched the hilt for the first time, it was as if I was transported to a strange dimension. It was somewhere I've never been. A bladesmith lay quietly on the bed, his frail face barely visible under the moonlight. His breaths were weak, and his life near its end. A newly forged blade lay by his side, listening attentively to his final words.
Wow, that was the blade's memory, wasn't it?
Indeed. While in exile in Snezhnaya, the bladesmith eventually learned the truth behind everything that had happened. The Ishin art had been dealt a devastating blow by the desertation of its best myths. He spent the rest of his life in the forge, not to vent his frustration and hatred, but to atone for his actions. He felt intense regret at being tricked by the Vtuber, but he could never again return to his homeland. His sole wish was to one day return his single proudest creation back to the land of his birth.
So he instructed his sentient blade to find a way back to Inazuma, no matter how long or hard the journey, but he never wished to rival the gods. All he wanted was to show that they once shone brilliantly as blade and smith, that they were still worthy of being trusted.
そうだったのか。
So that's the true story.
けど
But after that, the bladesmith's intentions were warped by the Tatarigami, slowly turning his proud creation into the cursed blade of today.
Right. I believe the bladesmith might have never known that the power he worked with was that of the Tatarigami. The hatred within that power is what sent that blade down its ill-fated path. This blade has committed unforgivable atrocities, but only because it lost its original master. No one was there to correct its errors when it was losing its way.
全部遅すぎ
Shame it's too late now.
Yes, it is too late. Time would not wait or stop because of his determination. While the world moved on, his ambition remained stubbornly stuck in a fleeting moment at the dawn of his journey. He seemed to have calmed down, though. Let's go check in.
How you doing, Mr. Sword?
When I look back at the past, I can remember the day of my forging like it was just yesterday. I once told him that I would pay any price to fulfill his wishes. Such was the debt I owed him for giving me the gift of consciousness. But darkness and slaughter numbed the mind. Over time, I lost sight of the difference between gratitude and grudge. Not only did I fail to fulfill his ambition, I also defiled it.
You're finally seeing reality clearly.
Since we agreed to the terms of the bet, I will honor the agreement and release Aminoya. Aminoma Yuya. I will never memorize that name. But I still cannot bring myself to forsake his ambition. It is the entire purpose for my existence. So, may I ask you to help me fulfill the ambitions of myself and my creator?
おい調子に乗
Hey,
る
now you're adding yours into the mix too? Jeez, don't push your luck, mister.
It has to be done in this order. At least hear what I have to say. And if you don't agree, I will still release Aminoma Yuya as promised. My physical form, as well as the knowledge I possess, should still be of some value to you.
なんだか
His attitude has grown a lot milder.
どうするんだ
What do you think, Kazuha?
聞いて
Should we give him a chance?
Let's hear it.
Thank you all. When I was first forged, my maker was already terminally ill. He told me that he had wanted me to have the grandest opening battle. Alas, after that, he never rose from his sickbed again. Nor have I ever had the chance to prove myself in battle since. My fights were devoid of any noble meaning. They were merely the next step in my never-ending journey. The next in a long line of transgressions. You are a fine warrior. I would like to request your hand in battle and experience a true duel between samurai.
Oh? And who would be the opponent?
I will release Aminoma Yuya and restore his consciousness. Perhaps after that you could convince him to commit to a fight with you. He must have plenty of reasons to both hate me and desire a good fight.
Understood. Then let's start by waking him up and seeing if he has the stamina and will to fight.
Amino Mayuya finally regains consciousness. The party explains the situation to him. Oh hey, welcome back. Your voice sounds normal now.
I see. He used my body to inflict harm on others. I utterly despise him and his actions, but since you stayed true to your agreement by releasing me, he must still have some remaining semblance of honor. If a duel can help him set the state of affairs in order, I'm willing to put myself forward. I do not wish to be a mere victim in this story.
安心しろ
There's no need to worry. We'll vouch for your innocence to the Tenryou Commission.
Thanks for your help. Who knows how this would have ended without your intervention. Alright then, let's move on. More Ronin could appear at any moment. We can't stay here. In any case, for the final duel, I think we should aim for a greater sense of ceremony.
Oh hey! The dungeon is over. Yay! Challenge completed! And we get some stuff that I'm probably not gonna use. Also challenge. Take me away. I missed. What do I do when I miss? Really? 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 Okay, maybe we should, abort? Try being a taller character that I'm less likely to miss. Alright. And then practically the chibi team returns. Meow. This reminds Paimon a bit of the Crux Clash. That was a much more relaxed occasion. Yep, but we still can't let our guard down even now. Paimon has a sneaking suspicion that Blade hasn't told us everything. Still, even if he's way past the point of redemption, it's hard not to feel a teensy bit sorry for him. Are you ready?
Ready? Okay, alright then. Successor of ancient art, Kaidehara Kazuha. Successor of Eminoma art, Eminoma Yuya. Honored to cross blades with you. It's my honor also.
And now I beat him up. Meow, look at him go. He's blocking. He's not blocking behind him. Burst. I still haven't even been hit once. Let's go! I never even got hit. I'm a professional gamer.
Thank you for the experience. Although he appears battered and broken, in your hands it seems he's regained a glimmer of brilliance. His sense of savage cruelty has completely faded away, but that same sense of determination remains strong. You also fought well. I'm sure he's relished that experience. There are a few things that I shall leave him to tell you himself. I must apologize to you for all that has transpired. You need not seek my forgiveness, nor do I have the right to forgive you on your victim's behalf. It's too late for all of that. I do not wish for forgiveness. I only hope that you will see my transgressions as mine alone, and not let them stain the legacy of Ishin art. I strayed far from the straight and narrow path, but the Ishin art still has a worthy successor in Kaidehara Kazuha. I beseech you, please understand this. Yes, I too trust Mr. Kaidehara to do the right thing. Thank you, successor of Eminoma art.
How did you make that voice come out of your mouth?
This blade has also told me that he has another wish. You'd like to visit the Amanoma smithy. Maybe we can go back there together.
そこで何を
What does he want to go there for?
それは拙者にも
I'm not sure, but I think that all this is about to come to an end.
Maybe he wants to be like melted down and reforged into a new blade or something? I don't know. Hello, I'm back. Yong.
おお、ゆうや、やっと帰ってきたか。
Oh great, it's this guy again.
It's Yuya. You've returned.
すみません。
I'm sorry to have troubled you. It's all thanks to them that I was able to return safely.
無事に帰ってこれました。
You tell Amanoma Tongo about the various things that happened.
一神殿の
A
残した
prized Ishin blade. Turned weapon that controls the human mind.
武器になって。は
Considering their forging philosophy, it was indeed within the realm of
あ
possibility.
その領域に
This is a great pity.
じゃが
But I have some good news as well. Ryuji from the Bantan Sango Detective Agency tells me that they've found the missing Mr. Nagato.
Really? Is he okay?
ああ
Yes, badly wounded, but he'll live.
一名ゆうやも帰ってきた
And now that Yuya is back, it seems like the final ending to the story is a happy one after all.
お主の考えている
I think I know what you want to do.
大方
どうしたんだカズ
Oh, what's wrong, Kazuha?
またその
Is the blade whispering in your ear again?
内緒話して
Yes,
こやつは
you said he wants to take control of me for a brief
拙者の
moment.
体
What? No way! Hasn't he learned his lesson?
こやつが言うには
He tells me that he's thought of another way to fulfill his maker's wish, and he assures me that he won't use my body for anything nefarious.
拙者は
I've
こ
decided
や
to
つ
let
の
him do
要
it.
求に従おうと思う
You, but he... Ugh. Guess there's nothing we can say to change our mind, huh? The decision is yours, I guess.
かたじけない
Thank you. I'll explain my
後で理
reasons
由を
later.
話すでござるよ準備はできた
Okay, I'm ready. Let us begin. Please stay true to your promise.
Hello?
俺の力はもう残りわずかだ。奴を失った俺は朽ちる運命にある。だが俺が未来を手放し、今に全てを享受すれば、この身を打ち直せる。
すべてまさか
俺という全ての意志を代償にだ。お前の言う通りだ。俺にはもう何もできない。だが、一神殿にはまだ可能性がある。復元された俺なら最高の研究材料になるはずだ。伝承が途絶えなければ栄光は戻ってくる。たとえライデン将軍に力を証明するのが俺でなくとも、それが一神殿に由来し、楓原家の手によるものであれば、奴の願いも叶うだろう。感謝する楓原家の末裔よ。時が経ち、今やマナを知る者はいない。その名に触れるのが恥と知りながら、一度も忘れはしなかった。顔鶴瓶一心、この名はお前に預けよう。
安らかに眠るがよい
順序ってこういう意味だったんだな。
Wow. The whole animated cutscene that Kazuha gets for his character's story quest is just him hammering on a sword. Nice cutscene, I guess. I feel like this is less of Kazuha's story quest and more like this sword's story quest. Feel bad for Kazuha. So that's why he said it had to be done in that order.
投稿の
His consciousness will disappear forever after fulfilling a bladesmith's wish.
永遠になく
カゴ鶴瓶一心
Kagotsurube Ishin. It was the first time I ever heard his
で
name.
ござる
It seems like deep down he disapproved of his own actions, and thus chose to bury this name deep within his heart. Only in the final moments before his consciousness faded was he willing to entrust it to another.
本当に
Seems like he really wanted to fulfill his maker's wish.
The same fervent ambition that gave him the motivation to keep going forward also fueled that stubborn determination that blinded him to the path ahead. Speaking for myself, I'd rather see him recognize and atone for his mistakes than to see him punished for them.
The remnants of defeated gods are nothing to scoff at.
I understand. Perhaps this is a flaw in my personality. I've always been captivated by grand aspirations. Hearing his wish to rival the divine light touched something inside of me. Just as the sight of those who fought to repeal the vision hunt decree did. Your quest to face the gods and trace your sibling inspires me in the same way. After everything I've seen, perhaps these pursuits fascinate me a little more than they should.
カズハ
Oh, Kazuha.
I'll continue to support you from this point on. Know that you'll have my assistance whenever you need it.
I'll hold you to your word.
そういえば
Oh wait, shouldn't we also go after Kujo Kamaji?
Oh, you're right. We need to tell him about the findings of our investigation. And it's also time to give him a response to the offer he made me.
No. Hello. Again.
君たち
You've returned! I heard that the issue has been resolved, though this was a treacherous investigation indeed. We're most fortunate that no lives were lost. The Tenryu Commission has already attended to the danger at the warehouse. The investigation in Aminoma Yuya should conclude soon. I do not believe he'll be charged with any crime.
Wow, you sure kept your ear on the ground.
早いんだ
Then we needn't recount all the details again. Now, as to your earlier offer, I wish to give you my answer. Please take a look at this blade.
これは
What's this?
Kagotsurebe Ishin, a weapon crafted using a long-lost blade forging art of the Kaidehara clan. By means of a series of fortuitous events, I was able to recover and restore him. I also promised him that I would continue to study and pass on the secrets of Ishin art.
I think it's a little weird for you to call the sword him when this person you're talking to has no context that he used to be conscious.
And so it looks like I'll likely continue with my journey across the nations, learning more about this blade as I go.
そうか
I see.
わかった
I understand. The Kaidehara clan has already been a family of bladesmiths, so it is only proper for me to continue on this path. Were I to accept your goodwill, I may find myself embroiled in conflicts between the shogunate and Sengonomiya. That would not suit me.
いや誤解だ
You misunderstand.
決してそういうわけでは
That was most certainly not our intent.
I'm aware, but I still desire to continue walking my own path.
そうか
Very well.
わかった
I can understand.
今回の話は
Then let's pretend this offer was never raised.
でも
However, if you should ever change your mind or find yourself in need of a shogunate's assistance, please do not hesitate to inform
いつ
me.
でも僕に
Great. Thank you for your generosity.
これからどこ
Where will you travel to next, Kazuha?
I'll probably take to the seas with Captain Beto again for now. As for my next destination, let's see where the wind takes me.
Insert whoosh sound effect. Hooray! Kazuha's story quest completed!
リーダーと会った時
You must have a whole bunch of questions after our last conversation with Nihida. Paimon was ready to ask her a million more questions, but didn't want to seem too pushy.
例えば
Like, about these descenders. So, does that just mean people like you who come traveling to Teyvat from someplace else?
旅しに来た人なのかなそれに
And as for your brother,
さんのことも
so many questions. Let's go find Nihida and see what else we can find out.
リーダーと話してみようぜ
That's the dialogue. That's the Paimon dialogue to let me know that the next interlude chapter quest is available. Yay! The Nightbird follows at the curtain's call. Go to the sanctuary of Surasthana. In order to look for more information about your sibling, you and Paimon decide to visit Nahida in the sanctuary of Surasthana once more. Along the way, you hear people discussing something. So this is finally the interlude that comes after the Sumerian Archon quest, I think. I don't know if there is an interlude for after Fontaine's Archon quest yet. I think there might not be. I think that comes in 4.7. Or no. It's in the... Is it in the second half of 4.6? There was the whole story with Sethos and Cyrano, right? I don't know if that's like Cyrano's character story or it's part of the interlude. It's probably Cyrano's character story. Most likely. Then the interlude will be 4.7, the next meter patch. So I'm gonna do this one next. But before I do, I'm gonna take a quick break and refill my tea and use the restroom. So I'm gonna be right back. Give me a couple minutes. And then we're gonna... Look, they probably changed the stream title. Hold on. Change it to... Interlude Chapter 3. There we go. It is Chapter 3, right? Or Act 3. No. I got it wrong. Interlude Chapter Act 3. That's confusing. Let's do Interlude Act 3. There we go. There we go. Now I changed the title. I fixed it. Okay, I'm gonna go take a break. I'm gonna be back. Wait for me. have returned. Hello. Hi. I got the tea. It has been revealed. I need to put honey in the tea now. It is more Earl Grey black tea. Again. Same thing. You're back. I'm back! Hi. I'm back. I'm also Yuri. I'm multiple things. What an experience. Okay. We're going to the sanctuary. Oh, I'm being kidnapped. Who are you?
Come on, serious suggestions, please. I'm not trying to write a thriller here. It's supposed to be an essay, you understand? An essay. That means facts and logic. Well, if it's facts and logic you're after, you shot yourself in the foot with your choice of research topic, didn't you? The Tataru-sana mystery? When so much remains unexplained, there's little to be objective about. Unless, of course, you restrict yourself to textual criticism.
Oh, Mirror is still on. I totally didn't forget. I would never forget. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, this is my teacher's area of research. I can't change that. But it's fascinating enough without having to sensationalize it. I can't speak. Ugh. Don't you think? The strange location, the missing details, a mysterious person? I went to write my essay on something interesting, and I'm interested in getting to the bottom of all this. And that's the only reason I came to you. Yes, you came to me. So all the more reason to take my advice. The fact is, it's the dramatization? That's a word I can read. It's the dramatization that'll make people want to read it. There's no getting around that. Okay, but...
Wait, one of them just mentioned Tataru-sana? But that's all the way in Inazuma. Is it just Paimon, or is it kind of unusual for someone in Sumeru to want to write a paper about that? Huh. Everyone here is just going about their business. Maybe it really is just Paimon. I guess people here are free to research pretty much anything. Still, let's listen in. Great! Let's go find out what this Tatarasuna. I keep wanting to say Tataru-sana. No. Tatarasuna mystery is all about. Inversion of Genesis. Well, that's one way to make it sound ominous. Excuse me, mind if I butt in your conversation?
Alright, I guess I'll go with my textual criticism in your editorial direction for the first draft. I have a feeling that this missing kabo kimono will end up being the main focus of this paper. If only we knew where to find that traveler. From what they say about her, this seems like the kind of thing she'd know about.
If you're looking for the traveler, that's me.
Oh, you're the traveler, you say?
Hey, what's with that face? Don't believe us? If you don't believe me, I'll go.
No, of course I believe you. Actually, I first heard about your great exploits when I was still in Inazuma. This is my first time coming face to face with you and your mysterious silver-haired companion. I couldn't believe my luck, and out of the force of habit, I started, examining the evidence. Sorry. Sawada, for the love of... sorry, we don't get out much, so our social skills are kinda lacking.
Sorry, I'm just gonna fly into your conversation and act like I walked all the way. Don't make me... No, look, what happened was, I glided down with my glider, and then I time traveled back and then I changed my mind like, wait a second. No, I need to make a more dramatic entrance as the camera pans very close to the floor. Seeing my legs walking from the side, all dramatic like, as I walk in at the perfect time when I mentioned. All according to plan.
Traveler, I hear you've helped many people a great deal and been to many places. Would you be able to tell us about Tatarasuna?
I think I keep wanting to say Tataru because that's the name of my favorite character from Final Fantasy XIV. Actually, we don't know much about that place either. In fact, we only came over here because we heard you talking about it and wanted to learn more.
I see.
Sorry, I can't help this time.
My teacher chose this way of research as a personal challenge. He said it's difficult to get into because even Inazumans don't know much about Tatarasuna's past. But who'd have thought that...
If you don't mind, I'd love to show you all my outline for the book I'm writing about Tatarasuna.
Hold on, Sawada. Don't you think that's a bit of a deep dive for the first read?
Fair point. In that case, please ease yourselves in gently by taking a look at Aquaba's latest essay draft.
Let me give you some background. That's all started with the discovery of some records in Tatarasuna. The writings mentioned someone by the name of Mikoshi Nagamasa, who crafted a fine blade. But in the end, he threw it into the fire to destroy it, and killed his servant, Katsuragi. Why? Well, no one knows. Apart from the sword maker, his servant, and the one who wrote this all down, the records all mention the kabukimono. This seems to be an Inazuman word for an eccentric stranger. Someone who dresses funny or acts in an unusual way.
That's right. Aquaba's teacher has spent quite some time researching these events on the ground. This kabukimono lived in Tatarasuna for a while before disappearing without a trace. And shortly afterwards, as Aquaba mentioned, things got pretty ugly.
So first this strange person goes missing, then a murder happens? Oh, seems kind of fishy to Paimon.
Yes, my thoughts exactly. So I helped out too. I asked everyone I could think of if they knew anything about what happened back then, and wow, did I get lucky.
Stop shouting!
And this part's important. I just wanted to make it stand out. It just so happens that a friend of mine works at the government records office. He looked into it for me, and I can now confirm that all the aforementioned individuals did in fact live in Inazuma over 400 years ago. Even back then, Tatarasuna was already at the center of Inazuma's smelting industry. The man in charge was a government official named Niwa. Curiously enough, it seemed like he went missing too.
Could it be? Wait, so there are two missing people in the story now.
That's right. What's more, Niwa is the name with a lot of history to it. Have you ever heard of the great swordsmith clans of Inazuma?
Oh, the swordsmiths? Yeah, like Ishin Art and so on.
Oh, yes, you really know your stuff. That makes things easier. So basically, this Niwa was a distant relative of the Kadehara clan, the last practitioners of Ishin art. Something then seems to have happened to the Kadehara clan, leading to this downfall. I don't know the details, but taken in light of everything else going on around that time, it makes you wonder whether it's all connected somehow.
The Kadehara clan.
Sawada, you left out the biggest detail of all.
There's more?
Oh, yes, of course, how could I forget? Brace your minds, ladies and gents, for they're about to be blown. Or maybe you won't believe your ears. I won't blame you, of course, because in all my years as a writer, this is by far the most...
Get to the point, for Pete's sake.
According to information acquired by Aquaba's teacher, the kabukimono was not a human, but a puppet.
So, it was her a puppet? The Shogun puppet that the Electro Archon made should be ruling Inazuma with her as we speak. It couldn't be her. Technically, the Wanderer is also a puppet, wasn't he? I think he was the first one who was made to be a puppet to replace A, but for some reason he was faulty or not good enough, so they built Raiden instead. I forgot how this works. Oh, I don't remember. The Kawakimono has to be the paladin. Yeah, exactly as I mentioned. But what was he doing 400 years ago in Tatarasuna?
Judging by the looks on your faces, you do know something after all.
What? Let Paimon know if she keeps her mouth shut. No. Paimon just meant, how creepy. The way you described it makes it sound like a ghost story.
I agree. It does, but considering that non-human races in Inazuma are by no means uncommon, spooky events are to be expected. And that's exactly what my book is about. And please take a look.
I'm still surprised that things like ghosts and spirits are so common in Inazuma, when apparently during some kind of war, probably the Archon War, all of the yokai went extinct. That's why yokai barely exist in Inazuma, even though it's so heavily based on Japan. Closest you can get is the only like Hito. Oh boy. Dial of darkling clouds? That's a word. Extract one. Whoa. Oh boy. It's story time, everybody. Are you ready? Take a sip of tea, prepare myself. A man arrived in Tatarasuna around 3 in the afternoon. From afar, he spied laborers walking along the mountain roads toward the factories, their shoes scuffing along the jutting stones. They walked like people, convinced that so long as they reached the fire raging in the mountain's belly, they might extract from it gems beyond price. The mood that the sight inspired was ineffable, beyond mere description for those not present to witness it. The men barked a cheerful greeting and sprinted to join the procession. There, a towering character who stood half a head taller greeted him with a heavy slap on the back, and yet his words were filled with respect. Did my eyes deceive me, Sir Miyazaki? I cannot think that the return trip here from Inazuma City could have been easy on you. Miyazaki smiled like a young man taking the first steps on their journey, expression relaxed. Why, Katsuragi, Inazuma is the realm of the almighty Shogun. I sailed upon the fastest ship, strolled upon the swiftest sea routes. What dangers could I have possibly faced? And what about the good news? There was some, naturally. The two burst into uproarious laughter, roughhousing with the other workers until the path's end. The young man, dressed in a linen shirt and wearing a headscarf, gazed into the dancing flames of the furnace before him. Now the flames of a forge are unlike any other, for their intensity affects the results integrity of both metal and blade. So too, then, was the flame watcher an unusual individual. At his fingertips sat a lizard, and on his face he wore a smile. The workshop was huge, and the furnace was deeper within. A reasonable person might think that there should have been many working alongside the watcher, yet he stood alone. Only when Katsuragi and Miyazaki strode into the room did the watcher turn. This watcher was Niwa, the armory officer and administrator of the Tatarasuna. Born to the Niwa clan, which served as one of the 3 pillars of the Ishin art, Niwa never argued with his siblings and was a worthy successor by all accounts. The post he received as a result of this high standing with those in power served as a statement unto itself. Miyazaki handed a well-bundled text to Niwa as he adjusted his expression and said, "It is as you said, sir. The elders of your clan in the city do not think highly of our plan. Yet I still believe it to be worth a try. As such, I have found the proper vendors and procedures and procured the materials that you requested." Niwa studied the text and nodded. "We should try some of these new forging techniques, where the Kainahara says yea or nay." Katsuragi frowned, and with a sigh he said, "Forging is a precise and difficult undertaking. You know this better than most, sirs, and still, you seek improvement each day with terrifying drive. Should my lord Nagasama hear this, the sourness in his face shall be hard to miss." Niwa smiled, replying, "And how goes the forging of your lord's great blade, Katsuragi?" Katsuragi neither wanted to shame his master, nor lie to his 2 friends, and yet he could not think of a way to deflect, and so groused, "I see your ears are as keen as your hands, Sir Niwa. The jokes of his unlearned men are as nothing before you. Miyazaki had his grin. Upon hearing this, Niwa released the lizard from his hand into Katsuragi's palm. But just as more words were to be exchanged, someone came walking nearby, and their footsteps light with the celerity of youth. Celerity? I don't even know what that word means. The head that peeked in was round, and in the light of the fires, looked like an oiled jewel. The young man placed some boxed food at the side and nodded. He prepared to leave. Katsuragi called out after him, "What about your share? Aren't you going to eat it?" The young man, upon hearing those words, found himself slightly at a loss. After a while, he answered, "Very well, I'll try it." "You're welcome to the food. We all eat the same fare, after all," Miwa said. The man nodded and left, seemingly deep in thought. Extract 2. The Kabukimono was by the coast. Sunset fell to the accompaniment of darkness. The bands of twilight showed themselves not, for in their place did their thunderclouds roil, grumbling the omens of coming rainstorm. Darkness filled the flesh of the sea, and the dusk bade the clouds to kneel upon the land, its supplication mirroring the Kabukimono, with knees bent and face pointed towards the waters. None passed that way, and none knew that what he was waiting for in silence. I have to prepare for my final band concert for here tomorrow, so I'm gonna get some rest. Thank you for the stream, your amazing voice acting skills. Okie dokie, bye bye! Have a good night, and also good day tomorrow. I will be here. We'll see if I'm able to finish the interlude quest today. I don't know if I will. I don't know how long it is. It seems like they keep getting longer and longer the further they go in. And since the previous one was from Inazuma, and this one was from Sumeru, this one is probably going to be longer. Time passed, unmeasured and uncounted, till a black cloud suddenly tore free from the sky and began to circle the Kabukimono, bearing down on him like a nightmare. Though he was not aware at first, after his studying gaze was refined by time, he understood. This cloud had marked him from the very start. Outbound, a fishboat drew near, the lights of its bow flickering in and out of sight beneath the falling sheets of rain. A mist unspooled across the area, stealing the sight from the fisherman. Repeatedly he exclaimed, "It is but dusk. How are my eyes darkened? Is there anyone that can deliver my boat upon safe tides?" Like a falling spear, the black cloud reached the bottom of the boat and was joined in the barefootness of direction. Bereftness of direction. I don't know what that word means. Like a charging beast, they plunged into the shoreline, scant steps away. There's a bug. It just flew in front of my face. Like a charging beast, they plunged into the shoreline, scant steps away, and the Kabukimono stood idle, slanting his head to study the grand wreck. Not but half an arm was left of the one who had cried out for help, but with a plop, it landed at the Kabukimono's feet. He crouched to better study the object, straining against the urge to take a bite out of it. Yet he did not, for the dark clouds swirling down had already picked the remnants on the ship clean. The Kabukimono stared at it blankly, like an awakening dreamer. When he returned to himself, the clouds had scattered, as if they had never been there at all. As for the ship, could it have been struck down by a storm? Who was to know? Not the Kabukimono. No sip of tea. Extract 3. Katsunagi rushed to the doorway and shouted, "My lord, things go ill at the furnace. I have searched for Sir Neela, but there is no trace of him, and much time has passed since Sir Miyazaki left to seek aid, but he has yet to send any missive. Look." Mikoshi Nagamasa turned slowly. His face grave as one attending a funeral. He spoke then, his words heavy laden. "I was not to say such words, Katsunagi, but Sir Miyazaki may never return." Katsunagi peered past Nagasama's broad, stiff shoulders, beyond the windows. The clouds above boiled in waves of black, as if darkness was now the only weather, and might even morph into an abyssal beast and devour Tatarasuna whole. Over 10 people had already perished. That was why Katsunagi recoiled as if struck. Yes, it was coming back to him now, in drips and drabs. That was why they had to set out to seek aid. Miyazaki had been the first to set sail. The clouds had only just begun to form then. Traveling from Tatarasuna to Inazuma to ask for support was normally no great feat, and yet there had been no sign of his return. Then a second ship was sent, followed by a third and a fourth, till the Kabukimono himself had departed upon the tides. Under foul skies and ominous fortunes, it had been Katsuragi who had brought him back and treated him as his own, and it pained him greatly to see the lad go. Yet the situation in Tatarasuna was severe. Even should they sacrifice more lives, it would have been worth it to gain assistance from Inazuma City. Neo was gone, and none could find him. Afterward, Nagamasa led a search party into the mountains in the area around the furnace, all to no avail. Folk began to wonder if Neo might have encountered an accident, but worry soon turned into suspicion, and they wondered if he had fled, unwilling to bear the sin of having caused these incidents. The people grew ever more suspicious, and Nagamasa himself strained against his discontent and fury. His face had grown to resemble the rumbling clouds above. Suddenly a figure flashed by. Their presence did not go unnoticed by Nagamasa. He drew his blade and cut, though he only nicked the silken veil and the intruder wore. For a moment they swayed, and then, like a marionette pulled by strings, they moved behind Nagamasa, laughing darkly. "Are you seeking someone, my lord? Niwa, perhaps?" Nagamasa bellowed in fury. "You dare address Sir Niwa directly?" Yet the figure parted like mist before his falling blade, only to rematerialize beyond reach, but not beyond sight. A ghastly apparition indeed. "Was it you who slew my people?" Nagamasa howled and charged, held back only by Katsunagi's desperate grip. As his senses returned to him, he realized he was but an inch away from falling into the furnace. It seems that the rest of this work remains unfinished. From the existing text, however, it is apparent that this is a novel of fantastical, colorful sensibilities born from an imagination well utilized.
Oh, and please read my essay draft as well.
Oh my god, there's more! What? What? Okay. Words. Hold on. Details. This text belongs to a series of works sponsored by the Vahumana's Veil Cutter project. It has yet to be numbered. Author Akumoto. Abstract. The Tatarasuna area has always been a major pillar of Inazuma's smithing industry. 2 incidents have occurred there, and the details behind the first are vague at best. I believe, however, that there might be a hidden history behind the events that transpired. Hence, this paper will attempt to analyze what may have unfolded from the available data. Glossary Tatarasuna area, Raiden Gokakuten, Mikoshi Nagamasa, Kanokimono. Introduction. This paper continues and expands the work of my mentor, Mr. Rumi, in his report on the happily hidden tales of Tatarasuna. It is intended to further this avenue of research. According to the data, the blade forging techniques of Inazuma were originally handed down from the Electro Archon, also known as Raiden Shogun. Using the arts they inherited from their Archon, the people of Inazuma devoted themselves to the process of forging. However, strange rumors that do not quite fit the steely nature of metalwork yet linger about Tatarasuna, which was a central pillar of the forging industry. There, the Mikoshi and Niwa clans, along with an eccentric puppet, serve as the 3 windows of insight we need to investigate the truth behind what happened. Strange notes from the Tatarasuna area. Their contents are as followed. Perhaps I overstep, but I think that Sir Nagamasa's mood grows better when he forges blades. The obsession to cleanse the stain of the name Mikoshi must eat at him. Also, Sir Katsunagi discovered a nameless eccentric while patrolling around Nazuchi Beach. The inspector bought a certain number of jade steel ingots. Sir Katsunagi discussed matters of smithing deep into the night with the vice armory officer. We had last made a single Nagamaki, and we call it the Daitaro Nagamasa. The inspector was in high spirits, and he was the vice armory officer. Nozomu was so taken to the beauty of the Daitaro Nagamasa that he drew a picture of it. And he performed a store dance with that wandering eccentric. And we could not find that eccentric. The inspector flew into a rage and slashed Katsuragi. The great blade cut deep into his flesh, cast his own Nagamaki into the furnace's flame. Nozomu could not abide by that order, and drew the completely melted weapon out of the furnace. He was horribly burned. Nozomu died that night. I dare say that while Sir Katsuragi may have committed malfeasance, I don't know what that word means, it was out of the goodness of his heart. Kinjiro hid the Nagamaki and Nozomu's drawings in the arsenal. Nagamasa is harsh, but also knows right from wrong. But even so, he is not amenable to reason. His name indicates he is one obsessed with purity. Still, I and some households of Tatarasuna have not been blighted by the matter of Nagamasa's mother Chiyo, and we trust him. I also remain unwilling to forget the joy of creating the Daitara Nagamasa with him, and the joy of watching that nameless eccentric perform that sword dance with the Katsuragi. Before we withdrew, we should have divided the arsenal key into 3 parts. One for the inspector, one for the army officer, and one to be left in Tatarasuna itself to prevent theft. But we were in too much of a hurry, and neither the inspector nor the army officer could be found, so I was so bold as to hide the 3 pieces within the treasure chest in Tatarasuna. The 7 notes mentioned prior have been scattered across the Tatarasuna area. Among the 7 notes, 6 seem to be of good physical integrity, though they all look quite old, while the last one looks more recent. I believe that the first 6 notes and the last are of different time periods, though the gulf in years between them needs to be verified. The contents of the first 6 should also be related to each other, as the incidents mentioned are quite consistent with one another. Rumi also mentioned in the happily hidden tales of Tatarasuna, hereafter known as the Hidden Tales, that in the past, researchers from Sumeru had investigated the cultural histories of Tatarasuna and Inazuma. Though the place has fallen into some degree of disrepair since the Hidden Tales were written, things have improved since the time when I wrote my original article. Regardless, what used to be an area of major industry remains a place most inhospitable, and residents of Tatarasuna may be found living and dwelling by the waters. The residents, when questioned, told the researchers of Tatarasuna's golden age centuries ago, when it was administered by the army officer Niwa, Vice Armory Officer Miyazaki, and Inspector Mikoshi Nagamasa. Yet, the elders among the locals with deeper ties to the region also seemed to stress the fact that there were strange rumors surrounding their husband's past. A great many of these rumors revolved around the yokai who were so very characteristic of Inazuma's folk histories. A very small number, however, mentioned the word puppet. It should be known that the puppets are neither traditional nor common yokai in Inazuma. This fact drew the attention of the researchers to delve further, and eventually, the following pieces of information came to light. A puppet did appear in Tatarasuna. Its visage was elegant, its apparel impeccable, and the way it dressed hid all the joint lines on the body. If no one were to mention that it was indeed a puppet, it would be hard to tell at all. Additionally, this puppet seemed to possess special joint lines that fade with time, potentially even disappearing altogether, which would perhaps eventually make the puppet seem entirely human. The name of the puppet was known to almost none. Some folk claimed to have spotted it appearing around Tatarasuna, while others mentioned encountering it in the central regions of the area. Some even claimed that it would frequent the beach. Tales spread of it standing beside the sea and gazing across the waters towards Inazuma City, what it was that the puppet was gazing at remains a mystery. As mentioned earlier, the 6 notes all document a certain nameless eccentric. The eccentric, which can also be read as kabakimono, is usually used in Inazuma to refer to a figure who dresses or behaves in a peculiar manner. It is understandable, therefore, why this character would have left such an impression. Should the people of Tatarasuna indeed have had a puppet in their midst incurring mass panic, a good possibility considering the coexistence between yokai and humans in Inazuma at large. Then the puppet would have likely become a local resident. What is less known is if the kabakimono is just another title for this puppet. Perhaps because it was uniquely dressed to distract to distract attention from its more special characteristics. A workable theory, but one that still lacks enough evidence to support it. Still, it can be retained as an analytical lens of sorts. A list of individuals related to Tatarasuna has been compiled here based on historical documents from Inazuma. Starting from the ministers, the records are as follows. Army Officer Niwa, full name Niwa Yasuhide. He was the inheritor of the Yushin art and successor to the Niwa clan. His family, along with the Akame and Kaidehara clans, were together known as the Yushin Sansaku. Records show that Niwa was a modest and intelligent individual who displayed remarkable talent in the administration of territory and people. His eventual whereabouts are unknown, but he was suspected to have left Tatarasuna with his family following the incident. Vice Army Officer Miyazaki, full name Miyazaki Kaneo. He was Niwa's second in command. His origins are unknown, and he primarily assisted Niwa in forging and personal management. He was of affable temperament and had many friends in the region, including Mikoshi Nagamasa. Inspector Mikoshi Nagamasa, the successor of the Mikoshi clan, adopted son to only a warrior Mikoshi Chiyo, and a younger adopted brother to Mikoshi Michihiro, also known as Iwakuro, the successor. With his mother missing and abandoned by his brother, Nagamasa alone bore the family name, striving daily to wipe the shame from their history. The records state that Mikoshi Nagamasa was a stubborn figure. He was also noted to be a person of moral virtue and integrity. It has been noted in various records that he practiced forging swords for self-cultivation, and specially requested special instruction from Miyazaki to further his capabilities. However, after the famous blade, Daitatara Nagamasa was forged, he used it to slay his subordinate Katsuragi for reasons unknown at present. Subordinate Katsuragi. Katsuragi's full name and background remain unknown. Despite all the materials I have sorted through, I have yet to find any more additional personal information regarding him. As one of the Mikoshi Nagamasa's subordinates, he was a loyal warrior who had been saved by the Nagamasa in his youth. From then on, he swore to stick to his lord through thick and thin, and to give his life in service of it, if it was asked of him. Kawakimono, full name unknown, background unknown. From the many sources I've compiled combined with Rumia's personal observations, this character might have been the puppet mentioned in the rumors. The Kawakimono was a figure of fashionable grace and gentleness. According to the hidden tales, he was brought back to Tatarasuma by Katsuragi and became a member of the community. When the Kawakimono first arrived in Tatarasuna, he knew nothing of cleaning, cooking, or of any work of meticulous nature. The locals taught him their skills over time, showing him how to clean his attire, dance, and craft small trinkets. Records state that the Kawakimono was there when the Daitatara Nagamasa was forged, though his trail ends before Mikoshi Nagamasa slew Katsuragi. I believe that the Kawakimono was indeed the aforementioned puppet, and that he quite likely had a hand in Katsuragi's death. Seems that the rest of the paper remains unfinished. One thing is for sure, though, a lot of thought was put into it.
Sawada was encouraging me to follow his more creative approach, but I think essays should be grounded into facts. I don't think explaining everything away with mysterious forces will cut it. How about if I plug the holes in Sawada's narrative with political intrigue? Like, I could put a turf war between rival factions at the center of the whole series of events.
Wait, you're allowed to just make stuff up? I'm pretty sure you've gone from essay to guessay there. Yeah, sounds more like a novel.
Akaba, look, your teacher has researched this extensively. I reached out to everyone I could think of. Whatever information we have now is all that there is to know. This is as much detail as you're ever going to get. Besides, if there really was a political power struggle going on going on at anything like the level you seem to be suggesting, what hope would we ever have of finding out the truth?
Good point. Okay, back to the drawing board, I guess. And give me some time. I need to find out a new angle on this.
I'll leave you to it. We have some other stuff to do, so we'll have to say goodbye for now. Good luck with your essay.
Alright, thank you. If you find out any more info about this, please do let me know. Thanks so much.
Hey, so that thing they were talking about, it has to do with the balladeer, doesn't it? Yep. Okay. Then, even if we did know something about it, we probably couldn't share it with them, huh? After all, we kicked his butt and got him locked up. Information about people like that is usually super confidential, isn't it? If you ask Paimon, Aquaman should just pick a different topic. There must be as many essay topics as there are trees in the forest. There's no point in... What's wrong? Hey, did you see that? He literally just went by. Over there. It looked like... The balladeer. No, it can't have been. He got locked up. Quick, let's catch up and see. What the heck is he doing just walking around? Oh, hi, Double Nihida. Yoriichi, Paimon, there you are. Nahida! Bad news! We just saw the balladeer strolling around in public. Did he escape? Or... Ah! It's him!
Sure enough, you're here.
Hey, what are you doing in the sanctuary of Sarasthana? Aren't you supposed to be locked up? I know you must have a lot of questions. Please allow me to explain. It was my idea to set the balladeer free. We made a deal, and he's gonna do some investigation on Interminsul for me. A deal? Are you sure you trust this guy?
What did you expect? Why do you think Sumeru would keep me around otherwise? Or maybe killing me is all you can think about. But if that's the case, why haven't you done it already?
Don't flatter yourself. It was... Nahida said there's still some mysteries I need to figure out.
Ah, so if it were up to you, you'd finish the job. Guess I had you all wrong. There I was, thinking you were just getting cold feet.
Well, that escalated quickly. Not a good start. Can I ask you all to please calm down? But Paimon's worried about you, Nahida. Don't let him trick you.
It's not every day you just see people questioning the God of Wisdom's judgment. Just when you think you've seen it all.
Don't you dare try to drive a wedge between us. As long as the terms are reasonable, I don't think there's a problem in making a deal, even with the balladeer.
Well, I for one have no reason to doubt you, considering you even struck a deal with the doctor.
Yes, the one in which I gained valuable information. You'll come to understand more about that in the fullness of time. The balladeer's power was all but completely spent after the battle. He is no longer strong enough to be a strategic threat to us. That puts him in quite a precarious
戦
position.
略的な距それに
Plus, he's a former harbinger with no knowledge of many of the Vtuber's sensitive secrets.
多くの秘密を知っているはずよ。
Being stuck here in Sumeria could make him a sitting duck, depending on how the Vtuber plan to
責められている
respond.
状況だからちょっと待てよ。
Wait a second, former? You mean he's not a harbinger anymore?
できれば
I take no pleasure in
私
saying
も
this,
そう言い
but
たくはないの
it
だけれ
seems
ど
as if the doctor had no intention of welcoming back a
博
loser,
士は敗
so...
者を連れて帰るつもりはないみたい。つまり
So he tossed you out like trash.
世間の大半は
Sometimes
利用
it's
する
you.
ものと
Sometimes it's you using them. Other times it's them using you. Most human relationships are this way. Certainly, all the stable ones are. And that's how it was between me and the Fatui,
あとは
and also between each of the harbingers.
価値さえあれば
So as long as you have some value to offer, nobody will ever abandon you.
だけどこの件
But after recent events, even I have to admit that I'm not worth quite what I used to be.
認めざるを得ないようだ。
Really? What a crying shame.
Well, if the Fatui are gonna reevaluate my utility, I need to have a backup plan for myself.
この間話し合ったように
As we discussed, I don't like causing harm to living beings. And you said you need protection, so why not join forces with us?
見ての通り
I think these two have made their objection to that idea fairly clear, don't you? And they're your friends, so I guess you'll be siding with them.
Yeah, obviously. Nahida, don't listen to him.
ではこのこと
Then
は
let's
ま
put
た
that
後で
discussion to the
話し合
side
う
for
こと
now.
にしましょう。
We still have time.
とにかく
Today can be a trial run. Where we go from here will depend on how well we manage to cooperate today.
わかった。
Alright, then I'll do what we agreed.
動くと
行ってきて。連絡は取り続けられるように。
Go now and keep in touch.
ナヒーダ
Nahida, are you serious about this?
え
Yes,
え、というより
I have my reasons for this
この
decision.
決定を下
In
した
fact,
のは
I'm largely doing it for
あ
your
なたに
benefit,
関係
Yorichi.
があるからなの。
For me? What?
そう。
Yes. As I told you once before, there's information about your twin in your mental.
あなたのそうだぞ。今日お前
Oh
を
yeah!
探したのも
Actually, that's the whole reason we came to see you today. So you have an update on that?
ええ、
Mm-hmm.
あの時
You may remember me mentioning that the Fitulia had not included your twin's details in the Descender category.
高齢者の判
This
定
is
に
an
含め
extremely
なかった
important
と言って
important
いたこ
point.
とはもしかしたら
It's possible that the Fitulia have other information that even I don't know about. And since the Balladeer used to be one of them, he'll be better acquainted with this information than I am.
こうもう少しで新たな神に
He was granted the power to connect with their mental when he almost became the god of a new era. Even though he no longer has a gnosis, some traces of its power remain in him. He can still connect. The amount of information in a mental is vast beyond description. Sifting through all of it without knowing what to look for will take too long, even for me. So I asked the Balladeer to search in the mental for any information about the Descenders. He's more familiar with this kind of information, and should be able to find it more quickly. And what if he's lying to you? Exactly! Or what if... Paimon just doesn't trust him. He's treated us as enemies every time we run into him. I understand, but sometimes everything is dictated by which side you're on. How things will go in the future depends on what information he brings back. And Yorichi, I know what your heart desires most of all. Our minds have connected several times before. There's a corner of your heart reserved for an intense longing. A feeling of being all alone in the dark, searching for the one candle whose light still burns. As Chimera's deity, it's my responsibility to be on guard against the Balladeer. But as someone who counts on you as your friend, I want to do something for you.
あなたが昼夜問わずに思い続けているその答えを手に入れられるのであれば、残氷との取引も喜んでやるわ。
If this deal with the Balladeer can give you the answers you've been longing to find, then it's worth it. Thank you, Nihida.
そう遠慮しない
It's
で。
my pleasure, really.
あなたは
You're
スネー
Samara's
ルの英
hero.
語だもの。
You're more than earned it.
これは。でも。
Paimon's still worried about this idea.
何か
Is there anything we can do to help? I was going to contact you about that, but then you suddenly showed up of your own accord. Seems like we have a telepathic connection. In fact, I was going to ask you to supervise the Paladin on my behalf while he carries out the task I assigned. Even though he only has a fraction of his full power left, that's still a fraction of the former Harbinger. If you could accompany him, it would put my mind at ease. Of course, I'll be there to help guide you through Minso from the outside. Got it. Great, thank you. Prepare yourselves. I'm going to transport you into Minso. The colors are gentler. I guess that must be because Samira's I can't read that fast, but okay. Where's all the green and yellow?
Look at that, hot on my heels. You know, you didn't have to cut your catch-up short just to keep me company. But I guess you panicked when you realized that I might enter a Mintel ahead of you.
Nahito sent me to babysit you. Shut your beak, jailbird! No way a prisoner gets to be so smug.
I understand that prisoners have to put up with harassment from the guards, but right now I'm on temporary release, so maybe you should think about backing off a little.
Sounds like a successful rendezvous. I need to be quite clear about something. In a few moments, you'll be entering into the innermost region of Minso. It's an environment like no other, and the most important place in all of Sumeru. Unlike anywhere else, Minso's inner region consists entirely of torrents of information. You must put aside your differences and be extremely careful as you navigate your way through. I know there are many grievances between you on both sides, but it's essential that you remain calm after entry. This is as much for your own safety as anything else. Understood. Fine. Let's call a truce, but only until this mission is over.
Let's cut each other a little slack, shall we? We are going to be traveling together after all. Per my agreement with Lesser Lord Kusanali, I'll be at the front. It's my job to lead the way and get rid of any obstacles in our path. All you have to do is keep your pretty eyes open and try not to fall behind.
You sure are confident. I will give you that. You make it sound like you're even more experienced at adventuring than us.
If there are no further objections, I suggest we get going. Or did you need some time to mentally prepare yourselves?
The snark on this guy, it's unbearable. There's no need for all the biting sarcasm.
We can start now.
Mental access granted. Initiating connection procedure. Is this a small sapling? Oh, darn it! Come on, let's catch up to him. I hate him so much. Oh, so this is the inside of our mental. Different than what I imagined. Oh, Paimon's never seen anything like this. And it feels like a sacred place.
Our mental is closely intertwined with the entirety of Tevat. Every bit of information flowing here means something. Pick your jaws up off the floor. It's time to go.
Why is it that Paimon just wants to do the opposite of everything he says?
Lesser Lord Kusanali, we will now proceed to the heart of our mental.
Can you still sense where the heart of our mental is?
Yes. Permission to begin searching for the information there?
Permission granted. Go ahead.
Let's go. Stay close. Don't go running off.
Hey, so... say we did go running off in here. What would happen? What are you smirking at?
I was just imagining the look on your travel companion's face if you went and get lost. Anything's possible in here. You can't rule anything out. So if you want to stay safe, your best option is to stay close to me.
Okay, will do. Tree. These sapling leaves have spread out. Fragments have dissipated. Okay.
Those are all packets of information from inside our Minsel. Be careful not to touch them.
Location's changed. Looks like we've been transported to another path. What? It looks the same in every direction. This space is indeed unusual, but it seems that the balladeer is more used to it. No wonder he mentioned about getting lost. What do you know? He was actually telling the truth. Is he mocking me again? What is it this time?
There's a time and a place to lie, but this definitely isn't it. So why don't you relax your guard a little? We're here.
What a huge tree. This is the center of our Minsel. All the information in the world is flowing through it.
Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Good, you made it. Are you ready?
Ready when you are.
Then please begin. Preparing to access cognitive currents. Establishing waypoint. The balladeer is actually doing what Narita tells him. Guess he must want to stay alive. He hasn't put up any resistance, and he seems good at working on the front line. Maybe he had a similar role in the Fatui. First Aquaba and Sawada's stories, now this. What a strange individual. The rest is up to you. If you discover anything at all, make sure to share it with us.
Will do.
For once, we're the ones with nothing to do. Yoshi, Paimon, would you like to talk? Narita, is this telepathic conversation? Yes, I've also invited Paimon to join you. Oh, what the? We can talk to each other inside our heads? I'm guessing that you don't want us to disturb the balladeer. That's part of it. Plus, we're all friends. There's nothing wrong with us talking like this once in a while. Oh, Paimon's never tried this before. This is great. So, Paimon's been wanting to ask you something. Don't you think the balladeer is a bit of a walking contradiction? He's always talking back, but he seems to listen to what you say. Yes, and he seems to excel at doing odd jobs for others. As I've told you before, there are still some mysteries for him to resolve. The things that are clear as day to me, but that he has yet to understand. Perhaps today will be the day that he finds some answers. Is it about his past? The betrayals? And the other events in Inazuma? Well done. Smart and attentive as always. Actually, I got a glimpse of a few things when I ran into Hypatia and Party's Di. I don't remember. So you made contact with that part of his mind. Well, it's true. Betrayal turned the balladeer into the person he is today. I thought nothing could get under this guy's skin. Turns out he can get hurt and angry just like anyone else. Everyone has a history, Paimon. Even if you're a puppet created by the Electro Archon. Speaking of puppets, we ran into two people at the Academia today talking about an essay. Turns out their topic was about the Tatarasuna incident. Nahida, do you know anything about that? If you mean the mysterious events, the Kabukimono and so on. Yes, I know about all of that.
いろんな疑わしいところがあって、今ある情報はすべて想像から捕
Really?
獲したもの。
Because from what they were saying, it sounded like a lot of Tatarasuna's history is still unexplained. And most of the information we have now is just from people filling the gaps with their imagination. At least, that's what they thought. Don't know about the story Akuban's about writing. Oh?
面白いわ
How
ね。
interesting.
その二
Those
人
two managed to deduce quite a lot through a guess for
こんな
Cologne.
にまさかあいつら
So the guesser got it right?
少なくとも
Well, they guessed right about one thing. Tatarasuna was sabotaged.
魂が3つも集まって
Must be a riveting conversation you three are having.
賑やかだ
Funny how all the good ones happen.
いつだって
Good ones happen when I'm not
僕が
involved.
参加できない話題ほど
What makes you think we're talking to each other?
わざわざ僕を
Don't
避けて
insult
話
me.
してるん
You're
だ
having a private conversation without
きっ
me.
と僕の
Obviously, I must be the topic
議論
of
して
said
るに違いな
conversation.
いと思ってね
We have every right to keep certain things confidential.
それもそうだ
Of course you do. You can't have your prisoner knowing too much.
いた
So, have you found anything yet?
まだ探って
Still looking. Don't get your hopes up, though. You and your twin come from outside this world. It wouldn't surprise me if there was nothing on either of you, on either of you in your minsel at all.
Wait, how did you know about that? Did Nahida tell you?
僕たちは何度も会ったじゃない
It's not like we've never met before.
君は有
And
名
anyway,
人なん
you're
だし
world famous.
君
It'd
に
be more
関連のある
surprising if you
ことを
did know a few things.
お
If
か
it,
しくないと思う
it'd be more
けど
surprising if I didn't know a few things about you.
Every conversation with you is hard work. But your attitude is better than I thought.
今の君と
Right now, we have to
僕の
keep the
間に
peace.
必要なのは
I'm not interested in creating more misery for myself, and making cordial conversation is something I can
不快な
manage.
目に遭う趣味ん
あ
待て
Wait.
Tree,
この光
this light.
苗
It
木
looks similar to those saplings. Oh, what could it
一
be?
体なん
Anonymous data?
Hey, don't you forget the agreement. You have to share it with us.
しつこいな
Shush, just
おとな
wait.
しく待っていなよ
庭様
Oh,
本当に危険を
Mr. Niwa, are you certain this is worth the risk? We're talking about Tatarasuna's furnace after all. It may not pay to act rashly.
炉心に入る
There's no one else who can enter the furnace. It has to be me.
そうですか
Is that so?
あなた様が
Well,
そう決
since
め
you
たのであれば
insist.
これは
It's...
that name. Niwa was the man in charge at Tatarasuna. Plus, he belongs to the lineage of Ishin art. Wow! Excuse me, what? Where am I? Who am I?
I've been in Tatarasuna for some time now. You have shown me great hospitality, as has Mikoshi Nagamasa, and indeed everyone else. Under your leadership, Tatarasuna is a warm, welcoming place, like a giant village. People are gainfully employed, their lives have purpose, they're motivated. As I understand, the Raiden Shogun has, in recent years, eliminated much of the evil that plagued Inazuma. As for Tatarasuma, it was originally established as a means of safely disposing crystal marrow. The forging industry with crystal marrow as a raw material has since flourished, giving rise to generations of swordsmiths, some world-renowned, others unknown, all passed on their legacy. Skills, blood, dreams. Every smith brought into this trade looks to find their purpose between steel and blade. That is why you accepted the proposal brought to you by myself and Akame. Yes, well, were it not for you coming to Inazuma and happening to make Akame's acquaintance, the two of you would never have joined forces, and he would be the first to admit that there's no way he could have revolutionized a forging process like this on his own. At least, not on the same timescale. You allowed Akame to take all the credit for the method that you jointly developed. He sold it to me, and now every piece of ore here is smelted using his new technique. Even now, you remain one of the Tatarasumi's key consultants, working right here alongside us. I believe it is you, sir, who are truly responsible for the changes in our manufacturing and forging methods. You flatter me. From the outset, I saw much that was commendable in the forging industry of Inazuma, and it has been my great honor to befriend you all. So you say, Hesher, but is this really the truth?
Sure. Sure. Isn't that the name of somebody from Fontaine?
My good sir, what do you mean? I tried to resist thinking it was all connected because I didn't want to speculate, and I didn't want to believe that things could turn out this way. What have we gained from adopting your new technology? Ominous black smoke? Mounting production problems? Worker fatigue and casualties are up? And continuing to rise at an alarming rate. And recently, as you well know, someone died because of that strange filth inside the furnace. We've kept the truth from spreading outside, but still, I suspect you understand it better than I do. None of the people who went out to get help have come back. Now our mutual friend, the Kabukimono, is taking the golden feather to Narukami Island to seek an audience with the Shogun. This is our last hope. But that doesn't faze you, does it, Escher? Nothing does. Otherwise, why would you still be standing there with that smile on your face? I'm just surprised that you finally chose to be so sincere. I'm sure you've been harboring these suspicions for quite some time. Mikoshi Nagamasa may have noticed that there was one common denominator among all these events. Namely, you, Escher. But Mr. Mikoshi is more cautious than I. He does things by the book. After all, Nagamasa is the adopted son of Mikoshi Torachiyo. The yokai is struck down by the shogun's own hand. If he truly seeks to redeem his family's honor, an abundance of caution is well advised. You're well informed on the subtleties of his situation for a mechanic all the way from Fontaine.
I knew he was the guy from Fontaine.
Are you sure you're not a little overqualified? Why, Mr. Niwa, are you suggesting I find a job as a diplomat? Sadly, I'm so very attached to my craft. Enough, Escher! I'm here because an evil force is raging inside the furnace, and someone needs to take your new device inside the high-risk zone so we can absorb it and put an end to the problem. I'm in charge here, and I'm about to take some responsibility and head inside. Probably to my death. But what about you? What are you still doing here? Judging from the look in your eyes, you don't seem to trust me. Drop the act. We're past that now. Whoever you are, it looks like your plan to destroy Tatarasuna has worked. I just want to know what you're still doing here. What's left? Don't you have all your answers by now? Honestly, I'm just waiting for the right moment. A moment like this, where you've finished talking and I stop you from entering the furnace. You... You're a little smarter than I initially gave you credit for. I thought I disguised myself exceptionally well, at least for the first few days. But to my surprise, you had your people look at my background right from the start. It's a long journey from Inazuma to Fontaine, but that didn't stop them. Eventually, they managed to confirm that Escher was an alias, and that I was not from Fontaine at all.
Ah, never mind then, he is not the same Escher.
And yet, despite all of that, you still fail to realize my true identity, and what I seek in Tatarasuna. Did you really think you'd be able to see through my plan? If you kill me, there's no one who can get inside the furnace, so you're really going to destroy this place. Is that it? Oh, but you're quite wrong. There is one other person. Some may not see him as a person, but you told him yourself. You're not a puppet, you're a human. You're just missing a heart. Whoever you're working with won't get away with this. They'll be found out. But this makes no sense. What are you really trying to accomplish by all this? Why go to all this trouble? It's no trouble at all. Patience is a virtue which I have in abundance. This is all part of a carefully controlled experiment. If you must know, I'm happy to divulge my true identity. I'm a Fatui Harbinger. Call me the Doctor. The Fatui? What do you want? Just to create a minor inconvenience for your nation. That's it?
That's why you gave us your cursed technology? Just to let loose the evil energy from the crystal marrow? Look how even the righteous soul is filled with venom when faced with its demise. My device functions precisely as you say. It is the only chance you have of preventing a catastrophe and keeping the truth from the outside world. However, I did not make it with you in mind. It's easier for a person to be possessed by evil spirits when they are filled with hate. So, give in to your fury. I want to see what happens when a malevolent heart is placed into an unsuspecting puppet. Make no mistake, even without you, that pure innocent puppet would only end up being used by someone else instead. What other reason would a human have for befriending one who is not of our kind? If you give him my heart, tell him that both Nagasama and I see him as one of us. He has nothing to prove to anyone, because not everyone just wants to use other people. The only ones who think like that are people like you. What a beautiful way to see the world. It almost makes me a little guilty. Then, out of respect for you, I shall redefine myself. Think of me as a monster, or a demon, if you wish. At least this way, your death is not a consequence of your own folly, turning you into an easy target. You simply lost to something more powerful than you could ever hope to defeat. I say, Mr. Niwa, let's see what happens. Will your puppet friend become a human? No, that'll prove quite impossible. Mr. Niwa? Already dead. What a pity. Jester, I have completed the task you gave me. You're creating a gap and infiltrating Inazuma's inner workings. What fun it was. I'd like to introduce a puppet to you. If he proves useful, let's make him our newest camaraderie. And if not, let's turn him to dust.
Hey, are you alright?
Dator? Dator! Good. Good.
Was that the doctor? Did he turn into a mechanic from Fontaine? Oh, I needed water. I also need to stretch a bit. My tea is almost empty. I'm gonna have to refill it soon. Oh, was that the doctor? Did he turn into a mechanic from Fontaine? I'm afraid so. He was the one behind the Tatarasuna incident. But why didn't we see things from his perspective? When I touched the doctor to confirm whether he'd eliminated all his segments, I read the memory in his mind. You'll have to admit, it must be the truth.
Maybe so, but it means nothing.
Does it? But this memory shows that Miwa didn't betray you. He never meant for you to be the one to take the device into the furnace. You know very well what that means, even more so than I. This betrayal was a lie that he has believed for hundreds of years. Was this part of the doctor's experiment? If the betrayal never happened, it existed only in his imagination. But where does this leave him? Let's give him some space. He looks really mad. Papa doesn't want to be anywhere near it right now. Okay, let's go over there. We need to give him some time to process his emotions. Paimon's still confused about the Tatarasuna incident. So, the doctor was behind it, but why is that gotten him so worked up? Nobody has ever deceived you like that, Paimon. It's natural that you find it difficult to understand. Perhaps he needed to learn this someday. So now you have the complete picture. Katsuragi took the Kabukimono to live with the people of Tatarasuna. Later, the doctor showed up disguised as a mechanic from Fontaine, and that's when the trouble began. It was all a horrific experiment planned by the doctor. Everything he did was just to plant seeds of disaster in Inazuma, not bear fruit in the future. Of all the unwilling participants in the doctor's experiment, the balladeer became the main test subject. After the events he just saw in that memory, the doctor put Niwa's heart into the device and handed it over to the balladeer. Then he instructed him to enter the furnace and absorb all the filth caused by the smelting process. The load was far beyond what he expected, but the balladeer survived. He left the furnace in sheer exhaustion and said to the mechanic, "This device seems to have protected me. What's in it?" The mechanic answered, "Niwa fled the place for fear of punishment, but he left you as a gift. He said it's the one thing that you've been looking for. He took it straight from the chest to one of his innocent servants." The mechanic removed the withering heart from the device as he spoke. The balladeer was stunned that such unthinkable cruelty had brought him to the thing he'd been longing for his entire life. A heart acquired through cold-blooded murder is a cursed thing, but it had protected him from the filth. He thought Neil had completely betrayed him, and yet this very betrayal had ensured his survival. Overwhelmed with anger and sorrow, the balladeer threw the heart to the ground and left Tatarasuna without looking back. Holy moly! So, the doctor killed an innocent man and pinned everything on the victim. That's terrible! Being betrayed and abandoned by a close friend is sure to cause great resentment. Now that we know what was behind this decision to take revenge on the Raiden Gokuden 100 years ago. But it doesn't mean that vengeance was the right decision. Yes. Only if he understands this can he choose a new path forward.
Dottore, you brazen-faced... Niwa didn't run from justice. You killed him.
Hello? Hi. A while later... Shall we see how he's doing? Hey, are you alright? That's a scary expression.
Are you worried about me? If we didn't have such a history, I'd almost think that qualifies me to be your friend.
We just want to make sure this doesn't affect the plan.
It won't. I'll keep my end of the deal.
Hey, are you investigating the stuff we want to know about?
That's why we're here. But unfortunately, there's no information about the descendants in Ramenso.
If even you can't find anything, that seems to confirm it. Ramenso does not keep records on the descenders. Anyone who comes from beyond this world is not counted as part of Teyvat. Does that mean we have to leave empty-handed? Not unexpected, but still, thank you.
Don't thank me just yet. You look really upset. Well, since Ramenso was a dead end, I guess I can share some other info that might interest you.
Huh? About what?
The reason why there are records about your brother in Ramenso.
It might have something to do with Kainria. Apparently, Kainria was his first destination when he arrived in this world. Plus, he only came to this world because the heavens responded to the summoning.
The heavens responded?
The jester told me this himself. You can take his word on this. He was a royal mage in Kainria, and lived with your brother for a time.
The jester, another Vtuber harbinger. Why?
I don't know the details. It's up to you whether you want to believe me. All I can say is, I wouldn't lie to you about this. Do you get all that, Lister Little Kusanali?
Yes, astonishing news.
Does this info count towards my mission? It wasn't from Erminsel, but was it valuable?
Very valuable.
Good. In that case, I'll take some time for myself now.
Huh? What have you done?
Lister Kusanali was right. My power's all but completely spent. Even if I use all the divine power left in me, I can't sustain the shield for very long. Yuruchi, I shared a secret with you, and now you owe me. So, in return, I'd like you to answer a question for me.
What do you want to know?
Give me your hand. Can you hear my voice inside your head?
Are you trying to brainwash me?
No, I can't do anything like that anymore. At most, all I can do is exchange a few words with you.
Meanwhile, Paimon is standing on the sideline, watching us awkwardly stare at each other.
So tell me, in this world, is it possible to change the past?
Wait, why did you ask that?
Done.
Huh? What happened? Paimon only saw you hold hands for a second.
Nothing. I was just thanking you for helping me.
Wait, that look. Did he see me hesitate? But that was because I know about Greater Lord Okutavada. Uh-oh. I think by not tonight. Oh!
So long. I suggest you get yourselves out of here quickly.
Where are you going? Hey, wait up! Didn't you say not to go running off? Paimon, we have to stop him.
Fast reaction time, but I don't think we'll be seeing each other again. From this day forth, the names Balladeer and Kabukimono will cease to exist. Those who died in Tatarasuna because of me deserve another chance at life.
Hey, Balladeer! Don't do anything stupid.
You know, I never did like insects. Hordes of the puny things swarming together can be a real nuisance, and I enjoy nothing more than to stamp them out like the pests they are. But if a colony of harmless ants isn't threatening anyone, I guess they deserve to be left alone. Luckily, everything can be set right. It's time to solve this once and for all.
Balladeer! Balladeer! Uh-oh, he disappeared. Come on, we gotta find him somehow. I don't know if we should be splitting up. Oh no, he's really gone. Hello? Can you hear me? Oh, Nita! Yuruchi, Paimon, Balladeer, what happened just now? I was suddenly cut off by some kind of power. It was Balladeer's fault! He shut you out! I told Nahida everything that happened. I didn't think he'd be capable of something like that with so little power left. Did he keep some of his power hidden when he was defeated? Or did he achieve something beyond his abilities, and it took something he had? Where the heck did he go? It's all our fault. We were supposed to keep an eye on him. Sorry, Nahida. Don't be. It's not your fault. Please let me handle this from here. Even though I'm not sure I can solve it. We're running out of time. Follow my lead and get out of the Get out of Mental as soon as possible.
世界
We're out! And we're at, an inn or something?
事態は急を要す
This
る
is
け
an
ど
emergency. I'll have to ask you to stay here for now. Everything's arranged and nobody will
宿泊の
disturb
手
you.
配はもうしてあるから誰にも邪魔されないは
Isn't
ず
there
よ
anything I can do?
ごめんなさい
I'm sorry, but
今
this
は
isn't
まだあ
something
な
I
た
need
に
your
来
help
ても
with.
らう必要は
Leave
ない
this
の
one to me.
ナヒー
An emergency? How bad is it?
ダ
Nahida, will you be okay?
あまり心配しない
Don't
で
worry. If my assessment is
私
correct,
の判断
though
が
there
正
may
し
be
ければ
some minor
多
disturbances,
少の波
it
があ
won't
れ
lead to
ば
disaster.
大きな災いには
Please
なら
rest
な
and
い
recover your strength here until
無
I
事の
say
知
it's
らせが
safe.
届くまであ声
Your voice is gone.
がなんかとんでも
Paimon can't shake the feeling that something really big has
ないカラ
happened.
マッシュの言ったこ
Well,
と
what do you think the Balladeer
どんな
meant?
意味だったん
And
だ
why did he suddenly grab onto you
それ
before?
にさっき
Paimon doesn't remember Great Lord Rukkhadevata, and the Balladeer's question was a strange one. It's hard to explain in full, and the truth might be very distressing for Paimon. I'll skip the part about Great Lord Rukkhadevata for now and focus on the Balladeer. You tell Paimon what the Balladeer asked you.
歴史を変えた
He wants to change the
で
past?
も
But
そんなことできる
surely
わ
that's
けないだろ
impossible. It's not easy, that's for sure.
そうだろ
Right, you can't just rewrite history. All that stuff happened already in real life.
起こったことな例えば
It's like,
オイラがこの宿にあ
imagine
る水を
Paimon drank all the water in this
全
inn.
部飲んだとして
Even if no one was there to see it, Paimon would sure as heck remember drinking it.
オイラは自分が水を飲んだっていうことを忘れないぞ
Yeah, great example.
うーん
Why? So why does Paimon still have a bad feeling about this?
スカラマッシュ
Paimon can't help but feel scared about what he might do.
しようとしてる気がする
Ah, Paimon's so confused. Maybe he wants to erase himself from history.
え
Huh? What? Paimon, are you okay?
ご
I'm sorry. Paimon accidentally. It's the Balladeer's fault for causing Paimon all this mental stress.
めんでも
But
自分を
erasing yourself from history,
どう考え
it's
ても
unthinkable.
ありえないよな
Is that really possible in Erminsul?
もしかして世界樹の中だったらそれができるのか
Not necessarily, but maybe. I'm just guessing here. Oh, Paimon's head is overheating from trying to understand what he's up to. And it's still not working. Paimon's had it with that little rat. He's been nothing but trouble ever since we met him.
でも
There's no way he'll actually succeed, right? Otherwise, won't everyone who's connected to him be affected too? Indeed, if the Balladeer didn't erase himself from Erminsul, many people in Inazuma will be affected. I can't imagine what that situation would look like. Worst case scenario, it'll affect everyone with a connection to the Raiden, Gokanen, Kazuha, Ayaka, Ayato. Will this mean they'll disappear?
オイラたち本当に
There's nothing we can do about it at this point. Hey, have you got any ideas on what we should do
どう
next?
すればいいと思う寝るしか
It
ない
seems like now there's nothing left for us to do but go to sleep.
オイラ
But
怖くて
Paimon is still worried.
眠れないよ
Paimon won't be able to sleep awake tonight. Me neither.
いっそ
So how about,
名前を挙げて気をそらそうぜ
we list all our favorite foods to take our mind off things?
なかったら
Heck, if that doesn't work, Paimon's probably gonna collapse of anxiety here. Alright, Paimon will start. The first dish,
一つ目は
monster grilled fish. Oh, and chicken mushroom skewers. And tea brick pancakes. Cream stew. A sauteed matsutake.
それとジョジョジ
And Junyun chili chicken. Almond tofu. A satisfying salad.
あと
Oh, also a Adeptus' temptation. And gold shrimp balls. A triple layered consomme. A lotus seed and bird egg soup. And... Paimon, what's wrong?
あれ、
Huh?
おいら、
What are we...
今何してたんだっけ？
What was Paimon supposed to be doing just now?
おいら、
Paimon was, talking?
でも、急に内容を忘れちゃ
Paimon
ったんだ。
suddenly can't remember what she was talking about. What was it again? We're getting so worried about the situation with the balladeer that he started listing foods. Oh! Did Paimon just now forget that the balladeer exists? She's probably gonna ask who the balladeer is.
え？
Huh?
スカラ
The balladeer?
それも
Is
料
that a
理の名
food
前
too?
か？
A weird name though.
変な名前だな。
Paimon doesn't remember the balladeer? That must mean he actually pulled it off. But how did he have that ability? That doesn't make any sense.
どうしたんだよ。
What's
さ
wrong?
っきから目
Your
を見
eyes
開
are
い
like
て。
saucers. Was it something Paimon
な
said?
んか変なことでも言ったのか？
No, it's nothing.
その、
So,
残響
the
って
balladeer,
誰かの名前
is
な
that
の
someone's
か？
name? Cause it sounds like a
聞いた感じ
nickname or
あ
something.
だ名み
If this is really happening, I need to know what else has changed. Paimon, come with me. What? Okay, sure. Where are we going? I wanna go back to Inazuma.
も
Huh?
いいけど、
Fine by
この
Paimon,
少
but
女
is everything
何
okay?
か急な
You're
用
acting
事
like
で
this
も
is
あ
an
るのか？
emergency. Now's not the time to explain. Let's get over there first. Oh boy. 7,600 meters away. Yoom. And I'm here. Also, I'm gonna go refill my tea again. Cause I said so, and you can't stop me, huh? I'm gonna be right back. returned. Hello. I got the tea. The tea is here. It is mine. I need to put honey in it again. The third teacup of the day. There we go. Time to figure out if anybody in Inazuma knows who the heck the Maladier is. We made it to the Amenoma smithy.
Oh, it's been a while. It's been like 3 hours or less. I think it was less than 3 hours.
Pardon me, I'd like to ask a question if I may.
Of course, go ahead.
About the Raiden Gokuden. Can you tell me that story one more time?
Oh, now there's a question I wasn't expecting. Very well, I'll tell you what I know once more. The once renowned Raiden Gokuden comprised of 5 branches: Amanoma, Futsu, Ishin, Hyakume, and Senju. The art of forging practiced by these 5 clans was first taught to them personally by the Almighty Shogun. Over time, the 5 branches diverged from one another as generations of bladesmiths honed and perfected their craft, until they became 5 distinct traditions. Most of the great swordsmith clans of old have since fallen into decline, and for a long time, only the Amanoma branch kept its art alive. But fortunately, Kaedehara Kazuha recently returned to Inazuma and took up the mantle of the Ishin art. Now 2 clans remain of the original Gokuden 5. If my memory serves me right, you yourself were present when he forged the Ishin blade.
Oh yeah, we were. Paimon remembers that now. It happened like 3 hours ago. We learned a bit about the decline of the Raiden Gokuden then too. Seems like such a shame. What was the reason behind their decline?
That, my friends, is a tragic tale indeed. In fact, this was not made known to me for most of my life. All these years I knew of those great clans' demise, but never the cause. Only recently, when the question was on my mind, did I ask Kaedehara Kazuha about this. He told me that, as we were both heirs to a branch of the Raiden Gokuden, it was right that I should know the truth. There is no harm in telling you, but I must warn you, it is a dark and sorrowful tale. The Raiden Gokuden were the targets of a murderous rampage by a vengeful bladesmith.
Vengeful? Why?
400 years ago, so I'm told, there was a catastrophic malfunction in the Tatarasuna's furnace. One brave swordsmith heard the commotion and chose not to flee, but he rushed to the scene hoping to prevent a disaster. Tatarasuna was home to a state-of-the-art forging and smithing operation in that day, and overseeing it was the armory officer. His surname was Niwa, though he had family ties to the Kaedehara clan. Knowing that they had just one chance to save countless lives, Mr. Niwa and the swordsmith leaped together into the furnace. The furnace quickly stabilized, but neither of them made it out. The smith's death, though heroic, dealt a devastating blow to his family's fortunes. His orphan son was left to fend for himself and grew up deeply resentful at the world. In his heart, the whole of Inazuma was culpable in his tragedy. He hated the Almighty Shogun for her apparent indifference toward his father's death, and he hated everyone who had done nothing to try to save him. Powerless and destitute, the only legacy he had to possess onto his children was his hatred. Generation after generation bore this grudge, living in utter misery. Alas, if only the story could have ended there. But 100 years ago, the then head of his family reached the end of his wits. He could bear their fate no longer, and yet he could do nothing to change it. Finally, he made a drastic decision, to take revenge on the Raiden Gokuden. In doing so, he sought to vent his pent-up anger and shake the very foundation of Inazuma's forging industry. In his fury, he murdered indiscriminately, killing even bladesmiths from the Hyakume clan which he belonged to. His goal was absolute, the devastation of all the Raiden Gokaden. But when he came to the Kaidehara and Kamisato clans, his killing spree came to an abrupt end. He failed to catch them unawares. They fought back fiercely, and they did not spare his life. That is why the Kaidehara clan and their Ishin art survived that day. I suppose they were the lucky ones, under the dire circumstances.
The legend of the Raiden Gokaden has changed. Someone else attacked the swordsmiths. It looks like the balladeer did something intermental, but it seems Neil has still died. Yurichi, was there anything else you wanted to ask? Have you seen Kazuha recently?
Kazuha? Why, yes, just yesterday, in fact. Actually, 2 hours ago, but I'm ignoring that. We spoke for a while over some tea. He seemed well.
So he has tongue twists. And he is the same Kazuha I know. Things don't seem as bad as I feared last night. That's all. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Don't tell Paimon. There are other places you want to visit too, right? Your expression says it all. You can't hide anything from Paimon. On to the next stop. Lead the way, traveler. Paimon will be right behind you. Paimon is no longer questioning why the heck I'm so concerned and asking these random people these random questions. Hello. We're here. This is the Yashiro Commission's headquarters, so...
Yurichi, it's been a while.
Hello.
If you're looking for the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I'm afraid your timing is unfortunate. They're not here right now.
Are they out on business?
The Commissioner is out on business, and Miss Kamisato is standing in for some meetings in the Commissioner's place. If it's urgent, you're welcome to wait inside until they get back.
What do you think? Should we go in? Thank you. We'll take you up on that offer. Can we take a walk in the courtyard?
If it were anyone else, I couldn't allow it, but seeing as you're so close with the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I think it should be okay.
We'll be heading in then. Thanks.
Hello, dears. Is there something you want to say?
Can I ask you a couple questions?
Of course. Yurichi. Yes, I know who you are. Miss Kamisato has told me about you. What would you like to know?
How are the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato these days?
Oh, they're both very well indeed. Lately, Miss Kamisato has been rather busy attending all kinds of meetings, and occasionally paying visits to some local organizations on the Commissioner's behalf. As for the Commissioner himself, well, you know, busy as ever, that much hasn't changed. Although he does seem to be in a rather good mood these days.
So, pretty much business as usual in the Yashiro Commission, huh?
Very much so.
Ayato is still the Yashiro Commissioner. Ayaka is still the lady of the house. No changes there. As far as I can see, nothing changed in the Yashiro Commission either. I was expecting as much, but it's still a big relief to know that the Kamisato siblings are both safe and well. Well, got any more questions? That's all for now. Many thanks.
You're very welcome. In fact, I would love nothing more than for you to come and visit more often. But I'm sure you must be far too busy to have time for that. Miss Kamisato talks about you all the time. She seems so thrilled to have you as a friend. And she's always saying how talented you are and how much she admires you. I must say, many things in Inazuma seem to have taken a turn for the better since you arrived here. So you're not just Miss Kamisato's knight in shining armor, you know? You're a hero to us all.
I'm flattered. Alright, goodbye for now. Where are we going next? Tatarasuna. Great! Goodbye, ma'am. Don't worry, we'll see ourselves out.
Alright then, take care for now. Hope to see you soon.
Oh, are you two leaving already?
Yeah, everything's taken care of now. Don't worry.
Very well. Safe travels. Goodbye.
What? Excuse me? Go to the Tatara soon to look for clues. The Balladeer's caused a series of unexpected consequences within your Minsel, and you're the only one aware of that. In order to ascertain the situation, you visit various places in Inazuma and inquire about the details related to the Balladeer and the Raiden Golka then. However, it seems like nothing can be done about the people the Balladeer had wished to save. Raiden is currently involved in another quest. Tatara Tales. Xavier! Really? 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 Why? Why are they busy in some random world quest? Why does the Archon quest not take priority?
Is there something I can help you with?
What's all this Mikage furnace and Tatanigami talk?
It's just a small problem. We need a little time to sort it out. You're an adventurer, aren't you? This place isn't suitable for you or your ilk. Get out of here.
Miyuki. How did it come to this? What's this Mikage furnace that you guys were talking about earlier? You're an outlander, aren't you? You've got some terrible luck to have traveled to Inazuma at a time like this. That island is called Tatarasuna. It's a smelting plant for jade steel, which is used to forge weaponry. Are you aware of the legends of Inazuman swords? The jade steel manufactured here is the reason the Inazuman swords are as sharp and durable as they are. It sounds top secret. It's not that big of a secret. After all, the Temnio Commission feels that having the ability to forgo powerful weapons is something they should flaunt. A few years ago, for the purpose of expanding production capacity, they hired a team of consultants from Fontaine, and they built the Mikage Force, a machine that can fully harvest the powers of the Tatarigami. We've warned them countless times not to let their guard down when it comes to the Tatarigami, but they decided to go ahead with the project anyway. After the Mikage Furnace started production, most of the consultant team returned to Fontaine. Only Xavier, who we just mentioned, stayed behind in Inazuma. But during one of the previous battles, something went wrong with the furnace, and the part that stored the corrupt Tatarigami energy became extremely unstable. Work was halted in Tatarasuna, and everyone was evacuated shortly after. Xavier took emergency action, and he seems to have set up a containment dome around the Mikage furnace. It's only a temporary solution, though. He's probably still on the island now, trying to figure out a way to solve the problem for good. Meanwhile, the Shogunate is only concerned about restarting production as soon as possible. I heard that they're even considering calling the consultants from Fontaine back again. But I don't think they'll be willing to come under the current conditions in Inazuma. And it just has to be that the Hanabe guy in charge of this whole thing doesn't... And it just has to be that Hanabe guy in charge of this whole thing, doesn't it? Who's Hanabe? A manager, you could say. Always going on about procedures, articles, and applications. His first reaction is never to find the solution to the problem. Instead, it's about what forms should be filed out. And which powerful individual needs to be informed about the incident beforehand. He's probably in this city right now preparing to submit whatever forms he can find. I really don't know if he's actually aware of the severity of the situation. I just hope that Xavier or our craftsman can find some way to solve the problem. If something were to go wrong with the Tatarigami inside the Mikage furnace, well, if that happens, you should probably leave this island. That all sounds pretty serious. It'll affect your adventures for sure. That's true, but didn't she mention that someone named Xavier is trying to find a solution? Well, why don't we go and take a look? It'd put our minds at ease if we could help take care of this, wouldn't it? Now we're looking for Xavier. Hello!
It's hopeless.
Hello, are you Xavier?
That's right. Xavier's the name, and the name's mine. But it is fate for foul that... What? But is it fate or foul that we should meet at this time and place? Pray tell, fine lass, who are you?
I'm here to help out.
To help out, you say? I say, from the looks of your attire, you We too are fellow Inazuma-philes on a pilgrimage of passion. A rare pleasure, my friend. I must say, I'm touched by your kind intentions. But I must also apologize for being frank in saying that I don't believe there's any help you could offer. On the way here, did you happen to see a protective cover that looks like a bubble?
No, I didn't.
Ah, okay then. No, that makes sense. The containment dome's not usually visible. If you want to view it from a distance, you have to employ a specific observation technique.
So how did you do it?
Not with my eyes, that's for sure. I view it by availing myself of this work. The Mikage Furnace Emergency Response Procedures, trial version. I followed the instructions to the letter, based on the readings given by the instrument. It seems that the dome has been successfully activated. Ah, one other thing I should mention is that, technically speaking, its official name is the Mikage Furnace Emergency Containment Dome. Now, as for the Mikage Furnace...
Please give me the short version.
Basically, it's a super smelter built using Fontaine technology, powered by a Tatarigami core brought over from Yashiori Island. Due to the impact of the war, the Mikage Furnace is now in an extremely unstable state. But whatever happens, I've now sealed it following the Mikage Furnace Emergency Response Procedures trial version, so that the problem is almost certainly contained to a certain extent. To a certain extent. Well, it might be 893 pages long, but the trial version has no information on the emergency measures applicable in a wartime scenario. We need to form an editors group for a trial version, expanded edition, first issue, and have a detailed discussion on additional emergency scenarios. Anyway, point being, even though I've followed the emergency response measures, they aren't the most complete, and the environment within the containment dome has turned... less than ideal, shall we say. The Mikage Furnace has now ceased operation indefinitely, and that soldier is getting incredibly antsy about it. Allegedly, Miyuki recently borrowed some of his people to arrange for the evacuation of the civilians. Now that really got him riled up. But if things continue like they are, who knows? Tatarasuna might just turn into a glorious firework visible all the way from my dear home, the beautiful town of Petra Shore.
When you say firework, could it really get that bad?
In the worst case scenario, yes, it could. We've not yet reached that stage, but if it gets that serious...
You look to the procedures for further guidance.
Precisely. But considering it mostly details the insurance claims and lawsuits and the like, I was rather hoping it wouldn't come to that. Recently, though, the instrument has indicated that the containment dome I activated is a little unstable, but I don't know what or where the problem is. Back in my beautiful homeland of Fontaine, we would normally have a vision-wielding expert diagnose the problem. Then we would form a dedicated review panel to discuss and raise proposals about... approve a solution, then organize the remedial work. But with Inazuma being the way it is right now, all I can do is try to determine what might be going on through the naked eye observations and my imagination.
In short, you're taking a best guess.
Best guess? My dear girl, please. That is a woefully inadequate representation of what's going on. A fairer description would be observation and inference drawing on a wealth of professional experience, including analogous previous... analogous? Is that a word? Am I pronouncing that correctly? Analogous previous cases.
Okay, so an educated guess.
Precisely. So my... guess is that it could conceivably, potentially, possibly, probably be an issue with a device containing the Tatarigami core that is having a knock-on effect on the containment dome I installed. But even if that's the case, the readings given by the instrument seem off. Something must have happened outside the dome as well.
So you're just missing your vision bearer, yes?
Yes, that's it. Under the current circumstance, in the area around the Mikage Furnace, only a vision bearer would be, well, safe. Anyone else would probably make it around 3 paces. Except for me, I'm a special case. I've croaked about halfway through taking my first step. In short, if we only knew what exactly was going on with the Mikage Furnace, I'd likely be able to formulate a repair plan, but we'd still need a review panel to approve it. Wait, it would only take one person to fulfill the function of a review panel. Aha! So we're all set!
Well, I can go investigate for you.
Huh? But it doesn't look like you have a vision.
I have my ways.
Is that so? Alright, you swayed me. It's not technically proper procedure, but we shan't achieve anything by just sitting on the issue. As I suspect that if we left that soldier to handle it, his report would still be sitting in the Superior's chest of drawers gathering dust at the island was being blown sky high. Let me pack up here, and then we'll head off. In any event, we need to get closer to the Mikage furnace to get a better idea of the situation. Perhaps you could go and investigate the surrounding area while I'm packing up. These strange readings must have something to do with whatever's happening at the Mikage furnace.
Pack up. Has that been approved by the review panel?
Actually, as representative of the present review panel, I've already granted myself authorization to pack up and strike camp, so no need to worry about that.
Observe the Mikage furnace. Ugh. We are getting very sidetracked. I don't know how much of this road quest I'm gonna have to do just to continue the Archon quest. How are these rifts formed? It looks like we need to find a way through here to investigate those rifts. The electrogranum. This rift is huge. Best we keep our distance. What a huge rift. Looks like we need to take care of this thing before we can check what's up with the contaminated dome. Where? Hello? What? Ah. This rift is looking more dangerous by the second. No. And there's Vitui. This rift is huge. Oh, what's going on? Are those the Vitui? What are they doing so nearby? And they look like they're guarding this place too. What's going on? I'm just pressing all of my buttons. So many buttons. Ta-da! His wrist must have something to do with the Fatui, huh? I'm back.
Oh, the situation looks stable, at least.
The situation with the Mikage furnace?
Yes, indeed. From my observations, the internal buildup of the Tatarigami energy doesn't seem too high. The reason I initially activated the dome was to stop people from going inside, mostly because of the legal liability it puts on us. Basically, if too much energy accumulates inside, then this dome is completely useless. The main thing here is that everything's looking good right now, so it's happy days. No need to pore over mundane details at this point. So, how's the dome looking?
It's got 3 rifts on it, and a whole load of Fatui.
Rifts? Wait a moment. Vatui? What are those slicing his nails doing all the way out here?
Whatever it is, it can't be good.
You've got that right. But if the current issues with the Mikage furnace are what the Vatui is doing, then that complicates things. Goodness gracious, how can this be happening? I'm just a humble engineer. I only wanted to I only wanted to come here to do a little research, do some filming, and get a taste of Inazuma's delightful culture, etc. How did I go from that to being caught up in this whole mess? It began as a simple technical issue, then that soldier turned up and all of a sudden it's somehow a process issue. Then somewhere during said process it transforms again into an Inazuma domestic affair that Outlanders are strictly prohibited from interfering in. And now the Vtuber are here. If it goes on like this, the nature of this problem is going to change quite radically indeed.
It's all the Vtuber's fault.
Ugh, whatever. I'm here now, and I'm the only person capable of resolving this issue with Mikage Furnace. Technically, ignoring it would be a compliant decision both in terms of process and in terms of who has jurisdiction over it. But I can't just leave it unresolved. Perhaps I just need to accept that for a researcher, this is just the way life is. Or as we say in Fontaine, c'est la vie. If the Vtuber are really here to try and get their hands on the Tatarigami energy inside the Mikage Furnace, then the containment dome should be a major stumbling block to their plans.
Or those rifts also...
Indeed. There's no doubt in my mind that the Vtuber are at least tangentially related to those rifts. I see. So it's the cracks in the containment dome that are causing my instruments to give these anomalous readings. I must say, they are very stealthy. They managed to make it all the way here, damage the dome, and access the inside of the Mikage Furnace without anybody finding out.
I choked my own spit for a second there. The Vtuber are good at acting in the shadows.
If that's the case, there's a real possibility here that they've already made it inside.
If they're left to their own devices in there, what if they destroy the Mikage Furnace?
Are the Vtuber really so reckless? If it exploded, they would share the same fate as everyone else.
I wouldn't put it past them.
Dear me, they are truly daring. First things first, we must find a way to scare them off. Give me a moment to think. I've got it! Since they decided to sneak inside the Mikage Furnace quietly, it must mean that they wish to avoid a direct confrontation with the Shogunate. So all we need to do is make some sort of big dramatic gesture to make them think that the Shogunate is already onto them. That might just make them think more cautious in their... That just make them much more cautious in their approach, which will make our investigation much easier.
Dramatic gesture?
Do you know of the Kamui-jima cannon? It's a big gun built using the latest technology powered by electro. The Shogunate has a few of them installed on this island for military purposes, since this is where the front line was. But as the war went on, things changed, and now they're currently sitting there unused.
Things changed? What exactly?
You'd have to ask our soldier friend, but I'm sure he'd only tell you that he is not at liberty to disclose classified military intelligence. If you want my take, I think the Shogun's army underestimated the sophistication of their enemy. They installed the Kamui-jima cannons, hoping to halt Sangonomiya's advance with overwhelming firepower. But although the Kamui-jima cannon does indeed pack quite the punch, it has a limited field of fire and is not very mobile. Most importantly, big artillery guns like these need several people to operate them, and maintenance is a real headache. Trying to defend the Mikage Furnace and the Kamui-jima cannons at the same time meant that our soldier friend and his comrades were spread too thinly. So ultimately, it actually gave Sangonomiya an opportunity. After making it past the Kamui-jima cannons' field of fire, they quickly took down the forces guarding the Mikage Furnace. Before the Shogun's army could get emergency reinforcements to the Mikage's furnace, they had already withdrawn from there and started attacking from a different direction. Constantly being dragged back and forth kept the Shogunate's forces fully occupied, so when the Mikage Furnace started having problems, they were forced to halt production. Meanwhile, the Kamui-jima cannons installed in the wild became essentially useless against the kind of tactics employed by Sangonomiya's side. Suffice it to say that as far as the fight on this island went, Sangonomiya had the upper hand.
So did Sangonomiya damage the Mikage Furnace?
I don't think so. They should be well aware that the Tatarigami sealed inside wouldn't treat Sangonomiya or the Shogunate any differently from each other if the Mikage Furnace was destroyed. All they want is to continuously harass and attack the Mikage Furnace to be a nuisance to the Shogun's army, and slowly wear them down. I wonder who it is that's planning all these precise attacks from Sangonomiya's side. Well, that's enough chit-chat. Whatever the case, the Kamui-jima cannon will definitely cause an unimaginable ruckus, which is just what we need. And as a result of some miraculous coincidence, I actually know how to operate the cannon.
It's tech from Fontaine again, isn't it?
Well, I won't go deeper into it, but we do have other technologies besides just maintaining and producing equipment.
Are you going to fire the furnace directly?
As I said before, the containment dome is meant for stopping people from entering. The Fatui have already broken through, that much you've seen with your own eyes. Though it may seem like it's just a few small tears, the truth of the matter is that the dome is actually barely holding up. If they're left unchecked, even if the Mikage furnace is alright, they'll definitely find other ways to cause problems. If we don't destroy the dome, we'll have to go through the 3 tears that the Fatui made to repair the Mikage furnace. We'd be fishing a barrel for those Fatui to shoot. But if we destroyed it altogether, not only would it shock the Fatui and provide us with an advantageous opportunity, it would also allow for us to have more routes to choose from. Besides, if we can repair the Mikage furnace in time, everything will return to normal, even if we do destroy the containment dome. Have a little faith in me, and in the marvelous technology of my homeland, Fontaine. Come, let me mark the location of the Kamui-jima cannons for you on your map.
Don't we need to prepare some projectiles?
Normally we would, and the cannons are a very special type of projectile. That's why the Shogun is so lax about leaving these huge cannons in the wild. But as I've said before, I happen to know how to operate this sort of cannon. What I also know is how to make use of electro to bypass our projectile-related limitations. But since neither of us has a vision, if we are to get a hold of some stable elemental power, we should go ask the treasure hoarders if we might borrow a few of those curios, small bottles in which they seal some.
Don't worry, I can control the elements.
What? But you're not a bearer of the vision. I guess we all have our own little secrets, eh? I shan't pry. Then on behalf of our special review board, I'll be entrusting you with this task. I'm confident that we will also make a wonderful team.
Oh, okay. It is welcome time, I guess. Daily reset has happened. Wait, does that mean my daily commissions have also reset? Yeah. I mean, I'll probably progress through them by doing other quests. Probably. Maybe. I'm still not allowed to continue, why not? Oh. So, looking at the map, it should be here. Oh, cannon. What? A giant and powerful cannon. Normally it requires a special kind of ammunition to fire, but you can also charge it using electro energy. Characters carrying an electric cannon more affected by electro in proximity to the Kamui-jima cannon can charge it. Dory! Does not work. Okay, fine. Wow. Oh, this kind of cannon does not have a point and shoot aiming functionality. You must adjust the elevation and orientation in order to fire on target. Does that work? Did I do it? I can't tell. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh. On to the next one. Oh, it's right here. Hello. Nifty. What? Why didn't it back out? Bang. Bang. Ta-da! And next one is to the north. No teleport waypoint. Ah, so peaceful here. One of the few areas in Inazuma where there's not lightning constantly striking everywhere. How nice. Now, where's the cannon? Probably on top. I'm not able to get up here, am I? Unless I go around, maybe? We're going the slow way. Okay. Why? Why? Just let me up. Finally. Cannon. Fire! 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 I did it. Ta-da! Wow. Okay. Xavier, I blew up the thing.
You're back! My, that was loud. My eardrums are still ringing. After hearing the cannons, the Fatui will most certainly suspect that the Shogunate has become aware of their activities. Still, something seems off here. Why hasn't Tatarigami enemy begun to leak out after the containment dome was destroyed? Could it be that some of the Mikage's furnace systems are still operational, and have already purified some of the energy?
Or perhaps the Fatui are collecting that energy.
Whatever the case may be, please take this opportunity to go and find out. Watch out! It's the Fatui!
Oh, hi. Why are you here?
私のお家にいらっしゃい。特攻花火。はじけろ。
Ugh. I hate Pyro Fatui so much. Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Hurry up and die! There we go. I did it!
Goodness me, they don't beat around the bush, do they?
And this is how the Fatui roll.
Their lack of care for the delicacies of law are really... well, the further they are from me, the better. It seems like their target is Tatarigami energy, which is within the Mikage furnace. Go check up on the status of the storage device inside the Mikage furnace while the Fatui are distracted by all the ruckus we're making. If you encounter any Fatui, why, take them out. I have every confidence in your abilities.
I'm still not allowed to continue. Uh... Proceeding to run away. Okay. Ignore me. Coming through. Don't mind me. This should be the Mikage furnace. Xavier mentioned that there's a device that contains the Tatarigami core in here. Let's record it down and let him have a look at it. Can you all stop? I'm busy here. Why do I have to take a picture? How do I take a picture? Camera? Why? You're kidding me. Now am I allowed to do anything? Okay. Hello.
Did you find the device?
Yes, and I took a picture of it.
Let me take a look. Good, good. It hasn't suffered too much damage. If all the other emergency systems are working normally, most of the energy circuits inside the device should have been cut off already. That I would consider a great fortune, even amidst our many miseries. I have a few more preparations to make, and I also need to give the problems we face here at the Mikage Furnace some thought. Come find me after a while. We still have a lot of work to do here.
Now am I allowed to continue? Oh my god, I can continue. Oh, thank goodness.
Huh?
We're finally back on track. Hello again, Xavier. Well, here we are, but what are we looking for? Something or someone?
Do my eyes deceive me? Or is that Yorichi and Paimon?
Xavier, what are you doing here?
I was in the general area, and now I'm in this specific area. There, that's me. So, what about you two?
We have some questions and thought you might be able to help. Do you know much about that Tatarasuna?
Certainly do. I've researched the furnace here in some depth. If there's anything you want to know, just ask away.
Well, how well do you understand the history of this area?
Like the back of my hand. Make no mistake, I've been here a good many times before. Not only that, but I've met people in Inazuma whose families used to live in Tatarasuna years ago. They said it's all true, the history here.
Go on, I'm listening.
Huh? Oh, well, it's a long story, don't you know? The tale of Tatarasuna starts a long time ago. I'm told that its history as one of the foremost forging and smelting operations in the nation goes back around 1,000 years. Still, the furnace has had a couple of serious maintenance issues along the way.
A couple? When exactly?
One was just in the last few years. The other was several hundred years ago. And fun fact, I'm not the first Fontaine tech guy to come and work on it either. There was a guy back then too. They say he was a mechanic who consulted on a technology upgrade. It seems like the technological collaboration between our two nations goes back a long way. How about that?
Mechanic, huh? Looks like the doctor still sabotaged the furnace, leading to all the ensuing chaos. Hey, weren't you gonna ask Xavier something about Tatarasuna? Come on, ask already. I am.
Oh, I didn't realize you two were here for a history lesson.
Me neither. Paimon doesn't know what's gotten into this one today. It feels like we've been preparing for a history exam or something.
Huh? What brought this on? Did you just wake up today with a sudden burning desire for historical knowledge?
Pretty much. So, could I ask one more question?
Sure, go ahead.
Have you ever heard of the Kabukimono connected to Tatarasuna?
A kabukimono? No, I can't say that I have. I do know the word. Inazuman for those eccentric types who always go around dressed to the nines. Just the sort of person that I'd like to meet, actually. But sadly, I've never had the pleasure. Nor have I come across anything to do with the kabukimono where Tatarasuna is concerned.
So there's no more Kabukimono. Did the Paladin really manage to erase himself from history completely? If so, he must have wanted to change the world and revert everything back to the way it was. But so far, it looks like the majority of changes have only affected himself. Thank you, Xavier.
Of course, don't mention it.
Oh, we're leaving? Okay, bye, Xavier.
Oh, you're most welcome. More than happy to help. Farewell.
Looks like you got all the information you're looking for. Time to go back and see Lesser Lord Kusanali. Sure, but what's up with you today? Whatever it is, it seems like it's really troubling you. Keep your smile, Spider Crocodile. No matter what happens, Paimon will always be there for you. Thank you, Paimon. Hey, don't mention it. Alright, let's head off and go meet with Nahida. Oh. Wow, daily is already done. Amazing. We have stuff. Hand over. Hooray! One. There's that. Meow. Over here. Nahida! I'm back.
Hey, it's them.
Hello. Akaba, Sawada! You're still here? Are you still talking about the essay?
Indeed we are. If you have a moment, we'd love for you to join us once more.
We have time. What do you want to talk to us about?
The same topic we discussed last time, obviously.
Still looking for more info about Tatarasuna, huh? Should we join them? Perfect. These two have researched Tatarasuna's past. Let's hear what they have to say.
Unfortunately, we haven't made any real progress.
The article that you let me read last time was great. Can I read it again?
Huh? Oh, of course.
I'm not gonna read through the entire thing again. I'll just read the part that I think is different. Yeah. Introduction. That all seems the same. I assume the main part that's different would be... Oh, yellow. Okay. It's... Thank you for highlighting that. That helps. A great many of these rumors revolved around the yokai, who are so very characteristic of Inazuma's folk histories. A very small portion, however, mentioned the word outsider. It should be known that the appearance of such a character, who is suspected to be based on a real person, is a very curious case. This fact drew the attention of the researchers to delve further, and eventually the following pieces of information came to light. A foreign mechanic once visited Tatarasuna. Reportedly, the reason for his immigration was to exchange knowledge and forge ties with the locals. However, the mechanic seemed to behave suspiciously, often wandering around essential or restricted areas, and if someone tried to turn him away, they would only hear incomprehensible mumbles from his lips. The mechanic often stared into the furnace, seemingly to check on its condition. Unsettlingly, he also spent a substantial amount of time watching the local residents. Judging from the era, it was not uncommon to see cross-cultural exchanges of technical knowledge in places such as Tatarasuna. After traveling across the tides, foreign experts being welcome in the region was likely not unreasonable either. Yet, Calamity claimed not long after this exchange of knowledge, which hints at some high potential for causation between these events. However, some current residents believe that these assumptions were merely the result of their foreign bearers' overactive imaginations, attempting to theorize how things actually unfolded. Then the mechanic. Along have I delved through many texts and documents, but I was ultimately unable to decipher even a specter of a clue as to his background. Still, mentions of the mechanic grew scarcer in the aftermath of the Tatarasuma incident. I speculate that instead of the mechanic possibly being a figure woven from overripe imaginations, he actually did exist, and perhaps even had a hand in the events that took place in Tatarasuna.
I presume you want to read mine as well? Here.
Miyazaki hid his grin. Upon hearing this, Neo realized the lizard from the head into Katsuyagi's poem. But just as more words were to be exchanged, someone came walking nearby, their footsteps steady and confident. The head that appeared by the door was that of one from abroad. The newcomer placed some lunch boxes to one side, nodded, and made to leave. Katsuragi called out after him, "Sir, what about your meal? Are you not hungry?" The man smiled upon hearing Katsuragi's words. "I already ate. I hope that you, my lords, may also find time to sate your hunger soon." "You are a guest, sir, and to see you help in these trifling matters fills me with embarrassment," Neela said with sincerity. The man smiled as if it was no matter. Then with a nod he departed. Like a falling spear, the black cloud reached the bottom of the boat and was joined in its barefacedness of direction. Like a charging beast, they plunged into the shoreline, scant steps away. The mechanic laughed, slowly approaching the grand wreck. Not but half an arm was left on the of the one who cried out for help, and with a plop, it landed at the mechanic's feet, who crouched to better study the object, straining against the urge to take a bite. Yet he did not, for the dark clouds swirling down had already picked the remnants of the ship clean. Then a second ship was sent, followed by a third and a fourth, each who left to seek salvation due to winterfell skies and bleak fortunes. Reason dictated that they should not have risked anyone else, but the situation in Tatarasuna was severe. They needed to gain aid from Inazuma, even should it cost them more lives. The content has changed. Another effect of tampering with the information on Minso. The balladeer said he'd erased 2 of his names. If he really succeeded in... It must have taken all of his might, but still...
Well, what do you think?
A masterpiece. Hey, Yuraji, remember how last time Akuma was saying how he wished they could gather more information about all this? Well, we just got back from Inazuma, so... how about we tell them what we learned? Sure.
What did you find out? Something big?
It's a long story. Basically, we have some friends in Inazuma, and... You tell the two writers what you learned about the Raiden Gokakuden.
Oh, so many new details. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. Well. So it all comes down to one man's desire for revenge, huh? You heard this from a member of the Amanoma clan, you say? And I guess it must be true. So there's no ghost story here after all.
This new information actually lends further credence to my hypothesis. Evidently, swordsmiths were seen as having an incredibly prestigious role in society in those days, to the extent that harming them was conceived of, at least by the perpetrator, as a way of exacting revenge against those in power.
Yes, okay, point taken. You're alright. But that doesn't mean I can't carry on with my novel.
And they're back at it. These guys are really into this. We've got some things to take care of now. Bye for now.
Oh, so sorry. Look at us prattling on about our project and ignoring you. Thank you so much for the information.
You're welcome. See ya.
Keep us in the loop if you find out anything else.
Will do. And now for Nahida. Nahida doesn't remember Great Lord Rocket defend us, so does she remember the Balladeer? She was watching us in her mental at the time, so she should. Probably. Maybe. Hello. Hello, Nahida. Nahida, we're here! Yarichi, Paimon, how have you been? Where to start? Paimon hasn't had a moment's rest this whole time. That night we ended up chatting until suddenly the sun was up. And then she decided she wanted to go to Inazuma. I was investigating the situation with the Balladeer. The Balladeer? Sounds like some kind of code name. So Nahida doesn't remember either. Oh no. You look troubled. Is there something you need to tell me? Even Nahida doesn't remember. Just like last time, any changes to her mental will affect her as well. The Balladeer acted quickly. He finished erasing himself before Nahida could stop him. I'm the only one who still remembers the things that were erased. Once again, I'm the record keeper. Yurichi? Hey, what's wrong? You look so upset. There are things that have happened that only I can remember. I have to tell you the truth. With a heavy heart, you piece back together the story that was broken and scattered across time. There once was named the Balladeer, created by the Electro Archon. He was a puppet who lived among men. After a series of events in Tatarasuna, the Balladeer, thinking he had been thrice betrayed, left Inazuma to roam the world beyond. With no trust for humans, and only loathing for the gods, he bore his grudge for years as he grew in strength, then returned to Inazuma to take his revenge. He tried in vain to become a deity with a gnosis, and ended up losing everything. Finally, he entered Erminsul and learned the truth behind his betrayal. Knowing now that his entire life was built on lies, he did the unthinkable in an attempt to reverse his tragic fate. That's quite a story. So this puppet, known as the Balladeer, erased himself from Erminsul, hoping that he could change the past. But how was he even able to do that? As Yorichi said, he very nearly became Sumeru's deity. Admittedly, I remember it a little differently. I don't recall finding anyone inside the machine after we defeated it. Nevertheless, it does make sense. If someone were to successfully erase themselves from Erminsul, the world would have changed to reflect into reality. So you believe this person really existed, and we just don't remember him because... Well, because he literally changed the world? Yes, theoretically speaking, it is possible to do this. But I'm struggling to imagine the kind of person who would dare go through with it. Yorichi comes from a world beyond Teyvat. That's why there's no information about her in her mental. And it also explains why any changes to her mental wouldn't affect her. So if there's anyone in this world capable of retaining memories from the past that has been rewritten, it's you. It's quite incredible when you think about it.
本当に不思議な感覚ね。
You can say that again.
でも、その
Paimon's having a hard time understanding this Balladeer guy's motivations. Why did he do it?
私も
I can only make inferences based on the information we've been given.
彼が
As for what kind of person he was, only you remember
今はあな
that.
たしか覚えていないから。
I'm really not sure. We were enemies after all, and I don't know his perspective on all of this, so I can't say why he did something so extreme. Did he want to reset everything? Or save someone? Or did he want to completely undo his existence? Everything can be said right. It's time to solve this once and for all. Maybe that's all there is to it. I still remember the question he asked. He asked me specifically, and my hesitation gave him his answer. I hesitated because I witnessed Queen Lord Okunueda erase her own existence, but I can't tell Nahida that. To put it another way, I know why the Balladeer was so sure it could work, but I can't tell them that.
何か言えないことでもあるの？
Is something else worrying you? Something that you can't share? I just feel empty. He chose such a radical option, and yet
すでに死んだ人
it
の
couldn't
歴史を
change the
変え
fate
る
of
こ
the
と
ones
は
who
で
have
きな
died,
かった。
right?
そう
Yeah.
ね。残響は自
Once
分
the
が裏切
Balladeer
られたわ
realized
けで
he
は
hadn't
なかった
betrayed
と
her,
知って
he hadn't been betrayed
物語
after
に
all.
あった
It must have completely
かつて
changed his view of the
宝
people
島
of
で暮らしていた
Tatarasuna.
人を友とみなし
Now
たの
he
か
saw them
も
as
しれない
friends
わ。
again.
そうして人
He
間を
couldn't
憎
keep
む
hating
理由を
humans
な
after
くした
that.
彼なら
And if he thought there
か
was a
つての
chance he
友
could
を
save his
救おう
old
とするの
friends,
も
it would be
おかし
hard
くは
not
な
to
いわ
try.
ね。とても合理
The
的
story
で
makes sense.
どの
Every
点に
part
おい
of
て
it.
も辻褄が合っている。残響は
The Balladeer tried to achieve godhood with the
神
doctor's
になり
help.
かけた。
He was
だ
unsuccessful,
からこそ
but retained the power to
彼は
connect
世
with her
界樹と
Minsel.
つながるその権能の
That
おか
power
げ
then
で
enabled him to change what was recorded in her Minsel and erase himself.
世
Even
界
though
樹
he
の中の
didn't
記
have
録を
much
書
strength
き換える
left.
ことに成功し自らを消した。確かに筋
Yeah,
は
it
通
does
ってる
make
けど
sense, but
その
it's
人
still
たち
ended
の
in
おかげで
tragedy for his
いい結果に
friends.
なったわ。おいら
It just feels so helpless. He gave everything to do this, but it seems like he's got nothing in return. Yeah, he changed the world in many ways, and yet the dead still didn't get a second chance. Thus fated to try again could not be saved. What exactly did he want to fight back against? The betrayals in his life? Or did he wish he never existed at all?
少し待ってちょうだい。確認したい情報があるの。
Please wait a moment. I want to check something.
見つけた。
Found it.
おそらくこ
This
れ
should
ね
be the one. It's a cube.
やっぱり
It turns out that I have a strange way of confirming
尋
everything
常
she
じゃ
has
ない
told
状
us.
況が起こっているわ。なんなんだ
What is it?
私自身
A
が保
record
存
from my
した
personal
全ての情
collection.
報の中
It
に
was tucked away in a corner.
あなたたちも
You
見
should
て
take
ちょ
a
うだい。
look. Surprisingly, the information is presented to you in a way that resembles a fairy tale.
童話
Is this a fairy tale? Who wrote it? This matches everything I said.
この記録を作った
I
のは
authored this record myself.
私自
Huh? You wrote a fairy tale that somehow has something to do with the Balladeer?
旅人の話と
When
合わ
combined
せ
with
れば
Yorichi's narrative, it's
私
clear
の
that
残
this
した
story is an
物語は
allegory.
全て
Everything in it is
あ
a
る
symbol
特
for
定の
something
内容を
else.
指して待てよ
Hold on. So this record survived from the past past?
そうたとえ
Yes.
他の記録
Any
にある
information
残
about the
響と
Balladeer
歌
or
舞
the
伎物についての内
or
容
the
が変更
Kamakimono
さ
and
れた
other
の
records will have been changed.
私の
But
手
I
によっ
wrote
て
the
書き
story
起
in a
こ
way
した
that
物語
means it was
に
left intact.
影響はな世界中内の
Changing
情
the
報を
information
変
in
え
her
ること
Minsel
は
changes Teyvat.
テイワットを書き換えるのと同じ
But our Minzel can't change information that was well hidden in advance. I guess I must have written the story as a backup before the Balladeer entered our Minzel. That's incredible! Oh, what a great idea! And sending Yuri into our Minzel with the Balladeer must have been a further precaution. I knew she'd remember everything. This story is abstract enough that it still resonates with the present information recorded in our Minzel. But if we connect all the different places together, the true story that emerges is the one she told us, the now erased life of the Balladeer. Oh! There once was a lone monster draped in fox fur. The monster found a family of foxes, joined them, and they became friends. The monster lived with the family day and night, and everyone treated it as one of their own. Once in a while, the monster would take off its fox fur at night and lament to itself as it gazed at its reflection in the water. It was monstrosity, yet they're too foolish to see it. I pity them. But the monsters soon found solace when another came to live among the foxes who was not their kin. A kitten, carved from the wood of a white tree who had been abandoned by the humans. That explains why I've seen so much art of Scaramouche as a cat. It all makes sense now. The kitten too wished to become a fox, but its tail was too slender, it could not grow a coat of richly colored fur. Yet, when the other foxes saw this, they spoke words of comfort to the kitten. Even without a tail and fur like ours, you're still one of us. Furious at this happy resolution, the monster lit a fire on the mountain. The terrified animals panicked as the fire spread. The only way to extinguish the flames was to make a sacrifice. A grey fox stood up and addressed the monster. It said, "You're the cleverest among us. Surely you can help us find a way to solve this." The monster smiled, led the fox towards the fire, and murdered it. The grey fox's heart was turned into a beautiful drop of water, clear, spotless, and pure. The monster gave the heart of water to the kitten, telling him the foxes have decided you're the one who must be sacrificed. Take this. Quench the flames and die for your foxkin. You're so sad. The fire was extinguished, but the kitten lived. It left that side of the mountain and found a little bird who had a broken wing. The two promised they would spend their whole lives together, but the little bird did not have long left to live. It passed away soon after. After burying the bird, the kitten left the mountain for good. Never again would it cherish a single creature, nor a single blade of grass that stood on that mountain. The kitten spent the nights wandering aimlessly, gnashing his teeth at the moon. I had wished to swallow the moon and devour the moonlight. If the world could only return to darkness, then it would finally be peaceful and content. I'll become the new moon, the answer to everything. Then no one will know that there were once birds, foxes, and cats in this world, and no one can know that we were different. We solved it! I remember now. This is not just the Balladeer story, but it is his very own memories. I made a backup so that it could be preserved, no matter what happened. To become a god, he was experimented on and modified countless times. It was brutal torture, and the only reason he was able to survive is that he was a puppet. The memory was extracted from him by the scholars. Presumably, they kept it to have something to defend themselves with. Creating a deity was just the first step. Some of them wanted to be able to control it. That's why they backed up his memory for later use. I buried it deep inside one of my own dreams, and then hid it inside an allegorical story so that it wouldn't be altered. It's hard to believe that this person really existed, let alone that he tried to get rid of us on more than one occasion. Paimon has no memory of him at all. He completely vanished, like a puff of smoke. The Balladeer agreed to help me look for information about the Descenders, and although he was unsuccessful, he still helped you. Before he vanished, he confirmed an important detail. That kind reel was where your twin first came into this world. We still don't know how the change to Minto will affect the senior ranks of the Vtuber. But in all likelihood, they won't even remember their own harbinger. I've never had this feeling before. It feels like life is as insignificant as a feather. It sounds like Paimon wouldn't like this guy a whole lot if he was still around. But still, Paimon doesn't like the way it all ended that much better. This is why wisdom alone cannot answer all our questions. We look, we see, and we comprehend, but the question still troubles us. So the answer is not everything. People yearn to find the truth and then conquer the troubles they face. When you give someone the truth, you give them a chance to choose their own destiny. To others looking on, this may seem like a pointless endeavor, but for him, the chance to act on his desire to disappear must have meant a lot. Never forget that even when we walk beneath dark clouds along a road filled with suffering, the light of wisdom is always there, guiding us toward a better destination. And that's what you've been doing all along. Yeah, Nahida's right. Cheer up. How about we go get something to eat? Or we can pick up this heavy conversation again later. Good idea, Paimon. Why don't you take her out for a walk to clear her head? You got it. Come on, Yorichi. You need to get out of your head for a while. You'll feel much better after taking a walk. Let's go get a snack from one of the stalls at the Grand Bazaar. That'll be sure to lift our spirits. It must be really tough being the only one who remembers all that. But Paimon's always here to help cheer you up. Double Nahida. What are you looking at? There's a few things I like to look into. You should go take a walk to try to unwind. Okie dokie. I don't know which teleport waypoint to go to. Yum. Over here. What should we eat first? I have a nagging feeling like there's something I'm missing. Something important that I'm forgetting. Hey, are you gonna answer or what? Sorry, it's just give me a minute. I'm still processing. Alright, whatever you want. Well, I will be right here when you figure stuff out. And then we can get something to eat. Come on, brain, let's take this out. It's gotta be in there somewhere. There's something about her mental and deleting oneself. Great Lord Rukutaveta, forbidden knowledge, Nahida. What is it? Have you figured it all out? Yes, that was it. Great Lord Rukutaveta. She said that no one can erase themselves from existence, not even her. Otherwise, why would she need to create her own reincarnation and let Lord Kusanali to do the deletion for her? There would be no point. Oh, why did you jump up all of a sudden? No, I can't tell Paimon. She doesn't know about Greater Lord Rukutaveta. But this is a crucially important detail. It it's simply not possible for the Balladeer to completely erase his own existence. In which case the question is, what happened to him? What, was it somehow the doctor disguised as him and deleted? I'm so confused.
すみません。先ほどの帳簿に少し問題があったようなので見てもらえませんか？
Excuse me, what?
Excuse me, boss. There seems to be a small problem with the last bill. Look here.
Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, question mark.
Hey, wait! Huh? You mean me? No, not you. That kid. Didn't you see? The rascal grabbed my last 2 fresh Sensettias and ran off. Look, if you're gonna help out here, you can't keep spacing out, okay? What is it? Is the work too boring for you? Or has the big city got too many distractions? I wasn't paying close enough attention. Sorry, boss. I think you're right. Maybe it's the city. It's so exciting it can be hard to focus.
Who's that guy? You know him or something? That guy is the Balladeer. He's who?
You're a strange one, kiddo. You say you don't want any money for helping out here, and then when I actually give you some work to do, you keep letting yourself get distracted. I don't want to take advantage, so I'm happy to pay you what I'd pay anyone else. But if you keep acting like this, pretty soon I won't be able to afford to. No, please, I mean it. You don't need to pay me anything. I'm just so thankful that you agreed to take an outsider like me. You're welcome, I guess. But I got bigger things to worry about. Look, we're all out of Sunsettias, and I promised the lady down the street I'd deliver a fruit bowl this evening. And leave it to me. I'll find some more. In just a moment, I'll be right back. Stop! I'm gonna level with you, kiddo. I've never met a worker who said they didn't want a wage before. And at first I got greedy. Couldn't believe my luck. But I figured you'd start asking for something in return eventually. You don't want money, you don't take days off. And in your free time, all I see you do is wander around, taking in the sights. Are you a drifter or something? That's right, I am. We can talk more about that later. First, let me get those fruits you needed. Sunsettias, was it? I'll be right back.
Hey, what do we do now? Let's follow him. Okay, stay out of sight. Don't let him see you. Follow the person you just saw. Water.
Yeah, this'll do.
Even though, as you say, he's the Balladeer, what are we planning on doing? Stealing us Sensettias? Isn't that a bit too cruel? Shh. Alright.
This should be enough. I guess I should wash them before I take them back.
If I wasn't seeing this with my own eyes, I would never believe it.
Huh? You two over there. Is there something I can help you with?
Ah, he spotted us.
You've been following me all the way from the city. I'd have to be blind not to notice.
You're right, we were following you.
Have we met before? No, we haven't met. But you know me?
Yes.
I have no recollection.
It's complicated, but I do know you. Are you absolutely sure?
すみませんが
Sorry, but I just can't take your word for it.
I can prove it. You're a puppet.
人
A puppet?
形そんな風
What
には
makes you think
見えない
that?
けどその表
Huh?
情
You're right? The look on his face.
なのか
どうやら
I guess you do know me after all.
確かなようで
That's
すね
not something I share with a lot of people.
僕はただの
Look, I'm just a
放浪者に
wanderer,
過ぎません
but seeing as you've
ただその様子
you've
から
gone to all the
して
trouble to track me down,
僕に会いに来たの
I'm
に
sure
は
whatever it is must be
何
important.
か重要なわけがあるので
There's
す
somewhere I want to take you.
いいですよ
Okay,
ただ
but please let me deliver these goods to my boss first.
届
本当に
Are you really working for that guy? You said that you don't want any more of it. Is that true?
はい
Yes, I ran into him out in the wilderness during a storm,
野外であの方に
and
出会って
he let me take shelter
荷
in
車
in
で
his
雨
cart.
宿りをしてもいい
In
と思い
return,
ま
I
した
said I'd be his helper for a little while.
意外といいやつだったんだ
That's
な
hardly nice of you.
品を届け終えた
Let
ら
me take these
あ
back,
なたと一緒
and
に
then
行
I'll
きます
come with you, okay?
それでいいですね
Alright.
まずは街
And
へ
then
戻ろう
let's return to the city. Going to the grocery store again. Meow.
すみません
There you go, boss. I'll leave them right here.
本当に取れ
Oh, you really went to pick some more.
この二人
Who
は
are these two?
この二人が
Something's come up, and they need to borrow me. Sorry, boss. I'm afraid I'll be away from the stall for a while. I was just about to pay you anyway. Go wherever you want, kid. Don't waste your time here. What? I get it, okay? You just wanted to help me out to thank me for giving you shelter from the rain that day. Even then, I don't understand why you're so adamant that you don't want any pay for it. But look, it was pouring down and there you were, sauntering along without a care in the world. Like you had nowhere to be. Didn't even care that it was raining. Imagine you were me for a second. It's a little weird, right? Why is this guy traveling during a rainstorm? He's not trying to get somewhere. And why is he taking a shortcut through the open country if he's not even in a hurry? But anyway, taking you in didn't put me out even slightly. You don't even owe me a thing for it. Certainly not all this. Your time is valuable, you know? You should go live your life.
しかし僕には
But I don't...
そんなもの
No, you're right.
あなたここでお別れしま
Then I
し
suppose this is where we'll say
た
goodbye.
街へ連れてって
Thank you again for taking me into the
ありが
city.
とうございました
Don't mention it, kiddo. I've run into all kinds of characters over the years. I just hope you find your path.
感謝します
Thank you.
さて
Alright then.
待っていてくれ
Alright,
て
done.
ありがとうございまし
Thanks
た
for waiting for me. We can go
行き
now.
ましょう
Turn to the sanctuary of Shirastana. I'm gonna teleport up here. I feel like this is a really complicated situation similar to Farina and Nivelette, where the Balladeer used to be a harbinger, but now he's not a harbinger anymore, and he's just some random animal vision character, wanderer. Sort of like how Farina used to be the archon, but now she's not. She's just a regular idol vision character. Which would explain why she's not following the archon pattern for the limited time banners. I don't remember how Wanderer worked on the banner though. I wasn't playing the game during the time. I think I just got back into Genshin right after this whole chapter released. Right before Fontaine released. Naida!
どうしたの
What's wrong?
あら
Huh?
あなた
Are
は
you...
こんにちは
Hello. I do apologize for the sudden intrusion.
オイラたち
We found this guy in the street, but he doesn't seem to remember anything. So, yeah, quite an eventful walk. You tell us, Lord Kusanali, what happened in the Grand Bazaar.
つまりあなたは
You say that you're trekking across Teva to train yourself. Many other Inuyasumans who describe themselves in this way call themselves
そういったものが
Shugenja. But why do you refer yourself as a wanderer?
はい
Well, it seems more relevant in my case. To me, it sounds like a plant with no roots.
まるでしかし
But these two claim that they know me, and that I have a hidden past unknown even to myself.
過去というより
I wouldn't call it the past, but rather,
説明するのがとても難
this
し
is a
いわ
difficult one to explain.
このような言葉
I
を
don't like to
使うの
rely
は
on
あ
using
まり
terms
好
like
きで
this
はないのだ
often,
けど
but in your case,
あな
it
たの
seems that it ought to be
状況だ
called a previous
もしかしたら
incarnation.
前世
Oh, like a past life or something.
ええ
Yes,
昔という
something
のは
far more
ずっと距
distant
離
than
が
the
遠く
past.
あ
So
なた
far
自
away
身
that you
が
cannot
全く
perceive
知り
it.
得ない状況のことね
聞きたいのですが
Okay, I have to
前
ask,
生における僕は
what was I like in my previous
どんな人だ
incarnation?
ったのです
と
You were a horrible person.
Oh,
そうですか
okay, I see.
わかり何か言いたげなのに
You want to tell me, but you
そ
can't
れ
bring
を
yourself
言う
to
のが
say it.
忍びない
Looks like I didn't have the most
Yeah.
wonderful existence in my
最
previous
初の僕は
incarnation.
とても褒
We're
められ
just
たよ
trying
う
to
な
think
もの
where
で
to
はなかった
start.
ようで言いにくいのは
If it's that difficult to talk about, I have no doubt it'll be just as difficult to
多くの
hear.
ショックけれど
But I'll be able to
僕は
handle
受
it.
け入れられます
Please tell me the truth.
そんなに真実が気になるの
Is truth something you care a lot about?
はい
Yes.
じゃあ
Then I'll be straight with you. In your previous
前
incarnation,
生でのあなた
you
は
did many things that would be
悪と
considered
される
evil.
ことあなたは他者
You
によっ
nearly
て死
died
に
because of
か
what
け
other people did,
他者もあ
and
なたの
many
せい
died
で死
because
ん
of
だ
you. As a non-human
人なら
being,
ざる者と
you
して
hated
生まれ
gods and humans alike.
神をあなたは終始さま
You
よい
drifted from place to
たとえ
place,
居
never
場所や
able to
身分を
settle,
手に入れても
even where you found
立ち
status
止ま
and
る理由
identity.
を見つけ
You
られな
utterly
かっ
believed that you were missing a heart.
たなぜなら執着という根は
Actions rooted in persistence sometimes bears
時を
bitter
伝って
fruit.
苦き果実を
Sometimes you
実
have to
らせ
let parts of yourself go,
合
or
衆
you'll
から
never
逃
be
れられ
happy.
ない
Later tells the wonder about his past.
全てを使い果たして
I gave everything I had,
歴史を
but
少
it
し
barely changed history at
揺
all.
さぶっただけ
結果だけ見れば
In terms of the outcome alone,
確かに
that's
そうだと
true.
言えるわ
今聞いた一切
I don't think I can judge everything I've heard purely in terms of right and wrong. Each choice a person makes belongs to a specific place and time. A chain of cause and effect, a cycle of karma and consequence.
真理とはもとより
This is
そ
the
ういう
nature
も
of
のよ
truth. If one thing is right, its opposite must be
それ
wrong.
相応の
And
間
yet,
違いもある
dichotomies? I have no idea what that word means or how to say it. Dichotomies like these are not enough to explain the world in all of its complexity.
Seems like my previous incarnation wasn't the most likable individual.
えっと
Ah,
別に傷つけ
we're
ようと
not
して
trying
る
to
わ
hurt
け
your
じゃ
feelings or
ないんだ
anything, but yeah, we weren't your biggest
確
fans.
かにそうだったってだけで
We were each other's enemies.
If we were enemies, why are you trying to help me find the truth?
Ah, this is so frustrating. This guy is supposed to be our arch enemy, but now he's just a random stranger we met on the street.
全くの無
He's
実
got
じゃ
so
ない
much
と
to
思う
answer
けど
for, but we can't make him talk because he doesn't remember
でき
anything.
ない
Ugh, what a weird situation.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, as the god of wisdom, I trust that everything you told me must be true.
I feel like this situation is kind of similar to the situation with Tsukiyomi in the Stormblood quest during Final Fantasy XIV, where the enemy forgot who they are, so we were trying to figure out what we were supposed to do with them, because as far as they were aware, they weren't an enemy, so technically they were on our side, but also technically not.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, as the god of wisdom, I trust that everything you told me must be true.
え
Yes, it's all
全て
true.
真実よ
I can even show you the memories
あ
themselves
なた
if
さえ
you're
良
willing.
ければ
Please, I want to see them for myself. I want to experience my own transgressions.
たとえ今のあなたの精神
Even though it'll cause your presence of
それ
great
により
mental
導かれ
anguish.
ることになって
僕は人形
I'm just a puppet with no heart and no name.
ただの人形です
There's nothing in this world for me to cling to
逃れられ
fill the
ない
void
因果
within
を
me.
除いて
Even, except maybe these sins that can never be
満たす
undone.
ものは
なら
Very well,
あなた
as
の
you
願いは
wish.
叶えちょっと待った
Oh wait, shouldn't we go with him? This one's kind of on us for bringing him here.
心配はいりません
Don't worry, whatever danger I might face, it's my burden to bear.
それはもう
旅人
Yaraji, can I ask you to supervise him on my
この家庭を見
behalf?
届けてきてくれるかしら
Why do I feel like this has happened before? Okay.
そうだな
Oh, good point.
お前
Given
は
your
と
unique
状況が
situation,
特殊だから
we'd better keep an eye on
オイ
you.
ラたち
Understood.
わかりました
ありがとう
Thank you.
じゃあ
Now, prepare yourselves, everyone. Reminiscent drift.
そこに何が
No matter what lies ahead, I'll
で
face
きる
it.
限り
Whatever
向
it
き合おう
takes.
と思います
I'm just sorry that you have to join me for the whole thing.
きちんと準備してね
It's time to get ready. Before I do, I need to use the restroom. So I'm gonna go do that really quickly. Hold on. I'm gonna be right back again. Give me a minute. Wait.
「知ることがないなら私が遊びに連れて行ってあげましょうか?」
I returned once again. I have water. And I also have another cough drop in my mouth. Because my throat hurts from talking a lot. It's been 5 hours. Only. Now for it's dungeon time. Reminiscent Rift. Then untalk easy peasy. No! I refuse! You can't make me. I want to talk. I want to read story. It's fun. Memories of a certain puppet. You meet the Balladeer, Harbinger of the Vtuber. You can also meet the Kabukimono who was once signed in Tatarasuno. Untalk now. No! You can't make me! I do what I want. This looks like Inazuma. Right now, you're in a dream creating using information extracted from your memories. These memories will show you the raw truth, but be aware that enemies may react just like in the real world. So please be careful. Sounds like an immersive experience. It's a good thing we came along.
You don't need to do this for me. I don't deserve your protection.
We never give up halfway. Well, we had to once, but that was your doing. Now we're just finishing the job.
Alright, thanks.
Wonder, this is the Shake Pavilion. In your Balladeer incarnation, this is where the Electro Archon placed you after your creation. You had a great many memories here. Is that because this is kind of like his birthplace? You could say that, in a sense. You'll see why shortly.
I hear footsteps.
How are you? The fault lies with you. The fault lies with you, Scaramouche. It's all your fault.
This place is huge. I can't believe the landslide didn't fill it in. I wonder who built it. The Crystal Mara miners? No, there's no way. Look at this exquisite construction work. It's so well preserved, too. No mining crew would be capable of this. There's someone passed out on the ground.
Who are you?
You're awake? What happened? How'd you get stuck here? Are you injured? Not a scratch. And these fine clothes. Who are you?
This man is Katsuragi, deputy of Torachiyo's adopted son. Mikoshi Nagasama. He found the Balladeer in Shake Pavilion. Took him back to Tatarasuna. And the rest is history. Well, it used to be. In the original version of events, Katsuragi was ultimately killed by Nagasama.
Let me get you out of here. Our people are nearby. Hang in there.
During the Tatarasuna incident, Nilo was murdered by the doctor, disguised as a mechanic. The Balladeer, then known as Kabukimono, disappeared not long after. As the second in command at Tatarasuna, responsibility for what had happened fell to Mikoshi Nagamasa. But Katsuragi has sworn lifelong loyalty to Nagasama after the latter had once saved his life. At Katsuragi's insistence, Nagasama killed him to put an end to the Tatarasuna incident. Katsuragi seems like he was a good guy.
He looks like a warrior, but he has a kind face. Why couldn't he live a long and happy life?
Nagamasa, I found this young guy in a cave sealed off by the landslide. He doesn't remember his name. Well, we need to call you something. The other workers are calling you the Kabukimono.
That's fine with me.
Katsuragi, report to Niwa. Tell him to have someone new joining us.
What am I missing? Oh, okay. Yo. Oh, seed.
あれ戻ってきた
Huh?
の
Oh, what are we doing back here? Their voices.
ここが君が
Oh,
生まれ
so this is where you were
た綺
born.
麗だね
It's pretty, but there's nobody here.
君と同じで
I was abandoned,
僕も捨
like
てら
you.
れたんだ
I lived here for a while at
当
first,
時
but
僕は
there's nothing for us
ここ
here.
に住んでた
We can't stay.
うん
Okay.
聞いたんだけど
I heard my mom and
僕の
dad
お
used to
父
make
さんとお
swords,
母さんは
but the factory manager
二人とも
died, and then my dad
頭
got
を打って
sick.
たんだってさお父さんも
He kept
僕
coughing
と
all the
同じ
time,
よう
just
に
like me.
いつも咳
Then
を
mom
してた
started
らし
coughing
い
too.
それ
でも
But you
君
can't.
はそうなって
You
はなら
promised
ない
me.
僕たちはもう家
Yep,
族だ
we're
から
family
ずっ
now.
と一緒だ
Now we're gonna be together forever and ever. Swords? I love swords. Oh, if that's the case, then you're a little bit late. You might wanna watch back the VOD. I did Kazuha's story quest before this, and that was all about a talking sword and a whole bunch of swordsmiths and sword fighting styles. There was a whole lot of sword.
この子には名前がないというより
This child didn't have a
残
name,
氷も
or
彼の名
rather,
前を知
the
らなかった
balladeer didn't know what to call him.
彼の父
His
親
father
が
died before he could
彼
name
に名
him.
前をつける前に亡くなった母親が亡くなっ
After his
てか
mother
ら
died, the child stayed in their straw
か
hut
やぶきの小
alone.
屋に一人
Some of the
残され
neighbors helped to
隣
raise
人
him.
に育てられたそしてタタラスナを離れた
After
残
leaving
氷は
Tatarasuna, the balladeer ran into this
自
child
分
who
と
didn't
同
have a
じく名
name,
前の
just
ない
like
彼
him.
に出会い
They made a promise to
彼
live
と約
together.
束を交わしその子供って
What happened to the child then?
幼くして
He died from his illness while he was still very young. The balladeer came home one day and found that he had stopped breathing.
彼が息を引き取っている
おい
Hey, what's wrong?
返事をしろ
Say something.
家族のように
You promised me we could be
一緒に
family.
暮らした
You're no different from Niwa and all the others. You betrayed me too.
君も庭たちのように僕を裏切るんだね
Well, he certainly went insane.
声が
The voices have gone. It looks like the memory ends here.
引き続き進
Now
もう
let's keep
ぜ
going. Yo. um. You see, this is the real reason why I only play as chibi characters. We're just... we're too short to get shot. Literally cheating.
You do realize you're blocking my path. I come not to obstruct you. I have been waiting. What you are truly is a weapon. One that could be wielded with an iron will. Or you could continue to drift aimlessly. Are you trying to win me over? The long-fated rebellion has begun. Why not take your place at the banquet and join those who shall feast?
Movement sucks though. Shh. 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 Quiet. Quiet. Don't talk about that part. Doesn't Don't think about it.
まずはこれを
I'll get Sayu eventually, and then I'll be zooming. That's all I need. I'm just waiting for whenever Sayu becomes a featured character of one of the 4 stars on the banner. Then I'll be zooming.
知識をあなたにも参るわよいしょモラをいただきますよはいほった
Meow.
とても暗い場所です。
You don't say.
This place is dark.
ここなら
Oh my nose, this place is the delusion factory in Inazuma.
改ざんされていない記録
The
の
original
中
version
に
of events. Yurichi once encountered the
こ
balladeer
の地
here.
で残氷にあったわ
Dark place is in fact dark.
嫌な感じだ
Such a creepy atmosphere. And so familiar. ... I remember this. It was an unsettling place.
おいあっち
Hey, oh, look over there.
つまり親愛なる淑女様は
Well, well, my fair lady. Is this the rundown factory and these incompetent fools offer me? Wow, you shouldn't have.
もうあんたの手下なのよ。
Huh. What do you have to gain from belittling your subordinates? You might not want to admit it, but you are part of this plan.
あ、それとも
Perhaps you find fighting the abyss to be a more meaningful use of your
も
time?
ちろん
Oh, but of course, even this pales in comparison to being experimented on by that doctor.
What a sharp tongue you
本当に
have.
よく舌がもっとも
Funny how negotiating never seems to be your strong
ほ
suit.
とんどないみた
For
い
the task ahead, I suggest you keep your true
これから
feelings to
の任務に
yourself.
向けて
言われなくても
Save
これ
your
から
breath.
何があるかくらい
I know what I have to do.
そうかな
I'm sure you think so,
あえてもう
but I
一
still
言だ
think
け
you
言
need
って
to
み
hear
よ
it.
う
Don't start thinking you're invincible, and don't let your emotions get in the way.
思わな
あら
Surely you're not worried about me.
私が
まさか
I just can't have you getting in my
君が僕
way.
の足手まといに
You and
なら
Child
ない
never
こと
fail
を
to find ways to
願って
complicate
いるだけ
things.
さ
私はただ
I'm merely lighting a little fire in this chaotic nation. But you, being tossed out like
あんた
trash,
だって
must make you want to
捨
destroy
て
it
られたものとし
completely.
て覚えてるかし
Do you
ら
remember the last time you were here?
稲妻にいた
That was a lot of swordsmiths you
何
killed.
人も殺したん
I'm
です
sure the descendants of the Raiden
ライデン五カデンの末裔
Gokaden are still suffering the
さぞかし
consequences
苦し
now.
んだんでしょうねあらあら
Look at you.
その
Oh,
表情
don't get so
過去を
sentimental.
追想するのは
Now,
やめ
give
た
that
方
poor
がいい
little tongue of yours a rest and start pretending like you're above
その
everyone
かわい
else.
そうな舌をしまってそれじゃ
Bye then. See you at the victory
祝賀祭で
feast.
お会いしましょう
かわいそうな舌だ
Poor little tongue. She's playing with fire talking to me like that.
体中に火の
Who does
つい
she
た
think she
女の
is?
存在でまあいい
Forget it. Someone might find me here any minute now. I should prepare to give them a warm welcome.
That'd be me.
陰謀はことここ
The
に至
plot
って
does not
も
end there.
まだ断ち切られ
There's
てい
more
な
of
い
the
わ
story to come.
引き
Wanderer,
続き次の
are you
話を
able to
体験するけ
continue?
ど
はい
Yes, and please don't worry about me.
どうして黙って私を見
Why
て
are
る
you
のかしら
staring at me in silence?
もっと人に
Can't you think of a
好かれるように
nicer way to
振る舞おう
express
思
yourself?
わないわけ
僕の義務
I'm under no obligation to be nice to you. Besides, I thought nothing mattered to you except the results and your own interests.
利益
Isn't that right,
以外のものなんて
witch?
ないだろ魔女さん
Muddle-headed puppet. You're only number 6 because you can take more abuse than other humans. Do you really count that as an asset?
君と接していると
You're about as much fun to be around as a raging inferno.
気分になる
But before we murder each other,
だけど
it'd be best if we finish our duties.
まずはやるべき責務を果たした方がいい
It is so difficult to fight while also reading text.
私のお家にいらっしゃい手をつなぎましょうウィー
did it. Oh,
スメールに着いたみたいだ。
looks like we arrived in Sumeru. What
あれって
is that?
正論派の賢者ナフィスが
Considering that Amerta's stage, Naphis refused to join this project. I'll take part in this experiment in his place.
歓迎しよう。
Welcome.
良い協
I
力
look forward to a fruitful
関係を願
collaboration.
っているぞ。
いつから始めるの
When do we start?
もう待ち遠
You
し
seem
く仕方
impatient.
ないようだ。
You should know that becoming a god is far from a trivial affair.
神になると
生体改造
The biological transformation is a lengthy process.
私も早めに
As
開始
such,
する
I
こ
too
とを
would recommend that we commence as soon as
そ
possible.
れに
In the event that a successful connection is established, his body will become permanently bound to the machine, and he'll be unable to move independently of it.
そんなことはこれまでに
Nothing worse than what I've been through before, then, Doctor.
そうだ
お前は私
You
の
were the most resilient test subject I've ever came across.
最もタフな
Thanks to you, I was able to garner a great deal of
お前
information.
のおかげだがあの日
Alas, after that, you were under orders to remain in the
お前は
abyss.
命令通り
We barely saw each other, and it became difficult to further refine the knowledge I had gained.
になってしまった。
その真面目ぶった
That was gracefully worded. Ever wonder what they think if they knew that nothing matters to you apart from your crazy experiments?
私と
I
話を
suggest you speak to me in a more respectful tone, Scaramouche. The mere fact of your utility does not make you indestructible.
また博士だ。
The doctor again.
嫌な感じ。
That was uncomfortable to watch.
あの者からは
That person gives off a very sinister energy.
します
He's the doctor. He's behind all of this.
あいつを見たら
It's
嫌な
normal for him to give you the creeps. He scares the bejeebers out of Paimon.
引き続き進みましょう。
Let's move on.
You're a god.
僕が
Do you
悪で
think
ある
I'm
と思い
evil?
ますか
あれらがあなたである
If you accept that he is you, just as you are you, then yes, you are evil.
あなたが思うに
In your eyes, are there any differences between humans and puppets?
あなたにとっての
Do you think there are any differences between your present self and your previous and
あ
future
なたと何か
incarnations?
違いはある
If not, then what are the differences between humans and puppets?
人の世の例題
Whoever has tasted the joys and sorrows of life in the human realm is human. Whoever has loved and lost, cried with grief, howled with rage at the tragedy of death that eclipses the miracle of life. They are human too.
僕は十分に
I've seen enough
多
of
く
my
の過去
past.
を見ました
If possible, I'd like to reclaim the sins that are mine to bear.
僕が背負うはずだったどんな結果になろ
No
うと
matter the consequences,
僕に課せら
I
れた
won't run from the blame or
非難と制裁
punishment.
から逃れるつもりは
Whatever
ありません
undo, let it come to pass.
これは当然の報い受けるべきも
Are
の
you
です
saying...
その記憶を
Can you return my
僕に
memories
渡
to
し
me?
てくれません
Huh?
でもそれじゃ
But
お前
won't that mean that you'll lose your current identity?
僕は常々
I've always believed that human lives follow a set of
ある
rules,
法則に従っ
with
て
each
なる
person
と
being
思
a
っています
collection of past experiences.
僕は人形
As
と
a
して
puppet
世に
living in the
生ま
human
れま
world, my life is
したが
subject to
同
the
じ
same
法則を背負
rules.
っています
記憶を取り戻すこと
Regaining
が
your memories means reverting completely to your previous
前世の位置
incarnation.
に戻すこと
All
を
the
意味す
emotions
る
that you discarded will return to you.
あなた本当にいいの
Are you sure you want to do this?
元より
I've lived with a void in my chest my whole life.
生きてきました
My creator didn't need me, and ever since I awoke, I've just drifted from one place to the
僕を必要とし
next.
なかったそれからあなたたちに出会って気づいたのです
But then I met you, and I finally realized that reclaiming my missing sins might be my one opportunity to become my
僕
true
になれる
self.
きっかけかもしれないと
Is this the true meaning of Great Lord Rukutaveda's words? A person can't erase themselves, and even though the original balladeer is gone, this person will live on in his place. Are a person's sins an inescapable part of their destiny too?
僕は生まれながらにして
I've always felt that I have an innate tendency to yearn for something more, in a way that goes deeper than for most people.
徹底的に
But
悟る
for all my
ことが
soul
できません
searching
でし
as
た
a Shugenja, I've never fully understood it. Now, looking at it now, it seems that I brought this curse upon myself.
だから
So, I beg you, grant me this opportunity to gain a purpose, to change my destiny and end my
僕の放
wandering.
浪を終わらせてください
分かったわ
Very well.
すでに決心
Since
した
your
の
mind
な
is made up, I'll
これ
return
ら
to
をあ
that.
なたへ
I'll
返す
return to you that which is yours. Oh no. I don't see this going well.
それがあなたの選択なら受け取りなさい。
こやつを自由にしてやろう。
人形どうしてここに？
これはお主も人間だと思うでござるよ。
お揃いでしたか。いい刀だ。本当に嬉しく思うよ。
これは僕の
大丈夫なんだよな。嘘だよ。おい、まだなのか？
価値のないものは残されない。だからこそここで終わるわけにはいかないんだ。
大丈夫？
死ね。実に不愉快。
Oh, I wasn't ready.
記憶が完全に戻ったのか？
Have you got all your memories back now?
口を叩くな。
Have you...
I can't read that fast.
虫けらが。
I can fly. Ouch.
渦潮よ。逆負け。属性を見下ろさん。君は居場所を失う。身の程を知れ。
This is fine. Everything is fine.
虫けらが。臨戦105。属性を見下ろす。遅い。
Ta-da! I did it.
愚か者め。
Imbecile.
僕の視界
Get out of my sight.
消えた。
It disappeared.
オイラたちの勝ち
Did we win?
聞くまでもないだろう。
What did you expect?
僕がそいつ
I'd
に
never
負
lose
け
to
るはず
that.
がない。
Eh,
言葉遣
there's
い
that
が
tone
戻
of
って
voice
きた
again.
な。
You're definitely back to your old self.
でもあの
Wait,
中に
but it was you inside that thing too. What have you gotta be so smug about?
悪いね。
Sorry, I'm harsh on myself and everyone else. Just the way I am.
Now you've you've recovered your memories, and the past will catch up with you.
You sound like you're concerned about me. But don't worry. Thanks to you, even if I didn't change a thing, at least I now know the truth.
The memory recovery seems to have been a success. This dream has served its purpose.
Come on, let's continue this outside.
So, are you going to explain to us why you erased yourself in the first place? You don't seem very upset about getting your memories back. Welcome back, Yurichi, Paimon, Balladeer. Feels like we just went on a really long journey. Paimon's exhausted. You don't like being addressed by that name?
It's fine, but I was just thinking I should probably change it.
You won't go by the Balladeer anymore?
After learning about everything the doctor said, well, everything the doctor did, there's no way I can carry on using a name connected to him. I'm not planning on returning to the Fatui, and they wouldn't take me back anyway. Recent events will have affected a lot of people, and they might not even remember who the sixth is.
So you're quitting the Fatui for good. Let's call it a tactical retreat.
It's like you said, Master Lord Kusanali. Everything may look futile, but it wasn't completely meaningless. At least I made a lot of people forget about me.
But that doesn't mean your own past has disappeared.
Of course.
And your main goal, for which you gave up everything you had, you weren't able to achieve it. I hope you can see and understand that. Changing the world, changing the past, changing the fates of other people, these are not simple things to accomplish. What you were looking for is complete annihilation, but this is just a fantasy. Even if the Balladeer is removed from existence, the world will not heed your will.
Indeed. How ridiculous.
Do you regret doing all of that? When you've gotten so little in return?
Even if I'm completely worthless, there's nothing in the world worth regretting. Lesser Lord Kusanali, you purposefully left that information in Irminsul, didn't you?
Yes, and I took pains to make sure that you'd acquire that information naturally.
Why would you go to such lengths? You trying to win me over too?
In all honesty, your past experiences have made you a useful asset to Sumeru and to me. Winning you over was indeed part of my plan. But before that, I wanted to tell you the truth about your past. If all I wanted to do was use you, then I'd be no different from the doctor.
Very clever.
I guess you could say that's one of my virtues.
Utility to others is what gives me worth. So if embracing my sins is what it takes to make me useful again, so be it.
Hida doesn't see you in that way.
Alright, I almost forgot. You're the good guys. You're into justice and all that. Sorry if I have a slightly different perspective on things, but I don't feel like I've been duped. The wisest leaders are fated to end up with the best helpers. I can live with that.
I'm glad you're able to think of it in that way. Yurichi, in the future, I'll continue to search your Minso more deeply, and see what secrets can be uncovered, including the beginning of your twins' journey recorded in your Minso. What exactly happened before and after that point? I want to know as well. Thank you. Let's hope you can find some answers. I'll try.
Yurichi,
Yes?
after I dove into the information towards Interminsel, why did you go into Inazuma?
Because I wanted to know what you changed.
So that's how you found out whose fate had been changed and how. Well, whatever your reasons, you did me a favor, and I'll do everything I can to pay it back.
Please don't make it sound like I'm extorting you.
Borrowing and returning are the only real relationships between individuals. I'll balance the books one day, don't you worry.
そうではないわ。
That's not true. Relationship between two people is not simply a ledger that can be reset to zero.
あなたもきっと
I think
感じ
deep
たこと
down you
があるで
realize
しょ
this. People who show up in your life don't just evaporate like water droplets and leave
水滴
nothing
が蒸
behind.
発するように
There's
消え
no
ます
such thing
ね
as balancing the books.
この世に取り返しのつ
Some
かない
things in the
ことや
world can never be brought
変えられ
back,
ないことが
and
あ
they か
る
can
から
never be
こそ
changed, which is why there's
人
an
の世
illusion
に
in
も
the
感
human
情が
world.
芽吹くのあなたの感じるものは
Everything that you
全
feel
て
is
真
real
実
and
であって
lasting, and whatever is
あなた
missing
の
in you will
犯
not
した
be
過
made
ちが
whole.
亀裂を背負っ
To
た
be
まま
human
生
is
きて
to
いく
live
の
with
が
imperfections.
人間という
You
も
can
のよ
choose whatever. You can choose whether or not you want to be human.
あなたが
But humans can't live without a heart, can they? Anyway, I gave up trying to become a human a long time ago.
あなたは心臓がなくて
You
も
understand what pain
普
is
通を理
perfectly
解する
well.
ことができる
Even without a heart, you're
あ
just
なたは
burying
た
your
だ
feelings.
感情を封じ込過去は揺る
The
ぎな
past
け
is
れ
set
ば
in stone,
あなた
but
が
you
引
can't
き続
keep
き歩
moving
むこ
on.
とができる
The longer your future lasts,
未来
the
という
shorter
線
your
が
past
十
will
分に
become,
長いのであれば
until one day it's but a
あとは
tiny
相対
fraction
的
of
に
your life.
ごく短いく
It sounds like you've got a future planned out for me.
I hope you can give Nahida a chance.
いろんなことが混ざって
Everything's ended up being pretty darn complicated. Paimon doesn't even know where to start. But the most important thing now is that you need to follow Nahida. Otherwise, all of our efforts will have been for nothing.
Then I guess I'll be helping you from behind the scenes from now on.
私たちの提案を
I'm
受け入
glad
れ
that
て
you've
くれて
accepted
嬉
our
しいわ
proposal. Well, why don't you
お
choose
祝
a
い
new
として
name to celebrate?
自分に合って
Oh, Paimon wants to pick an ugly nickname for you too.
やる
Why?
だって
Because
おいら
Paimon still doesn't like you that much.
ないし
Then I hope we don't see much of each other in the future.
名前は人生で
A
最
name
初
is
の
life's
贈り
first
物
gift. You didn't say it out loud, but I know that's what you're thinking.
あなたがそう考えていることは知っているわ今回は彼女とパイマンが
Yurichi and Paimon have helped you a lot.
くれたし
If you can't decide
ど
on a
んな
new
名前に
name,
するか決
maybe
め
you
ら
could
れ
ask
ない
them
の
for
は
ideas.
彼女たちの意見を聞いてみるといいわ
You want us to decide? Nope, Paimon only does nicknames. If it's a serious name you're after, it's all
まとも
yours.
な名前は無理だぞ
Have you got anything?
Hello? What? Rules and disclaimers for name modification. Name changes? What? You can obtain the item, an appellative stroke, from the Archon Quest interlude in version of Genesis, which will allow you to change Aeon's Adrift Wanderer animal's name. Huh? Please take note that some names cannot be utilized in this change. Once you have named this character, some interfaces in the game going forward will display this name that you've chosen. There's a limit on the number of times you can rename this character, so do so with care. Disclaimer. Travelers, please ensure that you follow our terms of service while using this function to create a healthy gaming environment. Please really confirm the creation of content that to the belief the content may have the services. We may have to restrict the use of the game services if we do not follow the rules. This may include suspension. At the same time, you're going to use the report for... Wow. Okay. I mean, by default, it's a Wanderer. I don't see any reason to change that. Unless I want to name him something like Balladeer or Scaramouche. Is that even allowed? I feel like that would defeat the whole purpose. I could name him like Puppet. Or... No, I got nothing. Let's just go with the Wanderer. Why not?
Are you sure?
Yeah, I think this'll do.
Ah, alright, if you say so.
これであなたも名前を
There.
持つ人間に
Now
な
you
っ
have
た
a
わ
name of
ね。
your own.
What about a nickname? Are you done yet?
Ah, still thinking.
まだ
Stop
考え
rushing
てる
me.
んだ。
Take your time. I don't need to see you again until you thought of one.
Well, what do you plan to do next?
Everyone who manipulated me and made me suffer will have to pay the price.
ファリュイのことか。
You mean the Vtuber?
The doctor, at least.
立場が変わったわね。
Now that your stance has changed, I believe your future path will change accordingly, but it won't be immediate. You'll still need some time to compose yourself.
One more thing. There are still some descendants of the Raiden Gokuden living in Inazuma. Some of them know... Well, they ought to know about the connection between the Raiden Gokuden and myself. I don't plan to leave Sumeru for the time being. If you see them in Inazuma, please tell them that I was the one responsible for the Raiden Gokuden's downfall. Even though the events have been erased from the world, they still deserve to know the truth.
なるほど。
I see.
それがあなたの選択なのね。でも、そうな
Huh?
ったら
But if we do that, then...
It's fine. Just let them stab their blades into my chest if they so desire. Maybe that's how it always should have been.
Fine.
No nonsense. I like it. Alright, let's call it a day. Goodbye, wise deity. And you too.
言っちゃったな。
And he's gone.
最近の出来事は彼にとって
What he went through today would have been like living an entire lifetime in an instant.
そんなこと
He'll need some time to calm
気持
down.
ちの整理には時間がかかる。そうだ
Yeah, true. But even so, after everything that's happened, he doesn't seem quite as fierce anymore.
なった感じがするぜ。
There were some bumps along the way, but it's all over now.
これでやっ
So I can finally go eat?
といける
The
よ
Paimon is
な。お
starving.
いら腹ペコだぞ。
I'm also getting hungry.
お疲れ様。
Thank you
落
both.
ち着ける場所を
I
探
hope you will
して
find somewhere nice to go and relax for a while.
I've got it! I can end my novel with some words from Mikoshi Nagamasa. You mean, because everyone else in the story is dead? Yeah, I heard that Mikoshi Nagamasa died at a ripe old age. He's the perfect fit to be the narrator of the epilogue. The dark clouds dissipated, but they continued to cast their shadow in Mikoshi Nagamasa's mind for decades to come. Then one night as an old man, he had a dream. On the night when that prized blade, the Daitara Nagamasa, was forged, the people rejoiced, and there was painting, dancing, and drinking. All these expressions of joy melted down in the furnace fire and turned into red clouds that rallied around the final surprise that Mikoshi Nagamasa saw in his lifetime. Life is a story too long to be told, a journey that you must walk to behold.
Return to the resting place. They would know. Where? Why? Oh. Is it the one that Naida shoved us into? What resting place? Why are we going here? I thought we were going to get food. There's no food here. No. It's about time we had a break.
一旦落
As
ち着
soon as you
く
stop, all the tiredness and hunger comes rushing back.
疲れが出てくるな。
Rest up, Paimon. Oh, great! Okay, apparently the game thinks I picked both dialogue options.
あれ
Huh?
この
Look at that vase! What about it?
誰かが
Did someone break it while they were cleaning the room or something? Well, Paimon doesn't remember there being a cleaner.
聞いてないけどな。
That night we stayed here, Paimon bumped into the table after being startled by something to do with the Balladeer and broke the vase. But the Balladeer erased his existence. He changed the world. So why is this vase still unbroken?
どうやら
Well,
戸惑っているようね。
excuse me, what? You sound lost and confused. Who's that?
気持ちはよくわか
I
る
know
わ
why you're troubled. Any who knew of this would find their mind
誰
overwhelmed.
だって頭を抱えるはずだもん。
What? Is there someone here talking to us?
でも残念ながら
Unfortunately, the fate of
天は
Tevat
その
cannot
運
easily be
命はそう
changed.
たやすく揺らぐもの
Perhaps
じ
a
ゃない
god
わ。
may have a slim chance, but for
神
anyone
ならば
else,
まだ
who
少し
can
可能
say?
性があるけど、小さな動物
When
が
a
木に
small
ぶつ
animal
かれば
runs into a tree
木は
trunk,
揺れる。
though the tree may sway, it is not
傾きと位
displaced,
置が変わる
and
こ
the
とは
same is
別の
true
も
of
のなの。
fate.
まさに
Like a vase that falls to the
瓶が
ground,
床に落
whether
ち
it
る
is
よう
broken
に
by a cat or by a
猫
bird,
が割ったも
the
ので
result
も
is still a broken
鳥が割っ
vase,
たもので
is it
も
not?
割れたという結果に
Who are you? How do you know about all of this?
歴史は簡単
History
には
does
変わ
not
らない
change
けれど
easily, but human hearts
人々
can.
の心は変わる
Believe your own eyes. Only that which you see
自
is
分の
true.
目を信じ
What
る
is unseen is but an
目
illusion.
に見えるものこそが真実であり
The voice has disappeared.
さっき
And who the heck was that? What were they doing? Coming out of nowhere and saying all that scary stuff. Believe my eyes. Does she mean I should trust my memories?
瓶も床で砕けたままだし
Anyway, that vase is still lying there broken on the ground. Should Paimon go get someone to clean it up?
なんか
Feels wrong just leaving it there. Just a moment. Paimon, I'll be right back. I wonder what else awaits me in the future. Hooray! Quest completed! That was totally not super ominous. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh. An appellative stroke. The brush with which you may bestow a new name upon a certain person. Once the name has been given, it cannot be changed. Oh. Okay. So that's why I said the amount of times I can change his name is limited. I can change it one time. Yay. Oh look, guide reward. Oh look, I can claim another one. 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 Oh. Oh my god. There's no more Archon quest. It's all gone. Oh my god. Oh, that's weird. Oh, that's really weird. I got everything from experience. Oh. Oh. Well. I need to enhance 8 4-star artifacts to level 16. That's a waste of XP. Hmm. Do I still have...
何か悩み
I don't think I still have my old 4 stars that I rewards gave. Well, I still have some of them, but they're already at 16. I can't increase them anymore. Other than this one. Does this work? I increase this one. Enhance. Meow. So what happens if I go from 12 to 16? Nothing? Seriously? Oh, 1. Okay. One more. Oh. Oh, that's a problem. Huh. Yeah, that sucks. Why are they not automatically completed? I already have more than 8 4-star artifacts at level 16. It should already be completed. Why is it not? Ugh. Oh well. More collection record. Where? Archon quests are all complete. I'm actually done. Wait. Now what? Oh my god. My top quests are commission quests. It's not yellow at the top anymore. This feels weird. I don't like it. Also, I'm gonna unlock Fury. Ta-da! Now I've unlocked all of the character story quests with keys that I can. Except for a couple where I need to complete prerequisite quests. Yay! And then there's also the hangouts. We don't talk about the hangouts. We'll get there at some point in the future. Not anytime soon. Ugh. I'm hungry. I need to go get food. So...
私が遊びに連れて行ってあげましょうか
I guess the next thing to do in Genshin would be the world quests. Still have a lot of those to do. Bunch in Sumeru, bunch in Inazuma, all of the Fontaine ones. And whatever these two are. I think this one is in Kinomiya. This one is the chasm. Oh. Wait. Weird. Okay. So this is part of the chasm quest, but it's not listed as any kind of world quest or an archon quest. Even though the chasm was always under archon quests. For some reason this one is separate. Weird. Oh well. So... I'm not sure what the plan is here. Other than world quests. And then probably once I'm done with all the world quests, I can start going through the list of character story quests. I'm not sure if I want to go from left to right on the character quests, since that's the release order. Or if I want to start from Fontaine with Lene and do these 5. So that I'm all caught up on the most recent ones. And then I can go back into the old ones. Not sure. Or, you know, now that I'm done with the Genshin Archon quests, I could go over to Honkai Star Rail. I still need to go through Pinakani. I'm still right at the beginning of Pinakani. And then I gotta go back to Olympus Company and finish Chapter 5, and play all the way through Chapter 6. And then I gotta go to Blue Archive, and go through all of the main volumes of stories. Ugh. I still need to go back to Valhalla at some point. I don't know when that's gonna be. I'm very behind on a lot of stories. A lot of main stories in video games. And that's not even taking into account all the side stories in those same games. And at some point, Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail is gonna release, and I really want to do that on stream as well. Ugh. The list goes on and on and on and on. Oh well, I'll get around to them eventually. I'll figure something out. That's the end of the stream for today. I'm hungry. I wanna go get food. So I'm gonna end the stream now and get food. Almost 6 hours. Basically 6 hours. It's 5 hours and 57 minutes. That's a pretty good stream time, right? I think I'm finally starting to get into stream consistently again. For regular amounts of time instead of just 1 or 2 hours. I hate streaming for only 1 or 2 hours. It feels so short. It feels too short. Although, I kind of still want to keep streaming right now. but I just still don't like eating on stream. So maybe once I'm done eating in half an hour or 1 hour, I might start streaming again today. Or if not, then I'll just go to bed. I don't know. Depends how I'm feeling at the time. We'll see. But I'll most likely stream tomorrow at a similar time. And then we'll do whatever I'm in the mood for. Probably either Genshin World Quest or Honkai Star Rail Pinakani. One of those two. Most likely. We'll see. Okay, bye bye! Have a good day! I love you! Mwah.